soon. I don't know who was picked for that. I didn't look that up, which I should have done. Where's my phone? Put my phone down somewhere. No, well, whatever. I'll find it later. OMG wins, Ultra Prime beats JDG and makes it into playoffs. Incredible. That is the storyline. But yeah, I mean, most of these games, most of the group stage games are kind of set up to be quite one-sided, folks. So, I mean, enjoy stuff like the IG NIP was about as good as it gets, I think, partly because NIP was not expected to be that good. Rose for duo. Let me have a think. Welcome to Nox. What is this about? NIP is legit, yeah. Fearless so good for Doinby. He was saying that in his interview as well. He was basically saying that thank you, Fearless, for giving me a job. yeah, that was the thing. Okay, I'm gonna be right back really quickly again. Is Unending Despair disabled in LPL LEC? I think it was disabled on Jace. I don't know outside of that. Although, thinking about it, I can't remember the last time I saw it bought, so I'm not sure. Right, okay, I gotta go find my phone. I gotta go get myself a coffee. I'll be right back, folks. Seriously, where did I put my phone? Oh well, whatever. You safe from being roasted? No. No, I'm just thinking. Let me think. No, that's too harsh. I was gonna say, your mum lets you have 2 genders? What do you mean you picked another one? What the hell? It's so greedy. Alright, JDG. I think the biggest thing about this team is that Scout and Shun actually have duoed up pretty well right from the start, and that's huge because my view of this team was always going to be if it takes a long time for Scout to get online like it did with LNG at the start of last year, then this team's going to be ass. We've only seen the one series from them. Look good. It was versus Ultra Prime, who are viewed as one of our weaker teams right now. So I'm not saying that everything is completely right as rain, but there's been, yeah, some good stuff from them. Ah, it was disabled in general in LCK. So if it's disabled in general in LCK for Unending Despair, it's probably... Oh, this is the double kill. That was insane. Yeah, Pay's been on good form. Very good form, actually. But yeah, if it's disabled in general in LCK, it wouldn't surprise me if Unending Despair is completely disabled everywhere. A bug with Renata. Oh, is there like an official communication about that? OMG wins this, then loses to Ultra Prime like God intended, so everyone's tied at 1 and 2. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, I'm gonna go take some trash out. we have OMG. So OMG, I mean, what do you say about this team, man? Like, yeah. I think Starry's good. I like Starry, but I'm not out to bat for this team. I think this team has a lot of issues. Moem's been whatever. I think that the top side has been trash. Starry is like the one okay point of this roster, really, for me. So meant that Pioshik lost the coin flip. I actually didn't see that. I didn't catch that game. I haven't been catching as much LCK live nowadays. I catch up on it because I do a podcast on it and I like good League of Legends. But yeah. Did they get Mom so cheap? Wonder why they took the foreign spot from him. I don't know what he was like in not scrims, the other one, tryouts and stuff. And like he did okay in LCK before Worlds. Before Worlds he was pretty good. He was the kind of guy that was not as good in lane, but better outside of it compared to Kellen, who struggled in... He was good in lane, but he struggled elsewhere. Thanks to the follows, by the way. Hold a Wine, Bloodlord, and Shomnui. Thanks to the follows, folks. I appreciate it. Oh, feeling a little bit gunky today. Not too bad, but I think it's just me getting a little bit overtired. I've been doing a lot recently because LEC meeting was yesterday, and I forgot how much my definitely not ADHD, which I need to get diagnosed, man. It does not help me when I'm sat in many hours of consecutive gigs. Okay, folks. I think now is probably not a bad time for me to run some adverts, just so we don't get some pre-roll and we miss 1v1 and stuff like that. So we're gonna run some ads now for you on Twitch. If you'd like to avoid them, you can always just subscribe with Twitch Prime and stuff like that. But I will see you after the break. Hopefully you won't miss anything too important. Hey, White People, good to see you. Game-breaking bug with unending spare in LCK CL forcing a remake. So, so if it forces a remake, okay, that is important. And I'll let this play, by the way.
Harry 进行我们前彩来向大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是外面上男 Harry。
好，欢迎 Harry 啊。那第一个问题呢，也想问，其实 Harry 你也算是征战 LPL 今年算第3个年头了。那在我对你的印象当中，其实这3年你的变化非常大。现在呢，对线也越来越稳健，也具备了 carry 的能力。那从你的视角当中，这3年在游戏内容上自己最大的变化会在哪些？
在游戏内容啊，就比之前和打野或者和队友的沟通更好一些，然后打团的沟通也会比之前强很多，游戏内外都变化挺多的。
思路更加清晰了，跟队友的沟通也更加密切了。那第二个问题呢，也是想问，全新的一年嘛，尤其是你们这一组的分组，每一场都是硬仗。那短期对于这第一个赛段来说，可能自己希望达成的一个目标会是什么？可以跟大家分享一下。
就希望第一阶段出线嘛，这是算是最先一开始的目标，因为现在 LPL 分为3个阶段嘛，然后今天比赛也是年前的最后一场，就是大家都是很有信心，然后就都很希望拿下这场比赛了。
好，也是非常迫切的希望每一场都能够打好，然后顺利的在第一赛段出线。那也感谢 Harry 进行我们的前彩，我们也一会儿见。好，欢迎回到我们的前彩，我们也是同样请来了北京 JDG 英特尔的辅助选手 Missing 进行我们的前彩，来向大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是北京 JDG 的辅助 Missing。
好，欢迎 Missing 啊！第一个问题呢，也是想问，上一场比赛过后，可以看出 JDG 整体的默契度已经有一个非常不错的提升了。但这其中的关键呢，就在于你和佩子身上，因为佩子也才刚来到中国不久，可能中文还没有那么好，所以很好奇的想问，平时你们在对线过程当中都怎么沟通为主呢？
平时我跟他对线沟通。
Hang on, excuse me, Genji just lost a game to Bro.
一般就是go弄。
Huh?
简单的一些，然后他
Bro
中文的话
Levers
其实也一直在学，进步的还是挺快的。
Yo, what?
言简意赅的同时呢，职业选手之间的心灵感应就可以促成了。那第二个问题呢，也想问，就新英雄梅尔已经上线了，这个英雄呢大概率是打中单和辅助的，怎么样？自己玩过没有？感觉打辅助的话强度如何？
我觉得这个英雄的机制特别厉害吧。
Jesus, what JDG
强度的话，我觉得应该是
Did you really change your
非常高的
name?
就是
Oh, that's
看
cute.
到时候具体打什么英雄嘛。
好，那也期待有一天啊，或许 Missing 选手可以带着梅尔来到我们的职业赛场。那也感谢 Missing 进行我们的前彩，我们也一会儿赛场见。
I cannot believe that Genji beats H League quite convincingly 2-0 and loses a game to Bro. I mean, they did almost lose to DNF. There was that first game which really should have been gone as well. Damn, Genji losing a bit of steam. Found the bug. It's healing someone other than the holder. Genji lost one game. It's one game they lost, but they just lost a game to Bro right now, which is something else. Jesus, okay. Okay, and then we'll get ready for our 1v1 in a minute. So, what do I expect out of this series? Well, JDG should probably stomp through mid-jungle duo, really. Lanfang's probably going to play... Well, we'll see if he gets himself a Yone. It wouldn't surprise me if it's first pick, kind of like priority mid-meta, because you're probably looking at... Yeah, Lanfang I don't think is... I don't think his champion pool's that big. I like his Yone. And his Yasuo is really good, because Sam remembers him as like a Yasuo Diana player from LDL. Handy for you to know as a caster of 2 regions, yeah. Okay, no, Blade. I did know about the bug, but I didn't know what was publicly available. So, there is a difference between like me saying, okay, well, what's been said publicly. It's just that sometimes we learn about things and I'm not sure what is allowed to be said publicly. So if it's already been publicly announced that there's a bug with because I knew there's disabled on Jace, but I'm not sure if that's for the same reason. But if it's disabled just everywhere for the Renata thing, I'm fairly sure I'd heard about that. But I'm not sure. I actually haven't checked. Put it this way. If it's been something that's announced publicly and I'm like, I had heard some stuff about Renata, but I hadn't looked into it. But I was like, well, okay. Because I'm not casting until the weekend. Well, not casting. I'm on desk this weekend for LEC. But you know what I mean. Hey, Sentinel, it's great to see you. It's disabled for everyone, not for just... Yes, it is. So that changes everything because it's such it's a crazy effective tank item. I will say though, Fimbulwinter is the more broken one of the two, and there are other damaging tank items. The reason why Fimbulwinter is broken is that it's 2,400 gold compared to like 2,900 gold of everyone else.
观看2025英雄联盟职业联赛第一赛段，您可以通过英雄联盟客户端展上英雄联盟及英雄联盟赛事官网 LPL.QQ.com、虎牙直播、斗鱼直播、哔哩哔哩直播、咪咕视频、腾讯视频、腾讯体育、新浪微博、微信视频号进行收看。电视机前的召唤师可以通过百视通平台收看全程赛事。 全新纯电 G 级越野车，
Yes, I will try and keep up. I'm not going to blow my voice. Sam might join us
李
later.
宁日进斗金系列现已上市，
I think every tank should buy it if you have a slow. If you have good base damage and any sort of CC, you should buy Fimbulwinter. Oh, thank you so much for Prime, bro.
我在场就是主场，莫斯利安为 LPL 奶一口。 OPPO Find X8 系列抬手就出片，招牌氛围感。 TCL 全屋智慧家电，峡谷英雄敢为不凡。2025 LPL 官方指定家电产品，更受电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，有能量当然占马。傲风电竞椅连续5年中国电竞椅销量第一。开一局吗？开就开，保护有度度，尽情开一局。
Yeah, I just gotta make sure that I'm just overtired and not actually,
英特尔
getting ill
Ultra
because I'm
台式
working
机
too
处
much.
理器，解锁 AI 新境界。
Do I have thoughts on Heartsteel? Good in pro. It's very good in solo queue, not great in pro, typically. Hey, Sarah, good to see you. I'm doing okay, Katara. Hope you're doing well too.
Let's go! get that you knew, cause never be looked the world that a bad we can probably know fuck it dance. Then you defeat it if city, come on, let's dance. Kiss down, keep the shine, feel the tide, don't go taxi down. Down, touch it down, 要是我走向深处地，我冲破阻碍，巅峰的舞台，不畏惧不败，这是属于我们的时代。
There was a game at Worlds which Junjia played for PSG Talent where he got 1 heart steal stack in a 30-minute game. Lordy Lordy, thanks for the follow. JD should suspend that OMG? Yes, they should. They should, yes. And we're in Beijing today.
欢迎来到2025英雄联盟职业联赛第1赛段。
JDG's
本
arena.
场比赛是在坚定你所相信的北京 JDG 主场进行。让我们有请双方对阵战队。
Feels like buying a pure HP item when Thimble Winter exists is a bad idea. I will say that most people don't have great ways to take down HP tanks right now. It's one of the reasons why AD carries are struggling. They don't have the best anti-HP items.
首先欢迎 Oh my God 上单 Harry 打野
Oh my God
中单林峰下路 Starry
Linfeng.
辅助
That's what they call
Moham
it. Moham. I'm trying to listen to how they're pronouncing the names because it's nice to catch up on that sometimes. Because sometimes I skip that. It's just Linfeng.
接下来让我们欢迎北京 JDG Intel Esports 上单阿乐打野勋中单 Scott 下路 Pates 辅助 Missing
So Shun is an interesting because it's not Shun and it's not Shun. It's like halfway in between. Shun. That's the pronunciation, but man, this arena is very cool. They had a whole playoff set last year, the first one they did in terms of the LPL arenas. Aw, thank you so much for the resub, good.
2025 LPL 第1赛段小组赛第3周第4日的比赛，由 OMG 对阵北京 JDG 英特尔即将开始。LPL 无畏进巅峰。
Hello League of Legends caster Nymaera. I'm currently watching the League of Legends Championship, the League of Legends Professional League, and I'm currently concerned about draft priorities of some of the teams. If one of the major objectives on the map at the time is noted Skeleton Demon Atakan, why aren't teams picking noted Dilf Swain and having him absorb Atakan into his demon arm? Regards, your ex-Kirby. Wow, you really know how to phrase the great issues of our time, Kirby. I wish I had an answer for you. Yeah, let's have like a regen off of Swain versus Atakan. By the way, oh, I'll have to show you this clip because I was I've been researching some Atakan fights for an LEC segment I want to do on the weekend. So I want to do the do's and don'ts of Atakan and how you fight it and how you don't. And you know that one Atakan steal where Yike on Carmine Core stole Atakan versus G2. Now I don't know whether this was like picked up. I wasn't watching all people's reaction to the clip. As he goes in for the steal, Skimont uses Wukong clone and Atakan goes into his healing aura and he heals off of both real Wukong and the clone Wukong, which means he heals more, which means that he doesn't it fucks up his smite timing, which means that he ends up getting it stolen by Yike. Or at least it partially contributes towards it. It's honestly insanity. So you need to be really careful about you need to be very careful about how you fight Atakan. It is a raid boss. You can't even more so than Baron actually, because it gives you a ton of shred and a bunch of other things. Anyway, it should be going into draft now for the 1v1. Who have we got? Linfeng versus Scout. Yeah, it's got to be Scout. So, lots of mid lanes banned because it's the mid lane 1v1 matchup. I will say I really do like having particularly solo laners be picked into the 1v1 who maybe are a little bit more rookie. I don't think it's that important losing the 1v1 in a best of 5. In a best of 3 sometimes it is. Best of 5, I think that it's just better to use this 1v1 to get to get comfortable on stage. So, Corki versus Draven. Scout Draven? Yo, that's cool. Because you'll never really get to see him play this kind of stuff otherwise. Corki has been very strong in the 1v1s in LPL. So, Linfeng, Scout Draven. I don't think I've ever seen him play that before. All of JDG huddled behind him. I love this. This is so cool. And so we'll load in. Scout, one of our better 1v1 players. Well, I mean, I don't know whether he's one of our better 1v1 players. The thing is, doing it in 1v1 King is a little bit different to everything else, right? Press the attack for Scout. Of course, just highlighting over the summoners. Barrier, flash, barrier ignite. Because of course you have the Valkyrie, you can care about that less. Oh, if Scout gets himself to 2 axes. Oh, and he started 2 points in Q. So he stacks it up once now. He spotted him. His Gatling gun up. That's the Frost Bomb missing. Gotta be really careful missing your abilities on the Corki. Because Draven doesn't miss auto attacks unless you're, you know, Jax. He's got himself to 2 axes now, too. You can technically go to 3 axes by juggling all of them. Going in. Valkyrie's getting good damage over the top. Ignite. Barrier used on both sides. There's a flash left for Scout still, but I just don't think he's got enough. He needed to flash one of the biggest skill shots earlier as Linfeng doesn't have the flash to follow. Scout, really, really risky there. You gotta flash out of one of the big skill shots early, and this is one of the reasons why Corki has been so powerful in LPL as a mid laner in general, in terms of the 1v1 as well. So Scout going to pick up some of the farm under turret, but really good flexing the muscles by Linfeng. Surprised that Scout didn't flash out of the Valkyrie and the Frostbomb combo. Orianna is 0-10 in LCK? Damn, didn't realize that. So, both mid laners are back. Linfeng managed to get the wave into turret, so he gets the back a little bit earlier, and he backs on a few more CS. What are we watching here? This is 1v1 for side select in LPL. So, at the start of the series, for the best of 5s in LPL, each team nominates a player to play a 1v1. It is a first to 2 kills, tower kill, or 100 CS, I believe. Well, no, it won't be the 100 CS. It's basically there's a ring out, kind of like the burning ring in Battle Royales. And so this is, the winner of this gets side select for game 1 of their team. And then after that's the losing team which gets side select. So it's been a really fun addition. We've seen it in PCS and VCS in the last year. And I think it's awesome. It's really cool getting those 1v1s. The Scout goes forward. Again, tanking the... No, he's not even tanking... Somehow he didn't tank the cannon aggro there. Linfeng gets really good wave clear. One of the bonuses of Corki. Gets level 6 now as well. We'll be looking for that rocket poke. Tags another one beyond the wave. Scout getting a little bit BM'd by his minion there by standing too close to it. Gets hit by the splash damage of the rocket. Scout gonna get level 6 soon, but Linfeng is getting really quite far ahead in terms of gold from minions. Scout's dropping quite a lot. Drops another one there too. So if there's another back which comes through, and yeah, you can see there is a slight gold advantage at the bottom of your screen there as they switched over to that. Cannon wave coming in. Wait, BLG have a player called Knight on both their League and Valorant rosters? No, I didn't know that. That's great. Gatling going up again, shredding the resist. Oh, this time the Frostbomb misses. And that means it's a 1 trade for Scout. Okay, so missing that Frostbomb, huge. Frostbomb is such a huge amount of damage that you can't really afford to miss. Linfeng does have both summoners available. Gonna get the heal. Might be able to contest Scout for his own heal as well. Gets the Gatling gun down again, uses the Ignite, which denies part of the healing for Scout too. So, good value out of that. Now that rocket had hit, Scout being real dire straits. Of course, there is level 6 for Scout now in terms of the all-in. And once he gets his flash back up, uses to clear the wave. I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. Because you could have used your flash to guarantee the back half of your ult hitting. Using the Valkyrie for wave clear. Valkyrie's got really good damage nowadays. You don't have a package, but you have got a Valkyrie, which has better tick rate, and the hitbox is much more consistent at applying damage. Oh, he's gonna get the cannon? Yes, he does. Okay, right. 198 gold. Oh yeah, yeah. On showdown matches and ARAM, the cannons are worth so much. Now here's a Vamp Scepter, Phage for Linfeng, and boots. So really good items for Linfeng in terms of just kind of running you down. Yeah, tier 2 boots with this as well. Blood Rush up for Scout, though. Look at the damage. The Valkyrie's going to get a little bit more. Scout flashes it this time. But once again, he's just taking so much damage from the initial Gatling Gun and Fast Bomb. He just can't do much about it. And the return damage is so low with a bit of HP. The armor Scout's maybe smiling a bit nervously on the player cams there. Has to recall. We're going to get the Ring of Fire coming in soon, too. Normally, it is the first to 2 kills that wins the game. But once the Ring of Fire comes down, I presume it's the first kill at that point. Yeah, so the graphic at the bottom is explaining the win conditions. It's just in Mandarin, so sadly I don't speak that. Wow, big level advantage for Linfeng as well. Corki's base damages are insane. Oh, if you kill the tower, you win as well, by the way. He's just going to win on tower. Walking up, uses the barrier, kills the turret, and that's going to be a 1-1v1. Scout outtraded so much, and Linfeng, yeah, I mean, he just shrugs, kills the tower. 1v1-1. I was just like, oh yeah, cool, it'll be the Ring of Fire or something. No, he just hits the turret, and Scout, yeah, maybe a bit sheepish after that one. Oopsies. Linfeng, pretty simple for him. Really good individual trades. Just good Fast Bomb accuracy. Scout, I think in that very first trade, if Scout had flashed the Fast Bomb, maybe he could have won that first kill and maybe used that to snowball, but not to be the case here. Oh, Corki is 0-10. Right, okay, didn't realize. And after that, we'll be getting into draft for game 1 of the series. Oh, must see as well. Thanks for the follow. I do appreciate it. Okay, so OMG have chosen blue side because they won that 1v1. JG will be on the red. So, draft soon. Hope Scout's wrist is okay. He's wearing a little wrist bracey thing. Doesn't look like it's a full splint or anything, but I suppose players do wear that kind of thing all the time. I just haven't seen him wear that before, so I hope Scout's wrist is okay. Is OMG upsetting JDG here? Yeah, they won the 1v1 and therefore they win the moral advantage. That lighting is not very good for you there, friend. That fringe is just cutting off half your face with the light directly overhead. You know, one of the biggest checks that stage managers have to do for the players is making sure that while they're on stage, all of the flashing lights which make the stadium look cool don't get in your eyes when you're playing. Into the first draft of the day, 1v1 was won by Linfeng on OMG versus Scout, and therefore they have side select. They've chosen blue side. Best of 5 failures, of course. Maybe that allows Linfeng to get himself a choice mid laner. Victor's banned away. Wouldn't surprise me to see an earlier pick. Could even be something like a Corki, right? Won the 1v1 on it. Ashe, Kalista, both available too. Well, Kalista's gone now. So, last ban for JDG. Corki, yeah, is taken away from Linfeng. So, I think that is important. Linfeng, less broad champion pool. Harry locks in the Cassante. First pick Cassante in LPL is a really big meme right now. The meme is, if you don't win with a first pick Cassante, we don't think you're a very good team. There was a thing for W as well. It's like, if you don't win with a first pick Cassante and after you've won Atacon, we really start to worry about you. Jace on the other side. Jace and Ashe, very high prior. Jace typically, well, and you know, I did a what's it called, thingy segment on LEC about how Jace building towards tank makes him very, very strong. Now, worth noting that Unending Despair, I believe, is just disabled as an item. Jace doesn't need to build it. There are other items which work for him. The Thimble Winter is the most strong part of his build. You can still go towards Shogun or Black Cleaver or Eclipse if you want to go more bruisery. You can go towards Spirit Visage or Deadman's Plate or something like that if you want to go more tanky as well. The Ashe coming through, that gives you some really nice ability to kind of like fire out an arrow, follow up with really big combos from, even though Jace is going tank, he can kind of like fire his full combo and that's a lot of damage. Varus does give you good laning phase now though. OMG might be going towards standard lanes with the Varus pick. You're happy standard laning, I think, is Varus into Ashe, even into Ashe Braum. You can maybe go something like Rakan from Ohm. Look for standard lanes. Cassante into Jace, yeah, not the best, but you survive. Do you have thoughts on the Thimble Winter Bruiser Jace versus full tank? Depends what you need out of your comp. Jack Show into Thimble Winter is insane. I hadn't realized that one. But yeah, I think that as long as you get a first back with HP in it, you're doing a lot of work. You're doing a lot of work. As long as you get a tier and HP, you're very hard to dive after your first back, even if you die in the initial dive. Especially with Grasp, Second Wind, Biscuits. Second round of the draft. Of course, Scout played the Jace mid lane too. So JDG can hold top mid as a flex. Jungle on 4. OMG maybe starting to puzzle out what they should target bans towards. Yeah, so they're going towards jungle because they don't really... It's kind of hard to ban away solo laners if you're banning out 2 of them with a Jace being flexible between them. Especially if you're worried about Scout picking up something like a Yone on 4. Maybe you think to ban away some AP carries in the jungle. I mean, the Zyra is a good one. Especially when you've got Ashe already being your offense. Your Braum and Zyra as a defense, but you've already got 2 melees in the Cassante and the Shinzo. I feel really bad. Some support options taken away from Moam, actually. Nico and the Renata. Nico's been more support than it has been mid lane for a long time now. We're just Asian. Thanks for the prime. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing well today. So, Nidalee banned away from Shun as well, one of his more preferred picks. And with the Vi locked in, okay, now that opens up Talia, Vi, Ahri, Talia, Ahri, bunch of other picks. Depends what you want to save later into the draft. So, can still be the Jace in the mid lane. I assume you're looking for a... I mean, Rumble's banned, right? You need to get some magic damage in somewhere, especially against the Cassante. So you're looking probably for a tank... Well... Yeah, you can go Vi Orianna, Vi Ahri, Vi Talia, one of those 2. One of those 3, really. If you go for the Aurora, you could even go for the Vladimir, because we have seen some Vladimir picked into the Aurora because they survived that laning phase, and you see it is starting to get hover there too. So when you look and lock in that Vi, you think Orianna, Ahri, Talia, but as soon as you see the Aurora, you think, okay, well, this champion's done well into it. You look on the other side, yes, there is a Rakan who can CC you fairly quickly, but I think in this team comp, yeah, Vladimir feels pretty okay going towards this, especially when you're comboing up with a Vi and an Ashe arrow. So Vladimir locked in for Scout. Champion which he's put some time into over the years. Man, he was around in the original Vladimir meta in Season 5, Season 6. Whenever it was, I think it was around then. The Bloodman himself comes out to play in the mid lane. And thank you so much. JDG Scout is best for the resub as well. Freljord JDG, let's go. With a little bit, yeah, there's now we've got ourselves a Blood Ice combo. But this has been the LPL meta, and I think this is really important to note. This is an important part of Fearless. If you see the Aurora picked, you can go for something like an Orianna to dunk on her in lane. But the Orianna is good in a lot of different compositions. Vladimir can only really be picked in this sort of situation into the Aurora. It's the matchup which it seems like all the pros tend to be liking this into, because Aurora can't really full burst you. You just go into W when you see her hop out of invis, and you tend to escape her big combo, and you survive more than fine in the laning phase. You fall behind in lane, but it's not the end of the world. So that really helps you in Fearless. It's kind of a limited opportunity pick into Aurora, saves more versatile picks for later into the Fearless draft. Also worth noting, folks, that it's Chinese New Year coming up soon. And there are some fun little things which come out from... there's an esports gala, I hear. Which kind of they do every year, which is kind of fun. Like a fashion gala. On to the Rift we go as we highlight Noxus again. Game 1 onto the Rift, and we'll hear those gyros from Beijing in JDG's home arena. Hey, some international fans. Cool. Hope you're having fun out there. Who won draft? For me, I think JDG won draft. I think that Jace does well into the Kasance. I think that Vladimir does well into the Aurora as a team comp. Look, Vladimir will lose lane, but later into it, Vladimir is going to be absolutely obnoxious. And you have Ashe Braum, which is one of the best combos on the patch as well. I think that with Aurora Rakan, you can reach the backline, but it's not always consistent, and you're not always going to be able to reach Ashe as she's slowing you, or Vladimir as they go into W. I like what JDG have. Oh, I'd be remiss to forget as well that I can draw on the screen. Importantly, if you look down on the minimap, there is a ward down here. Just so you see, there is another ward up here, which means that JDG have good information on what could be happening with a lane swap. They see Kasante going towards bot side, and they see them walking over the ward there. They have full information on what's happening on the lane swap, and they will be able to respond. So they're walking up now. They see Hung walking up. Realistically, though, what can you get over this? You're going to get level 2 from the Shinzao soon, which could be quite important for them as you can dash onto them. Barrier used. Ah, that stops him getting 2. Oh, the volley is absolutely crucial from Pace. Stops the level 2 coming in from Hung on the other side. Shun, taking the level 2 from Blue Buff, is going to go over to Raptors on the other side. Oh no, he's not even going to go level 2 right into the mid lane. Not going to be able to get that much done. Level 1 Shinzao, still pretty strong. Level 3 you really want from Vi to fight on the other side. Interesting level 1 is now Vi going onto their own weak side, red side clear, but they don't steal any camps from the other side of the map. So Shun at the end of this clear going to be potentially behind the camp, and OMG, 1,000 total games in the LPL. One of the original teams in the LPL. Remember them very fondly from Season 3 and Season 4. One of the very first events that I watched live was All-Star 2014, when they played against SKT T1. Also remember Season 3 Worlds as well, where they took a game off of the champion, well, the to-be champions. Level 3 hit from Linfeng slightly early, forcing the Ghost out from Scouts. We did say that the laning phase of Vladimir into Aurora, it's a little bit dangerous, but the whole point is that it's an acceptable level. It's better going to Aurora than Orianna or Victor or something like that, where you just can't play the game. Aurora, at least you can survive the early laning phase and get a lot of value later. Arla, demolish onto the tower, getting grasp here. So this is a big problem for OMG. They wanted to get the lane swap to escape this matchup between Jace and the Kasante, especially when Jace gets to kind of be much more safe, doesn't even have to worry about making mistakes nearly as much now. Use demolish on the tower, push the wave in, and it's be really obnoxious. Yeah, really well played from JDG. You see that, remember those wards that we highlighted at level 1? The one on the just between turrets on the bot side? Melee grasp used as well. Nice. Bone plating. Getting some good value on that trade. But then also the ward and the Raptor entrance gave JDG complete information as to what they wanted to do with their, what was I gonna call it? Their lane swap. Power. Decision making. Another grass from Arla. Really good backstepping on the Q. Ah, Arla's so good at laning phase, man. That was some sick trading. That was really fun to watch. Really good spacing. And one of the reasons why OMG didn't want to see this into it. How are volumes, by the way? Volume's okay if you want. Scout, gonna get tagged a little bit by the Q there. Arla just continually pushing in. The thing about Jace is that once you go into melee form, if you're tanky, you can go into melee form. Melee form, that means that you can kind of get your mana back more, because each auto gives you slight mana back. And that also means you can just spam out your melee abilities more, but also you're less afraid to spam out your abilities anyway because you're tanky. Normally you don't go into melee form because you think you're going to get burst out. Tank Jace, not so. You don't have to care about that as much. Opens up a lot more different parts of your kit. Plate taken already with before even taking the demolish. Teleport from Harry. Arla has no mana, doesn't really want to stick around. Has both 2 biscuits by the way. That is important. One of the most important things about biscuits is that you use them as like a low HP turnaround heal, because they work more on based on your missing health. So actually, whatever health missing is on, your cookies heal for. So make sure missing is full HP before you use your cookies. See, that's a joke because missing health and missing, yeah. I think that'd be a great stand-up comic. I think I would explain all of my jokes, and everyone would find them even more funny because I explained them. Thanks. I thought it was a good one too. Thank you. You're obligated to say it's a good joke if you're in my chat, otherwise I get upset. And the vibes just become disastrous. Gets slow into knocker. Missing goes in with a shield though, not great follow-up damage. Shun could potentially get followed over. Bit hard to find an angle around that wall though. Minions were giving some vision. Good extra damage onto Pays. That extra Q really, really helps. And of course they don't have as much sustain. They do have biscuits though. Shun still on this top side. Grub spawning in a few seconds. Part of the Australia lanes here definitely helps the setup for it. And that trade for OMG's bot lane. Very, very good. We're saying that Starry really was the bright spark on this roster. Taking trades like that with Mom, very, very helpful because it allows them to go towards the top side. If he'd managed to get a kill into that 2v2, might have been some grubs available for JDG. Not so though. Arlo on the bot side got himself no HP first off. Went for the tier 2 boots. Huh, interesting. I actually wonder whether Arlo will move away from tank build, you know. I wonder whether he'll go into more damage. Just say, look, I actually think that's an underrated part of this rune set for Jace. You go for these runes just in case you are lane swapped on, because if you are lane swapped, it's horrible. You can't play Area or Conqueror on lane swaps. If you do get yourself standard lanes and enough gold though, and like plates early, nothing to stop you still taking that tier and going into a Muramana instead of a Fimbulwinter. You can do that. Dragon started up. JDG lost the objective on the top side. Pays showing there too. Sensei doesn't have teleport. This is going to be a smite fight, I think, and it's stolen by Hung. Shun missing out on that one. Arla's come up, but this is going to be an ult coming through from the Aurora. Instead, Scout also puts down his big Hemo play, but is it going to be enough? Arla caught up by Starry right now, but doesn't have any ult to go through. Could be a flash coming through from Moem, but I don't think it's really going to lead to that much. There's an objective steal. Does mean that there's 2 points up on the feats of strength for OMG for the objectives. Really good smite from Hung. And the early game from OMG, despite them not getting that lane swap, working out well for the objectives. Alright, so, this is just a case of a missing smite. And, yeah, Shun just doesn't combo up very well. And there's level 6 from Shinzo already, and from Aurora. So you can't really fight that. You gotta back off. Scout uses his first ult game to get some value. By the way, Axiom Arcanist has been really important for Vladimir players, because they've kind of used it for the extra healing damage and the extra cooldown potential as well. Very, very good rune for him. I think any non-mana AP champion loves Axiom Arcanist, so I think Akali can potentially use it well. She needs it for laning phase. She needs other runes for laning phase, so she doesn't want to go sorcery. But no, I think Karthus, Brand in jungle, they can do that very well too. Great damage from Arlo. He's gone towards the Kindle Gem, so he is likely going towards the Black Cleaver. Coming through from the Cassante. That's typically what happens when you get hit by the Q3. Arlo does still have himself the Flash. He doesn't get hit by that one because he used the Acceleration Gate. Did have himself a Biscuit to use as well if he... Well, he used that one Biscuit. So Arlo will get out safely. That's still the danger of playing against Cassante. If he gets you into melee range, now we know what Cassante does. I'm going to steal away some of the mini-Krugs. The Kruglets, as I like to call them. As of now. Never called them Kruglets before. Now I do. Arrow. Spot on the minion wave. There should be some pings going through. It's going up towards the top side of the map. Who's it hitting? Is it going towards anyone in particular? It's going towards no one. Just flies behind the Cassante's head. Play's been taken by OMG. If they do take this one, it'll be one of their feats of strength. No first blood yet as well. Shun level 6 and going forwards. There's no ult for the Cassante, and Arla is back in the field. Scout coming through, has his off, and ult has himself. No goes, but I don't think he'll need it. It's going to be an absolute cluster in the top side, but the Xin Zhao is reigning supreme. First blood coming through, great damage coming through from Scout, but I don't think it's enough to clean up as much as they would have liked. First blood goes over to OMG. We're going to be very happy with it. Arla doesn't have himself flash now, already used that. And Aurora comes through. It's an overstay from JDG potentially, but Xin Zhao goes down. Lunfeng picks up 2 though, and OMG walk away with a bunch of kills. And I think JDG just overstayed, and Shun's engage. Not really respecting what Xin Zhao does in the early game. I mean, Xin Zhao at level 6, one of those strong champions within the game. JDG overestimating themselves somewhat. Who gets the goal out of this? Of course, Harry gets himself a kill and 2 assists. That Cassante is very, very happy. Trying to defend the tower. Shun goes forward, gets some damage down, but Scout with the first roam, I don't mind that. Braum passive doesn't get them as much value. Great Rakan knockup. Xin Zhao Rakan in this early game. Using that early power. Very, very strong. And then this is just an overstay trying to equalize kills. This one to me screams a little bit of desperation. They don't track the Aurora, and look, you are still against, you know, Xin Zhao with all of his cooldowns up. If Xin Zhao level 6 casts all of his abilities, someone typically dies. So not the easiest start for JDG. Shun, couple of odd decisions now. Missed out on that smite. Couldn't find anything topside around the grubs. Fighting the Xin Zhao this time might be a little bit better though. There's no ult on Xin Zhao, but there is a Rakan. Good W coming through from the Vladimir, but once again Shun has chosen to pick a fight with the early game jungler there is. And Xin Zhao comes out on top. Hung is having a great early game, but what is JDG doing? With regards to these fights, why are they picking these fights against the best early game jungler in the meta? Xin Zhao 2-1 and 3, JDG throwing a bunch of fights at this. They shouldn't be fighting like this. Arla should be just racking up some extra gold, waiting for Vladimir to come online. Getting an Ash ult if you can do, but this is not how they want to play the game. Really quite concerning now. You know, Arla is taking himself up towards a Black Cleaver. He'll be going Black Cleaver into Fimbulwinter, and I think he'll be very happy with that one. But OMG being handed a bunch of fights in a row for free, really, by the JDG. Arrow, not getting that much done as I look away from the screen, and once again, the Xin Zhao just goes forwards. Hung is so strong. Pays no flash now. Going to be going forwards as the Aurora hops over the wall and puts Pays and missing into the CPS screen. Another fight in the early game, which JDG just do not have position to take. They should not be walking up to the Xin Zhao like this. Xin Zhao, rather, I suppose, if you want the correct pronunciation. Hung, I mean, great play from him to just say, right, I'm going to fight you, but why are JDG giving me the option to do so? Feats of strength now earned by OMG with the first blood and the first of 3 objectives, with the grubs being taken. 6 grubs will very much help OMG to kind of force plays around the map. If they group up and start going towards towers, you can't really even split push in the same way and kind of cross map with the Jace. And yeah, you have a 2v1 onto the Xin Zhao, but you have a Vladimir in early game. Vi's not exactly doing that much damage right now, and even they managed to take this fight even without the Xin Zhao ultimate. Very poor and odd decision making from JDG. Arrow missed from Pays as well, his second one of the game that's missed, I think. And they walk up for this, trying to stop the feats of strength coming through. There's no one else coming. Vi is not coming. Vladimir is not coming. This is a very odd play, and they're missing the movements from OMG's other members on the map. Starry and Moem were very obviously getting to play that first, and JDG, very odd early game. So it looks like now the win condition from JDG, if they're going to make a comeback, is hopefully Arla gets a great amount of side laning pressure, and Scout comes online later into the game. But it's going to be very, very hard now. Because now JDG, they have to engage into OMG, into a very fed Xin Zhao, into a Rakan, which is going to stifle their engage too. Very disrespectful from JDG. Yes, I completely agree, white people. 6 grubs being used to take down these towers more effectively too. The double mites, Grubageddon. Allow Lunfeng some very good damage on that tower. 2,000 gold up in the Aurora. That's a problem, because Braum Shield doesn't exactly stop Aurora's damage. The ultimate and the E, I believe, goes straight through the Braum Shield, because they're not projectiles. Arla getting good value on the spot side, but he doesn't have grubs. Doesn't help him. Black Cleaver really does help you damage down the Cassante, don't get me wrong, but yeah, not exactly what you want. Now Harry's still going in. Misses the W, and is going to get engaged onto. Black Cleaver going to get a lot of damage down. Harry might actually be in some trouble now. He forwards. Some damage down, but yeah, I mean, the Bruiser Jace. I think what Bruiser Jace does. Starry was on the roam first. There is a Rakan around the corner. It's missing and Shun wants to send Turtles to play, but once again, they find the other jungle support. This is such a jungle supportive. Moam and Hung are having a fantastic game. Missing and Shun once again, disrespecting the map, walking into Fog of War, and OMG just getting to plays first and having the better early game champions to play around it. Vi doesn't beat the Xin Zhao. And Braum, despite him normally being very good in the early game, can't stop Rakan from following up on plays and going through the shield. Uses his body for the knockup, not a projectile. JDG. What a really difficult position for them. Very strong Aurora. Doesn't manage to get the full combo as Pays just about survives. 27 HP. Jesus, very close. As Pays gets the arrow under the turret. JDG not finding wins anywhere now. Arlo, the one strong point on the map, forced out of lane. This is great to see from OG. Really good to see from this. There's a lot of younger players on this roster between Linfeng, Starry. Got some veterans in here too with Harry Hung and Mo's a little bit younger as well. But this is just JDG slower to the play again. Remember the opening scene of Halo Combat Evolve? How are they already here? Sir, you know they've always been faster because the Covenant had better space technology with their engines. That's actually the exact dialogue of what happens in Halo Combat Evolve. My favorite video game of all time. It actually is my favorite video game of all time. I'm not memeing about that. But still, OMG, I suppose the Covenant in this equation doesn't really work out for them in the long run, but I suppose for this episode of the game, we'll be taking that. Harry being even in gold is such a bonus for the Kansai. Normally so far behind, and once again, gonna go flashing forwards this time. Maybe going a little bit too far, but the Rakan gets to follow, and the blast going back makes it even harder for them. We're not gonna be able to force completely into it. It's another dash forward though. Xin Zhao can just go forwards on cooldown with every single cooldown goes forwards. Item and a half, 2,000 gold advantage for the jungle means that the enemy support cannot play the game. Really well played from OMG's jungler to say, I'm a good early game champion, let's fight, and then as soon as they get the advantage, knowing that that envelope of time, that early game where you're dominant, just keeps increasing. JDG, what has happened to them? First item for the solo laners and 30 carries, but you're, what, 5,000 gold behind now? Locket build up for missing too? Sure, whatever. Herald gonna be put down for OMG. With 6 grubs, they can use that to crack open any tower within the game, really. I'm really worried about JDG defending their next turret. Because what happens if you have Moam and Linfeng just diving forwards? Linfeng going forwards. Now, hang on a second. This could be a bit of a combo, and indeed it is. That'll be a good shutdown on the other way. Can't get... He does get into it. Flashes into his own ultimate to get out to safety. Uses the old 1970s arcade game mechanics. Asteroid to fly off one end of the screen and come on the other. Survives the play on the top side, and JDG can't even get anything out of that. Use the Vi ultimate, get the flash out of Linfeng and the ultimate, but still, not even able to get the extra shutdown there. Disaster. Yeah, you don't get away with these ones often. Shun spots this one coming, playing around the side lane as many good Vi's do, as Arla gives himself a bunch of damage, but the flash into the wall, like I said, it's like it's 1970 all over, Graham. Asteroids mechanics flies out the other end of the screen. If you hear me sniffling in the background, it's because I'm sniffling. A little bit gunked up today. Maybe hear it in my voice. Gonna have like... If it gets worse, maybe I can just do the... Who is that dude? Corpse? With a really low gravelly voice. I don't think I can reach that low an octave. I need to like breathe in xenon or something. You know how you can breathe in hydrogen? And then when your voice comes out squeaky? You can do the same thing with like xenon, I'm pretty sure. Although I wouldn't suggest it. It can sit in the bottom of your lungs. If you breathe it in, sometimes you have to be hung upside down so it falls out of you, so you don't end up suffocating, basically. So yeah, don't do that, is the moral of the story. Even if you do want to sound like a very low-pitched voice individual. As the hell goes into mid lane. As we said, JDG can't really defend that turret. Can they defend the next one? Well, Linfeng's got his ultimate. Could potentially jump forward here again. Scout on the flank. Did that just not charge? What the signal? Well, no extra damage down there. OMG still very happy to push up for that. They've lost 1 turret so far. Mid lane turret is very, very healthy. And JDG, they're not going to be forcing mid lane turret anytime soon. 2 items of Varus very strong. One of the reasons I think that some AD carries think that AD carry is weak right now is that the AD carries being picked spike at a different point in the game. You want AD carries which spike now, 20 minutes, if you can, 20 to 25 minutes. Get those 2 items and fight around Atakan. It's not about the Baron fight anymore. Or fighting later into the game for a soul point or something like that. Of course, Baron used to be at 20 minutes, but now it's at 25. You know, the game-ending fight is not going to be at, what's it call it? The other thing. The thing. Dragon Soul, a lot of the time. A lot of times around Atakan, which happens a little earlier. Hey, Fred. Yes, it is a solo cast for now. Sam is back. Might join us a bit later, but for now, it's just me vibing and chilling. Spreading some information about the LPL, the region I know and love. Harry has no W, does not have himself the ultimate currently. Well, he does now. Himself out, teleport coming through, but he's already dead. That might have just put Lungfang into the dangerous situation too, and now he will not be able to get out of this play this time. Harry, a little bit disrespectful, doesn't pull his ult early enough, doesn't flash out, puts Lungfang into his death, and suddenly 2 shutdowns means that JDG can open up a tower, and that's exactly what they needed. Brings a lot of gold back, however, Atakan on the other side of the map, so OMG gonna go towards that one. JDG choosing not to go towards that. Don't stand in the healing aura, by the way, folks. It does a lot of damage. Ala has the Demolish. We'll be able to use that with a bunch of HP onto this tower. Maybe even take a full tower. JDG, considering that I don't think they wanted to go anywhere near to that Atakan, taking 2 turrets and 2 shutdowns, massive win for them. OMG, fantastic early game, playing around Hung and Moam, but they were the 2 players that weren't there at that bot lane play. JDG, very opportunistic, picking up the mistake of particularly that teleport from Aurora, running away with it. Does this mean you can even open up towards mid lane now? Very low HP somehow or other. I thought they'd be nowhere near that mid lane turret for a long time. Because you do have the GA now from MGs. They can force a big fight. Especially with the Aurora and Xin Zhao, Rakan all kind of jumping in. Very, very powerful, but... Gonna go back to replay of how things kind of fell apart. Q3 hits. But I'll just all-ins anyway. And then your W is used. Yeah, once you don't have your W, very easy to jump onto him. Because that's where a lot of your tankiness comes through. Get to avoid the CC as well. Don't think flashing out there saves you. Maybe, well, maybe you could have flashed out. Maybe you could have done. Flash out of range of the Jace. But this is the problem with the new transport instead of the teleport, really. Hits him with a blind Q as well. Damn, nice from Shen. Just takes a little too long to arrive. 6 grubs though being used on the inner turret. OMG wanted to group up. Deathball used their GAs. Get some gold where they can. Lonfong in the mid lane. Linfong, not Lonfong. Need to get that right. Still, good vision control. And good push from OG. I will say, there were a couple of deep ports from JDG. Not that they have really a teleport flanker to use them with, but yeah. Ults coming through, going onto the inner turret. Scout is going really, really deep. Avoids some damage, puts down the Hemo Plague, but a kill has already come through on to Missing. Moan goes in, goes out. Remember, they do just have that revive with them. They're going in for the extra kills. Turret does not matter to them now. Flash forward does not get the kill. It will only be a 1 for none for OMG. Extra kill coming through there, potentially on Tala, but he's a tank Jace. Who am I kidding? He takes all of those extra withdrawals as JDG managed to outlast the Atakan. OMG, I wonder whether they are running out of steam now. Second item's picked up for OMG. But the gold is not what it once was in terms of the lead for OMG. And JDG escaped that big GA bulwark that OMG were holding over them. First combo comes through. Really good Hemo Plague from Scout. Yeah, Scout plays that really well. It dodges a lot of the damage too coming through for his W. Gets caught a little bit on the way out, but honestly, Scout's initial combo kind of saves a lot of this fight by putting so much damage onto Starry and Moam. Just about managed to sneak out with the last bit of the HP. Arlo as well, yeah. Cleans up all his withdrawals. Tower helps a lot, of course, but Arlo. Tank Jace. Powerful ass thing. Fimble Winter built up as well now. 2-item combo going towards what looks to be maybe either Shojin, 3rd item, so going towards heavier damage, more bruiser. Gold a lot more even than it was earlier. No soul point or anything like that for OMG. Dragons have been much less less prioritized than before. Arrow was thrown out earlier. Missed onto Linfang. Yeah. Hayes has not been great with his arrows this game. 2 items to Scout. Rift Maker allows him to really damage the Cassante. Good percent damage increase as well. What does it go up to? Is it 10%? If it stacks up 2% 5 times, something like that. Maybe slightly less than that. I think it's 6%. No, 6% for Leandries when it's fully stacked. Anyway, Dragon started up. JDG have Shun on the flank, has no flash. No GA this time for OMG, of course. Starry, the on-hit Varus, don't want to be playing hugely at range. W popped out by Scout early. That's important. Really, really need to be careful of Vladimir when he's got that W. When he doesn't have it, you can burst him out. Harry checking out the brush and will be able to stop Shun's Q. That's a problem. Shun now doesn't have a way away from the Cassante. What's going to happen the rest of this? So, oh, it's a kill onto the flanking Aurora. That's a mistake. Really felt like Harry had done a really good job to shut down Shun, but now with one member down, JDG might just go towards the objective fight itself. Given how good this early game was, you really felt like OMG should have been walking away with it, but JDG managed to clutch it out numerous times. Harry did use the flash and the ults onto Shun, but didn't get the kill. Dragon secured for JDG. OMG once again flubbing from a superior position. It sucks to see it. They had such a good early game. Very good early game from Hung and Moam in particular, but JDG just catching OMG out multiple times and punishing their poor mistakes in some of these later game moments. I just joined. I admit I haven't been keeping in touch with the LPL roster changes other than IG. Downgrade for Shun. Is that what you think for JDG? I mean, Kanavi was fantastic last year. I will say, yeah, I think Kanavi was better than Shun last year. But for me, the question was never going to be about individual strength for Shun and Scout. It was more about how they comboed up together. And for the first series we saw them in, wasn't that bad. Now we've got to fight in live. Shun and missing on combo onto, again, Pays trying to be a little bit of backline damage. Ala in as well. Scout puts down the ultimate, no extra summon. It's a lot of healing, but he has no extra ability to get out of this one. Monk caught out on the backside. Actually, Scout does get out. Somehow he has that W up again, and OMG are on the retreat. They take down one kill, but it's the support. The extra damage is still here. Ala is full HP on that full tank chase. Vi goes down, but the carries are starting to get threatened, and Scout is the one doing it. Goes forwards with that Sanguine pull. Once again, OMG just cannot stand and fight. It's a good start to the play. If that had happened 15 minutes ago, yeah, the Shinsao and the Rakan would have been able to clean up that fight, but it's just not that timestamp anymore. JDG walking away with now even gold. Even gold after all this time. OMG, what an absolute tragic game for them. As JDG, with this mess of a game, will get themselves to 10,000 LPL career kills over this league. Two legendary organizations facing off against each other. Maybe not in their most peak form, but still, one which I like to see all the same. Keep up with them. It's like keeping up appearances with both these two. Does that make sense? I don't think it does. Well, went in for the engage. Braum trying to defend a little bit, but teleport's really thrown in. Double teleports immediately. You can see some of the problems with the on-hit Varus here. Struggles to follow up from the kill immediately. Immediately jumped onto by the Vladimir. Just look how little damage the Varus does in most of this fight. Gets like 2 autos off. Sees the pool come out from the Vlad. Like, Starry does very little. He just can't get into the right place at the right time. He gets hit by the Ash Arrow. This entire replay, my eyes have been on the Varus, because normally he would be the extra damage coming out of the late game. Gets so little done because of the way that JDG play around, kind of just disengaging, and the extra untargetability, the slows coming through. Very, very difficult for him to get damage. You don't know who this Pays kid is? He was on Gen G last year, the team that was very close to a Golden Road. He was very, very strong from Gen G as a rookie AD carry. The year before that, he was... hang on, that's a good arrow this time. Goes on to Monk. That engaging Rakan has no flash and has no hope to get out of this one. Hung tries to come around to help his teammates. Goes in for a lot of damage, and he tries to use that ultimate to disengage a little bit more. Lung Fong goes in, gets some damage down, but it's a little bit too late. Once again, OMG not team fighting well. JDG going in again and again. Scout gets the ultimate onto multiple people, but cannot heal in time. Does not survive through to the healing portion of the Hemo Plague. Pays and Arla do still have enough damage. Bash in, and part of that damage is gone. Arla this time is going to get gunned down by Starry, who gets the damage that the on-hit Varus couldn't do in the fight previously, as JDG get wiped in a 2 for 5. OMG walk towards the Baron, and after all we've been saying about JDG out team fighting and OMG flubbing their chances, it's OMG which come out on top and will get themselves the big purple one. OMG, fantastic early game, flubbed the mid game, but coming back later into it. Bit of a mess at the start of this too, though. Most of the one that's caught. Good arrow onto him. I suppose some of the damage is missing as the solo lanes are not immediately present. Shinzao gets right into the mix things too. The big thing here is that Starry actually gets damage down. He's got his lethal tempo stacking up. Vladimir's not damaging him. Gets to walk up again. Stacking the Rage Blade as well. Importantly, that E from Vladimir also misses. Stun comes through from everyone after that point. And Scout gets knocked up by the Shinzao. Great turnaround from OMG. And this time, Starry is safe. Varus, as soon as he gets that kill onto enemy carries as well, has one of the strongest resets in the game. Look at these last 2 replays of team fights. Go back on the VOD. Go back and watch them and put them side by side. The difference between Varus having damage and not, absolutely huge. Has the tier 2 boots, now working towards a Jack show later into his build. Starry, not had the best game so far. I know I say that as he has 8, 2, and 9, but you know, in that last fight and some of the mid game where OMG were really relying on him, didn't really manage to deliver that. But that last fight, exactly what he needed to, just about out space. Now JDG staring down a massive gold lead, which has erupted from nowhere. 6 grubs with a Baron push coming in. JDG waiting on PES to come out from his own jungle. The hell was PES doing? I'm not exactly sure. Gonna be another inner turret falling down as JDG in dire straits now. Thought they managed to outpace OMG towards the end of this, but not so. Scout doesn't have flash, does have ghost. Potentially could come in for a big flank as Starry is engaged onto. Remember, it's all about the Varus damage, but this time the big disengage comes through. Extra reset coming through. Starry has himself the on hit, and he's going to start chunking through damage. They try and swing at the Varus, they miss it, and absolutely slaughters them to Starry. As JDG, they do not have the damage this time. These last fights have been all about the Varus. And Varus is the one that comes out on top. JDG, they will be going down, I believe, for the first game of this series. OMG fight tooth and nail to claw back some mid-game fumbles. And JDG, in their home arena in Beijing, will take a quick 0-1 loss. Well, not a quick one. They will be put to a 0-1 loss after they cannot quite capitalize on a very good mid-game for themselves. Don't you just love it when a color caster starts to play-by-play and just talks mad crap and just flings random words out and just hopes that the tone lands? That's definitely not what happened here. OMG, first game's out, and not BLG, Genji on the other stream, on the whatchamacallit, LCK, apparently in dire straits over there too. What the hell's that? Let me go look at that actually, what's happening up there. Hello, by the way. Nymaera. I'm over here. Ah. Thank you for the follow. Oh, these are going to start popping up quite a lot. But thank you so much for the follows. Tantacat, Steven, Gore, Most Dingo, Peets, and Shubit. Wolfie as well. Thank you. I appreciate it from all of you folks. Bro just 2-0'd them? Are you... What? Bro just... What? Bro just 2-0'd Genji. Are you kidding me? Insane. Hey, Vidstio. Good to see you. Lily, thanks for the follow as well. I cannot believe... What? I'm going to have to VOD review that at some point. Probably not today because I do need to rest. But like, what? Are you kidding me? Bro Levers, how are you feeling? Insane. Oh, yeah, that's one to VOD review because what the hell happened there actually? Oh. I need to get myself another drink as well. I should probably stop talking for a second so I can rest my voice. But hello, welcome in everyone. Hope you're doing well. Got an ad break coming soon. Will I cover any NLC stuff? Sam, who, if you were listening to the stream yesterday, for those of you that are not familiar, Initialize, who is one of the NLC play-by-play casters, is my brother and lives next door. We both moved to Berlin. You might have seen us in 2022 cast together as the only siblings which have ever commentated together in League of Legends in top level. And yeah, so he is currently casting NLC. Well, not today, but he was casting it last night. So if you caught Los Ratones game on the NLC stream, you will have heard Sam's voice. And occasionally he comes, well, not occasionally, quite regularly he comes over here and casts LPL with me. So this stream will largely be Sam and I casting LPL together. Yeah, so Sam and I are like the only sibling casters within League of Legends right now, which is very cool. Sam, I failed the vibe check. Thank you for the follow, though. Sam did say that he might come through and cast a little bit later. Save my voice a little bit, but hey, he's also just traveled back from Thailand yesterday because we were on holiday there. I came back a little earlier to do LEC first week, and he came back for NLC after that. How was Scout? Scout was okay. Big problem was this Shun and Moam picking fights that they just they couldn't cash in those checks. They were riding checks they couldn't cash in for the early game. They were playing against the Shinzao early game, even though the Shinzao managed to get slightly early XP lead. And they just continually forced onto Hung's Shinzo. He's the player of the game for me. Because he just, like, completely just hand-checked a lot of the early game. But what are JDG doing fighting into, like, a Rakan Shinzo early on? Like, I know that Braum is good level 1. I know that Vi is good early game, but it's not as simple as that. You don't want to fight into a Shinzo early. Seriously, Hung had a fantastic game. And Starry towards the end of the game just showed what you can do with on-hit Varus. If on-hit Varus gets the first kill in a team fight, the resets from his passive are some of the very strongest in the game. Absolutely insane. K'Sante diff. Oh, it is! First pick K'Sante. Yeah, first pick K'Sante is just, yeah. Okay, folks, I'm gonna go put on ads now, just because pre-roll ads are come back on. I want to get rid of that. I want to just give myself a voice a bit of a break too. So stick around. Drop a prime if you can, or a follow if you can't, and I'll be back in just a few minutes because I need to rest my brain and my voice and my soul. Most dope Gypsy. Thanks for the prime. Appreciate it. Oh, I'll be right back. I'm back, and this time with a cup of tea. Honey, I Made the Tea. The sequel to Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. Did anyone ever watch that? I knew there was a thing at Disney called Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. That feels like a very... Was that an 80s thing or a 90s thing? I feel like that was a 90s thing.
发在西作业，瓜果。
Hello, cup of tea. Thanks. I'll let them know. Hang on, I'll show you. I actually have, because it's very on brand, I have an Ari tea mug. Is it gonna focus? I have the old Fox Ari, which is my favorite skin in the game. I'm very sad they got rid of it.
用个性的方式画世界，让眼界突破边界，让远在天边，近在眼前。
Ah, JDG. That was not a good game from Shun. He had that one game in the side, the one moment in the side lane. Where did I get that? I got that at a Comic-Con like 10 years ago. It was just like someone selling them at Comic-Con. What is this elevator music? But yeah, I did that thing where I, what was I call it? Oh yeah, by the way, I just hit 3,000 subscribers on YouTube. Yay.
일단 한국에서도 이제 베이즈 선수와 스카우 선수는 되게 잘하는 선수로 이미 알고 있고, 그리고 징동에 이제 그 CV 맥스 저랑
Thank you for being here, Pang YS, by the way, and YouTube chat.
그 감독님이
I am streaming on both Twitch and
피드백을
YouTube, by the way, for those who
잘하는
have a
편이라서
preferred platform.
일단 조합 자체는 되게 신박하고 기대됩니다. 일단 다른 선수보다 이제 스카웃 선수가 이제 뭐 빅토르 할 땐 빅토르, 뭐 갈리오 할 땐 갈리오, 그런 챔프마다 개개인의 좀 장점을 많이 잘 활용하는 것 같아서 좀 미드를 좀 많이 유심하게 봐야 될 것 같습니다. 뭐 다른 선수보다는 뭐 이제 뭐 림펑한테 하고 싶은 말은, 일단 림펑이 되게 많이 기죽어 있는 것 같았는데 오늘 대회에서 잘해줘서 정말 고맙고, 그리고 앞으로도 내가 알려줄 수 있는 한 뭐 알려줄 수 있는 대로 다 알려줄 테니까 앞으로 좋은 팀이 돼보자.
Are we going to see you on LEC broadcast more often? Yes. Yes, you are. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. I don't know what was said in those interviews, if anyone does have anything to say from them. If anyone is a Mandarin or Korean speaker in chat. Always nice to see some of those things. But yes, I'm going to be on desk all days this weekend. So you got to see me, I think I'm with Law and with Finn. So Finn's going to come in and do some desk stuff with us. So yeah, that should be really fun. So get to see me between games, and then I'll be casting some point in the future, I think. Again, so I'm doing a bit of both. But if I'm on like cast or desk one weekend, expect me to be like on cast or desk for that whole week. Well, not whole weekend, but like I will only be doing that for the weekend. You get what I mean? The logic tracks. Are there no LPL English casts on Thursdays, Fridays? So there's no LPL English broadcast at all now. So the official LPL broadcast was shut down. There is a LPL English fan project, but that's what it is. It's a fan project. So that's ran by Mazel and Kelsey Moser, to my knowledge. There's also LPL Revival, which is Hysterics and Aragon doing their LPL thing. I don't know. I think they're trying to make it like a co-stream and a broadcast. I haven't been able to see it because I'm doing my own thing. And then there's me, who's kind of doing fairly chill but informative casts, cameras off. You know, more standard broadcast when we're in game. Sam will come and do play-by-play when he's free and available. So you can look out for that on this channel. And we'll be doing that for as much as we can, because we did that all of last year, and I'm not giving that up, because I enjoyed it a lot, and I hope you enjoy it too. Thank you so much for the follows and those primes and other folks. It's been very kind of you. Lots of support the stream. And yeah, JDG, they should really have stomped this series. I wasn't a big fan of OMG's individual player level coming into this split. You know, I look at most of their players and I'm like, well, gonna get dunked on by a bunch of different players. And JDG, being the strongest team in their group, should have been a bit of a cakewalk for them, but some poor decision making and some turnaround late game team fights, and OMG walk away with the first game. Yeah, it is kind of crazy that we don't have an LPL official broadcast. There was a lot of very talented casters doing a great job of that. And, yeah, kind of sucks to see that go. It does suck to see that go a lot, actually. So, obviously you don't get that draft again. And this is one of the things about Fearless which really does push you. Is that you have one good draft here from OMG, which you managed to play out well. You're not going to get those champions again. And if you are kind of a lower player stock value than the JDG, which it's not unfair to say, JDG have very good players. How do you find 3 drafts to punch up in a Fearless situation? Yeah, Linfang, rather. Oh, I'm gonna always get that wrong. They did say Linfang. He was a Yasuo player in the past. Good Yone player. But he only has that one game with the Aurora. Some like Harry as well. Great Cassante. Cassante has been obviously very powerful within LPL. But you only get that once now. And I get to just spam Cassante for forever. Ah, do I need to run ads now again before the game? Pfft, I don't want to, but... Oh, whatever. It'll be fine, probably. I might have messed up my ad cadence, because it might come in at the end of the game if it's a long one now. But I should have done it again, but I was lazy. I don't want to drop double ads on you. It'll be fine, and if you don't want to see ads, then, I don't know, drop a prime, I guess. Scumbery, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Should be in draft soon. LPL English feels more like a real cast than LPL Revival. Missed the official cast with Munch, myself, and Lyric. Lyric is fantastic. Lyric is such an incredible broadcaster. I miss him a lot. He was very fun to get to know while we were out in Dublin for the LPL finals. And yeah, I think that the league scene will miss him a lot. Okay, into draft we go. So, game 2. Some poor decision making from JDG, some very good early fights from OMG's jungle support, saw them through to a victory. A couple of mid-game flubs, but saw it out in late game, particularly around Starry's AD carry on hit Varus. We're going to take game number 2. JDG chose blue side. Skarner, Kalista, presumably going to be permabanned. Nocturne maybe rises in priority now. Especially with... Nocturne is kind of like another version of Vi, where you just kind of point and click onto someone and you have a big combo from a mid laner to follow up with it. Kalista gone. Corki presumably going to be removed as well, or first picked. Victor. Corki Victor. So you got Corki Victor, who else? Ezreal. Nocturne. Anyone else that's very powerful? Well, probably, presumably. Lots of Champions League legends. Mind if we've not had a 5-game series in the LPL yet. So if it does get very close, might be in for a bit of a first there. Udyr banned away from Harry. Ah, when yeah. Harry was a big Udyr player last year. When Udyr was strong, Harry was pretty much just spamming that until until he couldn't anymore. Rumble banned away. Okay, so you got Corki Victor. Victor first pick? What do you reckon? Victor first pick, folks? I think that works quite well for me. But I'm sorry, Belveth is not going to happen. Okay, Corki, technically a flex pick as well between Paze and Scout. Could be locked in. Can put Corki in mid lane. Something like Ziggs in bot lane if you want to play the AD mid. Paze had a very good game with the Ziggs first series versus... Was that versus Ultra Prime? Yeah, it was versus Ultra Prime, I think. Wait, no. It was Weibo Ultra Prime. Weibo in this group? Oh, my brain is getting scattered. Corki first pick, other side. Linfang. Could go towards that victor, as we were saying. MF strong laning champion does well into Corki and bot lane if they do flex it down there. Go toward, is Leona still up? Did we have Leona in the first game? No, we didn't. You could go for Leona. Oh, Leona's banned. Oh, yeah. Got to pay attention to not just the stuff on the top of the champ site, but the bottom as well. Ooh, big disengage comp then. Outrange as well. Corki doesn't love playing into that. Misfortunes are a very good anti-dive wombo combo, but JDG haven't shown that they're a diving comp yet. Nidalee locked in for Shun. You could actually go for something like Yone here, because Yone doesn't care about disengage as much. He's got a good cancel too. Rumble's down, so that makes it a little harder to have like big follow-up on a big Yone engage. But you're playing against a no, let's not go Renekton into the double disengage, which does really well against melees. Let's not do that. Allah, please. Okay. I mean, Renekton Nidalee is a great combo. One of the greatest ones of all time. In terms of stun up, great dives. But if you don't slam the early game, Renekton is going to hate playing against the Zyra MF. Absolutely hate it. OMG, yeah, you want to get, like, tank engage, I suppose, on the support. I think the second round of the draft, what are you looking for? You could go towards Maokai Sejuani, I guess. A little bit rough to do that because you're into the Nidalee. Oh no, wait, no, I'm completely trolling. This is Zyra. Ugh. I gotta lock in. As they lock in. Wow. I've been loving the Fearless draft. Most invested I've been in esports in years. Yeah, I think that Fearless for this level of game has been really good. I think for like your middle of the pack and lower tier table teams, Fearless is great. When it comes to the best teams in the league, though, I prefer standard draft because I want to see them playing their best champions all the time, and to make like strategic decisions to pick or not pick things, rather than like having 50 bans thrown at them. Second round. So yeah, Ziggs banned away. Chance that the Corki does go into mid or bot lane. I think Linfang could go towards Victor on pick 4 if you want. JDG ban away the Yone. Linfang has always been a Yone Yasuo player. You don't really want to play Yasuo in this comp, I don't think, though. Especially onto a Renekton. Renekton is very good versus Yasuo and Yone. You disagree? This needs to be the norm? I mean, there's an ongoing discussion around it. I just think if I see like BLG T1, I want to see as few bans as possible so they're playing the best stuff on the whole. But if I'm saying, yeah, you know, Ultra Prime OMG, LGD, WE, I want to see them in Fearless because I don't want to see them just stick to the same stuff. I mean, so it is going to be the Yasuo ban. As we said, Linfang has been, he does love the Wind Brothers. He has no Victor now as well because they banned that themselves. Do you last pick your mid laner? Harry has no Udyr, no Cassante as well. Was picked in game 1. Picks the Ornn. Very good disengage again. So if JDG start to walk up, it's hell. So JDG, they could... I mean, the problem is now, if you go towards an AD carry for Pays, I think you go Corki bot lane here. Because you're going to have 0 magic damage to go into an Ornn that's going to go full armor and not give a rats anymore. Support still yet to be picked for JDG. But the thing is, though, if Fake is pulling out the pocket picks to get one over on BLG, I want it to be something that, like, is actually the best thing for the case, rather than just him going towards, like, a pit champion he's never played before. You know? So the Ezreal is locked in. Does give you some magic damage. I suppose the logic is from JDG is that if you just, you know, kill the carries, it doesn't matter how tanky the tanks are. Last pick for Linfang in the mid lane. He's typically been an AD mid laner. Typically. Hovering over the Aurelia. I don't know if I love that one, but Smolder getting buffed soon. I think it's next patch. Well, I say buffed. It means that his Infinity Edge is much better. Comes through. So now this is very, very wombo combo. Very, very disengage. Very, very long range. JDG, they chose to lock in a bunch of melees or low range. Well, that's not true. Okay, no. I guess Nidalee is kind of both, right? Because she has to jump into melee. She's weird. When she's in Cougar form, she is, obviously. They do technically have triple poke with Nidalee, Corki Rockets, although they're less pokey nowadays, and then the Ezreal. But I am a little bit worried for how missing an Ala will play out the teamfights later. There's so much disengage, so much range to close that distance off. JDG do have very good early lanes, though. OMG, Probably going to be losing in mid lane and top lane. Maybe even a bot lane as well. We'll see what happens, because Ezreal is an obnoxious old laner. I really like OMG's draft if it gets to late game. Question is, will they get there? If this was played in the LEC, I prefer what OMG had. If now it's being played in the LPL, it tends to do a little better in the early game. It tends to do better, a little bit better in the laning phase. So, OMG, bit of a mechanical skill test to come through. If they can pass that early game check, maybe they can see themselves into an advantageous scenario, get themselves 2-0 up on JDG, which would be very unexpected. On the other side, JDG really likes to just smash out those lanes, snowball it around Shun's Nidalee, walk away with an easy win. Zempagen or Zempayan and King Mars Rocks. Thanks for the follow as well. Appreciate it. IMO Esports is an entertainment project. Fearless allows better entertainment. Yes, but a lot of the entertainment comes through competition as well, so you're meant to be seeing the highest level of competition. It's a balance of both, and I understand that, and that's why I don't hate Fearless, but I do have my reservations about it. I also think that Fearless makes it harder to understand drafts as a casual viewer. And we'll get ourselves onto the Rift for game number 2. Number 5 in Beijing, JDG's home arena.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。
I'm glad you're all playing nice in chat. Okay, so are we going to see any level 1 lane swap shenanigans? Spear did hit there. Did it hit a plant? I thought I heard a spear hit. Or was that just an auto attack? Ward's being put down. Last game was OMG going for the level 1 invade. Matched in terms of the lane swap. Well, hit with the spear. Shun, of course, a notable Nidalee one trick. He was very strong on that when he was on IG. Him and Rookie kept comboing up on that team. Last year, though, on BLG, I have to say, Shun's Nidalee wasn't awesome. You can be a main of a champion, still not be successful on it. Spear lands onto the camp. Moam potentially could look for a bit of a flash play. Shun, that's Spear on Starry. Missing's coming over. Do you really want to contest this? Hang has level 2. Shun, damaged a little bit. Ignite comes down. Knocker comes through. And then Ignite on to Shun. And that Nidalee, which we said had struggled in the last year, goes down for first blood. OMG, they strike first. Hang will get himself onto his own red buff. No camp still coming through from Shun. Missing flashing away. Pays, of course, has no E or anything either. He started with the Q. Potentially could be quite danger here because Starry walking forwards. I believe he had the W start. In fact, I'm trying to remember what the I was trying to see what the first level ability was, but OMG walk away with a crucial advantage in that early game. Said JDG wants to walk away with an early advantage that is just made much, much harder with their mess up around that level 1 camp. This makes the game so much harder for JDG. Now, you are still probably going to have big advantage for Corki, big advantage for Renekton as well. Those lanes are very hard to overcome in just terms of 1v1s, but OMG getting their jungler ahead, huge stuff. And a very important call. Very good wards very early on from OMG to make the most of that. Hung is now going to be absolutely clearing away a storm. You'll see his blue buff still up as well. I was wondering if the blue buff had been stolen actually. Or anything. I should have checked the icons on the minimap. That would have been nice. Both junglers going to be trying to power clear through. Zyra's power clear very, very strong, of course. We learned from the last year of play. Pei is pushing in the top side. Recall came from Star and Mob. Backed for first items. Longsword, control wards both put down. Hung. He's completely off the radar of JDG because of his clear being so strange so far. He could be absolutely anywhere. With the seed coming through there, they should see their passive seed. They should know he's here. Oh, look, buddy, you literally see the seed spawning in river there. That only happens when Zyra is right there. A little bit awkward. Yeah, for me, it's more about just kind of like, in looking at the, of course you won't be able to see this on stream. conversation happening in chat about how hard it can be to follow for casuals later on into Fearless Draft. Sometimes that can be a good thing because you're very surprised and you feel the complexity in kind of like quite an obvious way, I suppose. But yeah, visually showing what champions are being banned and which ones are important, well, which ones have been important to be banned, is something which I think needs a lot of work on a broadcast side of things. So for me, one of the things which I've asked LEC potentially to consider is having like the ability for a caster to pull up all of the top laners which have been played, all of the mid laners which have been played, all of the junglers which have been played. So you can show them at the important points later into the draft and say, okay, this is the AD carries which have been played or they've been banned. Or at least highlight them. Bring up all of them in a burst. Something like that. Anyway, Fearless is a thing which we're all kind of getting used to, I suppose, in this split. Early laning phase going, yeah, well in the solo lanes for JDG so far. Hasn't blown up too much. The Ezreal lane going quite well. Renekton tends to do this for tanks. Kind of nasty if... hang on, that's a lot of damage. It's a lot of damage. Shun looking to stop the recall now. Not the best place to recall there, Harry, but we'll dodge out on the spear. And you should be safe now. If that spear hits, probably dies, actually. 123. So, yeah, he knows he's in a bit of trouble here. He's not... Level 6 coming in from Ala as well. Yeah. There you go. Renekton Italy. Combo as old as time. An extra tower shot comes through onto Ala, though, and forces out an extra dive. Harry flashes out and he lives. Renekton Italy might have been the king and queen of diving for many years of pro play, but they cannot make it work here. Harry survives the dive. Will be able to teleport under tower. Ala burns his ult. Shouldn't waste his time. Harry will teleport under tower, and that's a huge win for the Ornn. Hung back out on the map. Of course, saw that Shun was under that turret. Wasted a lot of time there. He's going to be up on top side for the Grub spawn, which Shun has given up the ability to contest. Harry might even save his stuff for that. Great knockup. Great knockup from Harry. Ala has to pop his ultimate to get the extra burst of HP. Shun can't get himself the extra auto attack needed. Good flash away. Ala could have potentially Q flashed. Level 6 now hit for the Ornn. Did teleport down towards that bot side. Grub's taken very quickly by Zara. Zara is one of the best grub taking champions in the game because when the mites spawn, when you're taking them, if you get a kill with your Q onto them, it will refresh your W cooldown, which means you get a bunch of plant uptime. Very, very strong. Stacks in the mid lane, 45 or 6, 7 minutes. You're normally expecting 10 per minute, but a little bit hard in the early game, of course, when your Q cooldown is lower. Good trading by Scout, but not being able to leave lane and do anything just yet. And that is a bit of a problem for JDG. They'd like to have their, they'd like to have a source of pressure somewhere. 10 CS lead in the TVT. Notice I didn't say bot lane, because they're not in bot lane. Not from long front. Does mean that he doesn't get as many stacks as he would have liked to. Plates in the top side, even though they don't have grubs right now. OMG still suffering a little bit from the early laning and the early game kind of disadvantage. However, still not the worst case scenario. I mean, they still very much looking to get towards late game, survive through this early game, and then get to these huge team fights later on. It's kind of the idea. Eventually, OMG will want to bait JDG into engaging into them and a ton of disengage. They don't want to fall too far behind. They do have... Dragon wasn't finished by JDG. Thought they'd go for that. Yeah. But they have the 3 grubs, and they have the first blood as well, so that stops JDG from getting as easy access to the feats of strength. I'll get them a little later, or maybe not at all. I'm going towards top side. Mo has a flash, potentially could force a play. Quite hard to do so into an Alistar. Pace has cleanse as well. Realistically, this is just making sure that you can shove in safely. Bot side, another dive, potentially coming in. Renekton Italy, ult first, spear coming through, Dominus coming through. Harry has a knockup, potentially under the tower, but this time it is not enough. Harry will lose 3 minions on the tower. Alan will pick himself up an assist, shun the kill. Some tower plates will go down after that point. So, Renekton Italy gets some value there. The Ornn not particularly fond of playing against that. Wave flipped on the top side. Level 7. That's a big, big combo. Missing doesn't even have flash. Ults come through, but they just misjudge the distance, and Missing will make it out alive. Not the best dive I've ever seen in the history of everything. Starry will take a tower shot. Is this going to matter, though? No, it is not. Missing forced away from turret, pays down. OMG returned the favor to JDG on the top side after losing their weak side top laner to the Renekton. I was looking away from the screen for 1 second, and I did hear a small ult come through. I need to put my laptop charger in, because I have a laptop on right now. It's giving you a window into the chaos of my mind and my life. And we go to replay this top dive. I mean, you're trading map pressure, top lane for bot lane. Missing had no flash. Great damage coming through. I don't think the Zyra damage actually registered that. Then again, ended up going through. But still, Missing no ultimate, no real ability to force anything. Had no flash, of course. Starry flashes forwards and takes that kill. Still had a barrier as well. I think it's got a little bit more tasty than that. Teleport has now been unleashed, so it'll be a little quicker across the map. So let's take stock of some of the objectives, not objectives, the advantages. So, top side, going quite well for JDG. Of course, the extra kill onto Nidalee evens them up. However, if I look at this gold lead for the Renekton versus Ornn, I'm not that displeased as an Ornn. That's actually okay as far as things go. I think that's a reasonable advantage to expect. You're not too unhappy with that. There's nothing out of the norm. Grub's now being supported up. Ultimate's back up and available for MG. No flash for Pays. Spear comes through. Teleport coming through from the Ornn as well. Corki not committing to the fight just yet. OMG. They get all 6 of these. Of course, we'll add another stack towards their feats of strength. Missing has ult, has combo, has no flash. Harry looking to be that front line. Does not want to take that much damage though. Buddy, you're not tanky enough to do that just yet. Harry misplaying his front line just a little bit. Moam goes in, does find the Corki. That's an insane engage from Arla. Arla on the Renekton finds the backline and shreds the team fight. OMG, they try and group up for their first 5v5 of the game, and they are not ready. They do not have the items, and they throw the fight around the Grubs. JDG through their top laner. Arla gets triple Q onto the backline. Shreds them in these early stages of the game using that one item spike for the Renekton. Insane play from Arla. Gets his item, goes into the fight, and OMG just get absolutely destroyed. Look at Arla in this team fight. Missing has the level 6. I think there's a mistake from Harry. He tanks up a big combo, but look at Arla here. Linfeng makes a huge mistake. Gives the free E to Arla, who goes for slice, dice. Huge combo onto Starry. Linfeng completely selling out his team. I think he misclicked over the wall. He walks too close to the Renekton, gives him the first slice. Allows him into a 3-man clump in the backline. Big mistake from the mid laner of OMG. Yes, King Loz. I'm a big fan of my chat and my community. And if you are here watching these streams, or the VODs or anything, I appreciate it a lot. Hope you're all having a good time watching some LPL, whatever time of day it is for you. It's fairly early morning for me. By the way, on Saturday, there are 2 series in that day. I don't know whether I'll be able to cover that one because I've got LEC later that day. 2 best of 5s, one of them starting at 6 AM for me is a bit much. Good lead now established for JDG. OMG should not have taken that Grubs fight, and they shouldn't have positioned the way they did as well. Harry ended up tanking spears. He had no resists to deal with because he doesn't have magic resist. Not blocking for the rest of his team, allowing Arla into the backline is, yeah, not the best team fight positioning for OMG. Quite hard to fight Grubs as a red side team comp because the walls don't work out in your favor most of the time, but still. Big mistake for OMG, and can be a little bit hard to come back from that now for OMG. I think it's a big lead to come to deal with on that Renekton. And the Renekton will now be unparalleled in side lanes, and you need to be very, very careful going up against that guy. Do you ever think about using camera? Be nice to see your reactions. So I'm trying to keep this closer to a traditional broadcast. Obviously, I'm interacting with chat and stuff like that, so I tend not to because I feel like a lot of people come here for the more traditional broadcast experience. However, I have thought about it, and also another thing which I have been thinking about doing is doing a vertical stream, so streaming onto TikTok and Instagram. and then having like a camera as part of that. Now, I don't know whether that would overload my PC right now, which is the reason I haven't done it. But still, fight potential on this top side as we get away from Meta's Hawk into Game. Hawk pokes really landing. Oh my god, that is half health with a single sphere. The ult comes through for Missing. Good delay, though, so far. Is it going to be enough? That's a great combo coming in from Missing using the last of that ultimate. He will die for it, but how much is going to happen? Pays on the outside of turret range, gives him another turret shot onto that. Where's the damage coming from? Starry in the picture, but is he close enough? Not quite yet. Harry goes too far forward yet again. Big ult from Starry, but not long enough. In the moment, going for some extra damage. Scout, very, very happy with his positioning right now as OMG. Can't see off the dive. Flash forward from Scout. The spear finishes the kill. OMG fighting too early into the game once again. JDG, their ideal was fight early, fight hard, and that's exactly what they've done, as OMG just cannot fight against the early game power in these gold leads. Ala gonna walk up towards Lunfang. We did say, yep, that's a very, very strong Renekton. There is a flash on the Smolder, but will it be enough? It will see him to safety, but you do not want to walk into that Crocodile. Ala, very, very strong. OMG losing across the board. They've lost on both sides of the cross map here. Four on four. Shun's Nidalee, very strong this game. I was saying I had a lot of reservations from the last year about how he played this champion, but it's been a very solid game, comboing up well. The spears under tower here are absolutely absurd. Rocket doesn't even splash onto him. Leandri's got a good amount of burn damage. Scout engaged on one side of the fight, takes one turret shot. Missing used his ultimate to get rid of the first bit of the Zyra ultimate. Of course, he takes a couple of tower shots after, but he trades one for one. Pays positioning. Maybe could have been a little bit of that. Maybe let's try not to get quad and turret like that. Cleanses, flashes, ease, gets out just fine. Starry just a little bit too late to the fight. Pays gets out for free there too. Starry just not quite able to get the damage down and cleans up the fight. What, 4 people died in that? 4 for 1 in the turret dive? Oof. Honestly, Pays taking that tower shot probably is what baited them into that fight. Potentially. But I think that OMG were angling into defending that anyway. They committed a lot of top members top lane for that. And the thing is, you can afford to fight maybe one early game fight and expend a load of ultimates and flashes for it. But doing that at Grobs and losing a load of kills, doing the same thing on that turret there. Now suddenly, whereas before the Herald fight and that tower dive, you were in a decent position to scale up into late game. You had a 600 gold lead for the Renekton. Couple of hundred for the Corki. You're now against huge advantages for the entire team. That's an entire blue wall. We've got a calming core in the scoreboard. OMG just don't have the gold to fight now. They're not going to make it to late game. The composition always was good in terms of in terms of fighting late game, but it's about getting there in the first place. And this is why I view the LEC and the LPL so differently right now. LPL is much better at playing around early game laning compositions and snowballing through into wins. Lunfang, you do not want to walk close to Fog of War. He's afraid of the brush, but he should have maybe been afraid of the Fog of War there too. Remember, he has no flash. Conqueror stacked. Forced to back off when he sees the Zyra around the corner. Ala playing the Fog of War really, really well. And just making sure that the Smolder just can't keep stacking and keep getting stuff for free. It's on 164 stacks. Not bad for the timestamp in the game, actually. But I just don't think he's going to be relevant. I just don't see when this Smolder is going to be able to play the defensive team fights where he can kind of sit in his own ultimate, look for a couple of really good splash Qs after he's got a load of stacks. The front line's going to die too quickly. Much too quickly. Dragon started up. Easily done by Ala and Shun. Shun almost at the Horizon focus as well. Got the double finish codex. Dark Seal bought a little bit too late into the game. But hey, whatever, we'll forgive him. And the game's going well enough. Sieging down for the last turret. They don't have all the grubs in the world, but they do have the Herald. This one was going to die anyway. Even with the Zyra wave clear and everything else. It'll go down for free. And that's one of the last bits of platform that OMG could have really played around from this. Alistair going forward, of course, safe to do so, has his ultimate. That's a lot of damage onto the Zyra, but the Herald dies before it hits. Missing didn't want to blow his ultimate. That's a very close Q. Shun over the wall. These spears have been absolutely lethal. Teleport now behind the Smolder too. Using the demolition on the tower. Will take the tower, but will maybe die. We'll see what path he chooses to retreat by. Arla, is he going to hit the plant? Of course he's going to hit the... No, I thought he was going to hit the plant there. Arla misses the E first off. Well, not misses it, you know, uses it. Close, I suppose, to the 1v1, but you are melee range of the Renekton. And he teleports out. I was like, why is he stood there? And he teleports in, but why is Harry teleporting in? One goes out, one goes in. Arla says, okay, fine, you can alley-oop all you want. Flash is over. That is one of the most hilarious miscommunications I have seen in the history of League of Legends. One teleports out, one goes into his deathbed. OMG. Looking a little faithless right now. That TP sucked. What happened here? Teleport went up to the top side. Lonfong spots the Renekton and goes, oh, that's a problem. So what happens here? Who presses the teleport first? Smolder comes in. Ornn presses the teleport. Split second later, Smolder teleports out. See you later, mate. Harry's left on his own versus a huge crocodile. Arla rocks out with his croc out. Kuga comes in for some extra survival, I suppose. Not survival. Predatory instincts. What a miscommunication! I don't know what else to say, chat. That was hilarious, but panicked, to say the least. That is honestly one of the most funny plays I've seen in a long time. That was hilarious. So, Atacana spawn top side of the map. Dragon spawning in 2 minutes. Baron, of course, a little bit later into the game now. Shojin built up for the Smolder in the mid lane, but against 2 Muramana Triforce power spikes and the Ezreal and the Corki. Not going to be the most powerful person on the Rift for a while. Doesn't have a stacks here. The Atakan started up. Now, worth noting, you do not want to stand in that big AoE. It heals and damages. Every time Atakan damages you as well, it shreds your magic resist and your armor. So if you tank it for long enough, you're going to take a lot more damage. I think that really catches a lot of people out. See there as well? Heals like 52 per tick. And the more people in it, what it ends up doing. Is taking a little bit of damage, missing, going for an engage. Pops us a little bit earlier. Scout using that power spike, but now actually might have been an over-engage. Nope, it's not an over-engage. They kill the Ornn before he can slam the ult back into them. 1 kill down. Lots of ultimates thrown out. It's just not doing anything. OMG just have to watch the Atakan go down and fail their approach to the objective. Another engage, but you do have the GA now. Scout goes down. Will withdraw back to his own home. That's a big ol' tongue, but it will not kill him. Ezreal very close to sniping out an extra kill. Well, whatever. Atakan allows you some extra plays like this. Pays. Then you're going to look for a play onto Lonfong. 2 items. Has Flash, has E. Is it going to be enough? Another Q landing. Pays looks to hit the wave instead to charge up his E. Gets the Flash out of the Smolder. Doesn't have to blow his extra GA as well. OMG have no wards across the river now. Going to be quite difficult to play out this game, as if it wasn't before. Down 7,000 gold. Not necessarily where you want to be in a game of League of Legends. Hey, we've seen worse, I suppose. Faker Shockwave will find them all. It's happened before. The largest comeback I've seen is 15,000 gold. Largest gold lead I've ever seen was just over 20,000 gold. And that was with a Pike just continually ulting the map, basically. Don't expect to see that one again. Oh, OMG. Last time, it was JDG playing the scaling comp. Taking fights too early. Things got difficult after that. Ow. It's a lot of damage. Goes through the Bloodthirsty shield. And another one lands. Did it? Oh, it didn't. Oh, it did. Yeah, yeah. It was just a little bit low. The scoreboard's slightly delayed. This time, though, it was OMG that played the scaling comp. Ult comes through for wave play. Is that going to be enough? No. I don't think so. Ult coming through. Combo coming through. Missing. Gets another play. Missing. Strong game on the Alistair so far. Turret will die. JDG pushing the advantage. Of course, they still have themselves the Atakan. Missing. Has himself ult. Has himself flash. Has himself the GA. And the great thing about playing the Nidalee is that you can go for that 1-for-1 assassination with that withdrawal without really having to worry about giving up anything for it. Because, of course, you won't die like that. Ornn kept alone on the top side. Where's Renekton? Pushing out the mid lane. Trying to get something. Pushing in multiple lanes. JDG, do they have the wave cleared? OMG, hit goes missing. Goes over the wall, uses that ultimate. Does have the flash, but doesn't want to go too hard. Gonna go straight onto that Smolder against the wall. Combo comes in to Moam. Some decent damage coming through onto Arla, but he kills the Rel first. Technically 2 dead in the fight, but they get to withdraw. No extra gold coming through. JDG will not end the game here. Over towards the dragon. Looks like the game will extend a little bit beyond this point, folks. Just a quick heads up. I messed up my ad timings. There will be an ad now. I'm going to just hope that it doesn't end up ending within the duration of this. It's just better to do this now rather than leave it for 5 minutes. Hope that the game will chill down for a bit. If you don't want to see adverts, put a Twitch Prime there. Yeah, that happens. The game shouldn't end in the next minute. Should be okay for now, I think. Hopefully. I'm going to hope so. ZOMG. Find out missing in their own jungle, but not going to do that much more than that. Atakan ran out 3 seconds after 2 JGG members died. Oof. I missed that timing, actually. Well, I suppose that's why you go for that fight there as JGG. Time it right. Use the full duration of it. Most teams are trying to time out Atakan. They don't really want to... Well, obviously they don't want to fight when they've got that thing. I think that's the thing which really annoys me about Atakan, is that when you see a team with the GAs, you don't look for a fight there because you don't want to lose even 1 kill because they're off the map a lot longer than the enemy team who will just immediately respawn. So even though the team with the GA looks for a fight, the other one is playing so defensively that it doesn't lead to that many big fights. In the same time window, you would still probably see similar results, I think, without the GA. JDG. Looking to control the area around the Baron, which has come up. Moam taking some decent damage. Just about dodging out on that spear. I was wondering what was going to happen with that skill shot. And the Baron does get started. Moam walking up. They do have themselves long range engage. Oh, bloody hell. That's a lot of damage from that spear. Half health onto the Zyra. It's a barbecued vegetable. Skewered on the javelin toss. Poke doing so much work. Shun's Nidalee, very good. Very good this game. Again, wasn't happy with him in the last year of it, but he has such a history on this champion. It's one of his most successful champions of all time. Baron started up again. OMG. Trying to force their way through River. Safer to go through this way than their own jungle. Starry walking up with extra movement speed from the strut. Ult comes across. Managed to hit Starry. Does have himself the Bloodthirster, so the poke won't stick for that long. Arla goes around the flank. Long flank. Shun looking to land spears. Perry trying to hold some form of frontline. Missing. Goes in and pops the combo. Extra damage coming through. Zyra trying to play the disengage, but Arla has found his way onto the backline, and it will be pretty done after that one. Arla finds his thread the needle team fight. JDG find themselves onto the front line. Arla finds himself at the back line. There's going to be some extra damage coming through from the Smolder. Sacks coming through. It's decent damage as Linfang keeps putting extra Qs through, but Pays is untouched. He won't care after that point. Scout will not get burned down, and JDG with a triple kill for them. Their AD carry will seal out this game and take us to 1-on-1. JDG, they found themselves the early fight, so OMG really shouldn't have handed those to them. They should have known better, but such is life in the LPL. Sometimes you just have to fight. You think, oh, go on then. I'll have one. Reach the hand into the cookie jar. Yeah, that cookie jar's a mimic this time. Bites the hand off. OMG, they did exactly the same to JDG in that last game, and it will go to 1-on-1. Both times, the early game fights, quite misjudged by the losing team. Snowballs against them. We're at a 1-on-1. If this continues, OMG wins 3-2 with everyone on blue side. I like the way you think. Ornn missed his ult follow-up. There were a lot of things which were not great. Anyway, folks, hello. How's it going? It's been a fun game of days, apparently, between LCK and LPL. Harry's trash. Harry is not someone I look at as like a particularly strong LPL top laner. That's me being diplomatic about it. But also, this is not the highest budget roster from OMG, I'd imagine. And Harry came in to kind of fill the shoes of Cube. And I think that Harry's been better than Cube. So I suppose that's an upgrade in that sense. But yeah, it sucks to see OMG not have like great rosters anymore. Because OMG are one of the most historic orgs and they've had some really fun rosters over time. Right, remakes Corky is a better bot lane or stronger ADC. LPL Pros, how about? No. They do play him in bot lane as well, but they... Thanks for the follow, brother. Thanks for the follow, brother. Wait, did you just follow me again? Did you unfollow me, then refollow me? Oh, no, you... Wait, you subscribed with Prime and then didn't follow me? You get... Hey, you know what? I'll take it either way. I was like, hang on, I recognize that name. Yeah, even when Corky was just reworked and everyone was playing him bot lane, LPL was still playing in mid lane. They didn't really want to play him as an ADC. He has been pretty good as an ADC though. In this patch, he feels pretty strong. Oh. So, at least 4 games. I don't know whether OMG are going to be able to get a better game than that game 1, sadly. Exactly, Ghost. Exactly. Oh, so what games have we got tomorrow? I should check what's on tomorrow as well. Has anyone got the series for tomorrow? Guess I can check here. I should do that. Oh, OMG. Just why did you fight early? It's not the way you win this game. Oh, ALTS tomorrow. Okay, really good series tomorrow. Anyone's Legends versus Top Esports. Yeah, that's good. Good series tomorrow. Some of... just checking YouTube chat. Some of these Renekton finds the backline skirmishes legit feel like a horror movie about a crocodile attacking civilians. Yes, I totally agree. And now that reminds me of a really bad sci-fi... Well, not really. Okay, it was really bad. A really funny bad movie. Oh god, this was such a bad front. Why did Lunford walk up like that? He just gave... Oh my god, that front step there actually kills his whole team. That's insane. Anyway, a sci-fi movie horror... sci-fi channel horror movie called... Robo-Croc versus the Sharktopus. Which is like kaiju fighting with like random animal hybrids and stuff. That was really bad. That was very bad. Best series starting tomorrow is between Nymaera and Initialize? Yeah, that's the one. We'll see if Sam's up for it tomorrow. I think he will be. He said he might be around today, but well, I'm not going to force him. Give him some rest. Be Croco Q. Need to watch the Sharknado series again? Yeah, so the first movie is special to me because it is so unintentionally bad that it's good. After that, they knew what they were doing. But like the first one, it's like... You've got the characters trying to climb up from a flooded street with sharks circling in the water, and they're climbing up on like a rope towards a bridge overhead. And then they have like a camera angle with the camera pointing down, and you see the road is completely dry because they couldn't afford the CGI for that scene. It just makes me laugh so bad. One of the other funnier things is that when the storms come in Sharknado, in the first one, they have like all of these like shots of like wind blustered beaches, and they have these signs of like tsunami warnings, and they're all in Japanese because they're all from Hawaii and from Japan. They just use all the, and like there's a point where there's a shark in a swimming pool, and they use stock footage of a shark in a deep ocean like water. So it's just like, wow, I'm in a pool, and it's like, wow, I can see 100 meters off into the distance. There's a big ass pool. Fantastic. If that on-ult hits 2, I think Smolder could have cleaned house in that fight. Pays was still really high HP. Maybe you get an extra one down, but I don't think you kill Pays. So you still lose the fight, and I think you still probably lose the game. I have a theory that the Fast and Furious movies are actually a TTRPG campaign. Well, that would explain why they went to space. Yeah. That makes sense. Who's that player of the game? Arla was really good. It's got to be Arla, right? Or maybe missing. Arla, yeah. Skydiving with cars, yeah. Yeah, no, they did go to space. But also Sharknado went to space too. Everyone's going to space. It's a cool thing to do. Yeah, Arla was insane on the Renekton. No, credit to him. I thought that it was going to be very risky to play it into that comp. It probably should have been risky to play it into that comp. But, not the best decision making. Why did the Smolder walk forward there? Give him the free E with a flash E. Not great. Speaking of not great thriller monster movies, have you watched Trevor's? Yes, I have. Yes, I have. Isn't that a James... Wait, is that a Kevin Bacon movie or is that James... Yeah, Kevin Bacon. Is that it? Pro Pet likes to follow. Appreciate it. Alright, I watched Tokyo Drift and Fast and Furious. And I think I watched one other one, but I haven't watched much of it. I've watched a lot of bad movies, folks. I take quite a lot of joy in watching bad movies because I'm a firm believer there's only so good something can be. Yeah, look at this. Pace is full HP. Yeah, they're not losing this fight. But I'm a firm believer that there's only so good something can be. There is infinite badness to how something can be. Like, there are some depths of badness which are unexplored by good movies. If you've ever seen Food Fight, it's like if, you know Sausage Party? That ripped off Food Fight, and it intentionally tried to be a bad movie. Food Fight was a $65 million animated movie project where the animation footage got deleted in an act of industrial espionage. It was meant to be released in 2004, released in 2012, I think. And it's been reanimated by someone who I can only, on a shoestring budget, by someone who I can only imagine has never seen a human move before. It was genuinely awful. So terribly, terribly awful. It has, Charlie Sheen as the main voice actor. It's genuinely awful. The Room is bad. Yes, The Room is bad. I enjoyed that, but it was bad. What else? Oh yeah, and then Birdemic. Birdemic was criminally awful. Okay, folks, I'm gonna go to the toilet. I'm gonna rest my brain. I'm gonna put some ads on, and I think the ads should be in a better cadence now. So be right back, folks, and I will. Birdemic is so bad. It's so awful, man. Maybe we should have a bad movie. Maybe we could find one of them on YouTube and watch it there. Because if it's on YouTube, I think we can watch it. I think that's like legal.
TCL X11H 01 QD Mini LED 电视，纯净画质，细节尽显，细腻光影，丰富明暗细节，典藏级影像体验。TCL
皇冠战马。 更受中国电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，更受年轻人喜欢的中国能量饮料。中国电竞，当然有我，有能量，当然战马。
诺克萨斯人总是爱念叨力量至上什么的，我不仅会赢，而且会赢得很漂亮。这儿是我的场子，滚出我的老家！ 我跟那些烂人打斗的场面不全是演的。新年快乐，妈。
我觉得英雄池方面还好，然后厄塔汉的话，确实是感觉是强度蛮高的，这个资源非常重要吧。恒河姆哈姆的加入对这个队伍是挺好的，然后后面的话就是我们还是有很多可以磨合和提升的地方，然后我们需要做更多准备来打下一场比赛。我觉得 Scout 是一个很强的选手，他的法师也都玩得很好。然后我想对 Scout 选手说的就是下场比赛加油吧，就是这样。想对队友说是就是继续加油吧，我们后面还是有很多机会的。
当下这个版本因为资源比较多嘛，然后整体选中都会偏打架。其实这个打架版本对我来说是蛮舒服的，我本身就是一个比较喜欢打架的人。我对自己的要求就是在每一场比赛里面做到最好，然后目标的话一定是冠军。对战他们，我觉得就我们大家每个人把自己的部分做到最好，比赛自然就会赢下来。交流后的感受就是大家其实都打了蛮久了，然后都知道对方的风格，其实打起来还是挺融洽的。
Hello, I'm back, and this time in greater number, just like the Tuscan Raiders. That's me, I'm one of them. I'm not actually, I lied. Break server? Well, Zero and Ghost, thanks for hopping in. Well, OMG might have had their one shot. This is one of the more powerful things about Fearless and about best of fives, right? You don't get to just sneak one victory. You actually have to be a good team, like a consistently good team, which I suppose takes away some of the excitement of upsets. But does mean you have to really prove your stuff. It means that the better team will almost always win, which is good. It means that if someone does actually win a series, very definitive proof that they're a better team on the day. If you were a best of five versus someone, like, you're the better team. If you got a best of ones versus someone, sometimes it's debatable. Sometimes. LPL English has had really good viewership. I'm happy for them. Jesus Christ, the Cagel's on 43k? What? Wait, what's the game being played now? Nongshime Chili. Oh, I guess it's Zeus, isn't it? The thing about LPL viewership is that it pretty much... LPL viewership depends on whether LCK is on, which LCK players are playing, and also, I suppose, for us smaller co-streamers, whether the big co-streamers are co-streaming the LPL games. Like, if Caedrel and Dom are not online, viewership goes up quite a lot. But yeah, if you look at viewership of, like... Yeah, I mean, I had really good viewership last year. Because I was the main broadcast, basically, when the games weren't being played. But now LPL English is there, that's not really going to be the case now, so... It means it's worse for me in terms of my stream, but... I'm happy there's something out there. And of course it gives a load of places for up-and-coming casts and stuff. So, what to do? What to do? JDG? OMG? So, in terms of big mid laners, there's no Corki anymore. Victor's available. Should be going to... That's the camera angle which says we're going into draft. Normally the lights kind of go down, but in this arena, sometimes the lights are slightly different, so it can bait me sometimes. That's some draft music. There we go, the lights fade. I really like the lights going like that for champion select starting. It's very dramatic. RNG on blue side again. Victor banned, Skarner banned, Kalista presumably banned. Especially with Varus gone, which is one of the better ends into Kalista. Have we had Leona played yet? No, Leona's quite valuable. We've got Sejuani Maokai drafts. Rumble hasn't been played yet. Surprised that Ari's banned with Vi already played. You can play Vi Nocturne though. Could be opening stuff like Jinx or Viego reset comps as well at this point. Akali could be open too. Especially if someone like Linfong. Yone, Yasuo, Akali, all up on the table there. This is the point where you start stretching your idea of kind of like coherent team comps. So, I said a bunch of champions. I can't remember them already, but I trust that you do, because you're the ones which I'm testing on this now. This will be on the class. Ziggs banned away instead. I suppose it could have been Ziggs Leona. Now, JDG, do you ban away the Kalista? Do you ban the Kalista? Starry will play it. Could be a first pick. There's no Ashe as well. No Ashe, no Varus. You'd have to lane swap, I think, at that point. Don't think anyone can really lane against that. Kalista is banned. So, first pick, Leona. Hasn't picked the whole series. There's basically nothing in terms of the engage. There's Nautilus in terms of other engaged supports now. But that's it. In terms of the big ones. Rakan, Rel, Alistar, all gone. You could go for something like Jinx Lulu. Could go towards something like a Renata combo as well. Hell, you could even start going towards something like a Jinx Thresh even if you wanted to do something a little different. I suppose Leona's quite good into Thresh though. Especially in modern stuff. Pays is a fantastic Jinx player too. Shows some great proficiency on that before. No real need to lock in support now. Leona's already in. Rakan's already been picked as well, so I wonder if that's just a message to someone. You don't have to lock in support now. Now, do you want to hide something? Or do you want to just lock in your support now and just say, just be done with it? I suppose if you're locking it on 3 anyway, you get to hide a pick now. So they hide the rest of their picks. They go for the Nautilus, though. Does this mean that they don't have good engage picks elsewhere? Because now you don't have an enchanter to kind of back up the Jinx. Because now if you have Leona, Nox, and Orianna, which is a very coherent composition, this is good. When teams start to learn about Fearless Draft, this is what they should learn to do. Got a bunch of picks banned, lock stuff in that just works together. You've got triple reach the backline dive. Noct and Orianna with Leona on top of it. Jinx doesn't get to play the game. Ambassador locked in. Now, Ambassador, of course, really good at cleaning up people in the backline with themselves, and it's a takeaway from OMG, technically. Because they would really like to have an Ambassador also just ping on top of the Jinx. Follow-up AD carries being banned away now as well. Some of the better laning ones. Jhin gone. There's no Ashe, no Varus. No one else can really engage from supports. And the Kai'Sa's one of the dive ones. I mean, you could go for something like Samira if you wanted, but it's not great as the Nautilus ult and the passive. Could go Aphelios. But Aphelios is, I would imagine, is not great versus Ambassador. Ezreal's gone. Starry's gonna have to dig deep now. And how it is worth noting, folks, if players have played in the LDL recently, like Starry, they've had some pretty big moments already in terms of playing around Fearless. So I think Shinzao's already gone. Wukong's good because it's another anti-dive comp. If you dive into the Wukong, he just puts a Cyclone on top of his AD carry and they struggle to get the most out of it. Huh, I mean, now the other thing is JDG have a really good dive comp too. You have Ambessa, Nautilus, and Wukong all kind of pinging towards the carries. Zaya's not bad now, because you are against triple melee. Normally you'd say, oh, I want an AD carry that can follow up on the aggressive plays. Having an AD carry that can at least survive versus the Wukong, Ambessa, and Nautilus is very important. I don't mind that at all, especially with Starry being a better player of it. I think going something like a melee Neela Samira would be quite poor at that point, in fairness. Okay, Harry, what are you going towards? I'm pretty sure we have seen one Gangplank out of OMG already, actually. But I don't love that. Yeah, this is much better. It's way better disengage. Wukong's pretty good versus Maokai because he can kind of clone back and tank up one of the tendrils. Basically, you're just playing like blocker for your team at this point, being an extra kind of engaged threat. Mid lane for... Well, it could be technically Dambessa for Scout, but I doubt it will be. Mid lane for Scout, what you feeling like? Yeah, go on, do something for the Diana. I haven't seen a Diana mid, and we saw Diana mid play Lichbane into Ahri. Gonna be the Galio. Helps you with the Ambessa. Ambessa suddenly with the Galio on their head really helps. Helps you also just dunk a shield onto Jinx, because if Nocturne presses ult onto Jinx to try and get the shockwave, one of the only ways you can protect the Jinx is by getting the magic shield from the Galio as the shockwave comes in. It can save you. So, very different comps. This is the stuff which I like out of Fearless. I like this out of Fearless. When you dive a little bit deeper into the draft, and when you have good Fearless drafting teams, they go towards a coherent composition. Like, all of these picks are good picks, but the most important thing is that they work together. We have enough dive and anti-dive. The champions are working towards the same goals. Protect your carry, dive on the enemy carry if at all possible. I like this. Hey, Anders. Good to see you. And thank you. That's a very kind comment to make. I'll be back on LEC Desk this weekend. So I did a cast and a desk this weekend. And I'm on last weekend. But this weekend coming up, 3 days of LEC Desk. So if you'd like to catch more of my voice, catch me between games, before and after. The LEC! Yay! I'm doing so much major region content for League of Legends. Cool stuff. By the way, if anyone ever ends up at the LEC studio for the LEC for the games in Berlin, and if you want to come say hi, at me on socials or send me a message or a DM, I'll come say hi. I'm not averse to that. Anyway, let's go back to Beijing instead. JDG's home arena. 2 games in, onto the third. 1-1 so far. Let's see if we get any gyros. Ah, nope, I get a level 1 instead. Oh, there are some gyros there. Well, listen to Euroleague. Nymaera is always there. Yeah, no, I've been there for about a year now, I guess. So we have another Euroleague episode coming out. Also, there's a Best Damn League show I did with Thorin. So that'll be coming out later today. Again, focused on Europe. So it's kind of variations on the same points. Hopefully I didn't just copy and paste the same opinions. Do you think moving from a casting desk to a casting couch should be an upgrade or a downgrade? Well, I couldn't possibly say. Someone asked Sneaky. Apparently he's been going down that route. Good on him. You go get that bag. Alright, okay, so level 1 looked at by OMG. Scouted out well by JDG. Have to say, the level 1s have been well researched by both these teams. These have been good level 1s. I'll actually teleporting immediately down towards the bot side, teleporting to a minion. You can do that now right from the start of the game. Trying to zone out from this top side. Yeah, Nautilus level 1 does not want to go into the Aftershock Leona, and Pays is still not allowed into lane. Really well played from Starry so far. Slight range advantage, of course, to the Jinx level 1 rocket. So, not bad in terms of the trades. Mo managed to get his Aftershock, trade it into the get his Aftershock active before missing. Level 2 hit by missing, because of course you get a little bit of extra wave clear from the Jinx, but that misses and now flashed on the turret. That's going to be Ignite coming down, and Mom has gone too far. Welcome to the LPL, says Pays. I'm new here too, but I'll show you around. Gets Mom down for first blood. For all the work done at level 1, gets flashed into turret with that last split second. The Zenith Blade connects, and then the flash comes after, dragging him under tower. Mom, you played enough Leona to know that's how it works. Oh, this level 1 was so good too. Missing managed to get level 2. That is a clutch flash. That's got to be intentional. Got to be intentional. I'm gonna call it there. Really well timed. You know Leona. Leona's been played for so long at this point. Scout chunked out in the early lane. Tends to be. Orianna potentially the best. Oh, close there from Mom. Orianna, one of the best laning mages in the meta. Probably the best laning mage in the meta, actually. I think it used to be Azir back in the day. Back in the day. But really, Orianna is so strong right now. In terms of the laning phase, especially. Arla trading okay in this 1v1. Is level down right now. A bit problematic there, though, for Harry. Of course, getting Maokai passive makes things feel a lot better. It's one of the reasons why Maokai was really fun to watch before everyone got a ton of sustain. Nice slam from Scout. Yeah, Maokai was kind of this war of attrition top laner back in season 5, 6. Where you can like keep dunking people down over time. Get enough healing from your passive to stick around and lane for longer. Quasi-incel, thanks for the follow. Hope you're doing well. First back to the game coming through. Bit of a problem giving gold over to the Jinx and the Nautilus, not gonna lie. You don't really want that bot lane to get ahead. And we did say, better outside a lane than Kellen on DK last year, but worse in lane. Kellen was a much more stable laner. Moem was struggling that a little bit more. The fact that he had died like that for first blood, though, a bit of a fringe scenario, but yeah, that happens sometimes. Linfang picking up farmer counter turret there. Anything interesting happening? We did get some interesting wards put down from JDG across the top side of the river. Everything here. 3 wards. Good kind of coverage across mid lane to see where people are, well, particularly where Han could potentially be moving across the map. OG Victor having the burn on laser? Yeah. I do kind of miss the Hex Core. I think it was a very unique way to level up the champion. And it affected his resets quite a lot, which is quite different in pro play. Eclipse pots. Doesn't have the aftershock. Doesn't need it. Harry. Doing Maokai things. Okay, so as we get later into the game, let's do some homework now. Just so we can do it now and not forget about it, but just put that in place for later into the game. Both of these teams want to kill the enemy AD carry with extreme prejudice. One of them has a Zyra ult, the other one doesn't, but they do have a Galio, and that does help. If the Galio gets a shield onto them, the shockwave combo from the Orianna, potentially not going to be as scary. Also, Jinx has longer range. So you have to put yourself, well, you don't have to put yourself out of position nearly as much. On the other side, I think on the whole, JDG have much better damage. We've seen Ambassador and Wukong doing more than Maokai and Nocturne. Yeah, Orianna does that value Galio, but I think the JDG very, very happy if they can kind of just get into the melee and the brawl of things, as long as the first feather pull of the fight isn't going to completely destroy them. First feather pull, first shockwave from OG. If they're very valuable, JDG probably lose. Especially if Pays just dies. This should be fun, though. I don't think that one team completely outclasses the other in terms of draft. Both of them have similar ideals. Ambess and Nautilus, Wukong, diving onto the Zyra if they can. Protecting Jinx if they can't. Because if you can get to the point where, you know, Starry doesn't have Ghost. Most AD carries don't run Ghosts anymore. Zyra's quite low range. If you have the Nox and Orianna going forwards with Moem as well, and Starry can't get in range, JDG just peel back. outrange the Xayah, damage the front line, run forwards with the Jinx reset, run through the fight. So I think on the whole, despite not having a Xayah ultimate, I think I probably do favor JDG just a little bit. However, it's a lot of teamfight execution, like a lot of teamfight execution, so it's not nearly as easy as that. Scout has himself the Dark Seal on the first back. I always like a good Dark Seal. In fact, if you're watching from Twitch, you'll know there's a Medjai's emote in my channel. Partly because it's the best item on Ahri, and I'll take no discussion about this. I've talked about it for years. Really annoys me when people don't go for a Dark Seal first back on the champion. Never talked about that one before. Oh, Nox and Orianna going forwards with Leona as well, but not quite enough damage just yet. Going now onto the Cyclone, but they get the Nautilus. It's just the Nautilus though, and here comes the Galio. Jinx throws the ultimate force, but it's not enough damage to get anything more than that. First kill of the game comes through. Well, for OMG, not first kill of the game, but their first kill of the game. Get both summoners out of missing. Big combo to use onto just the Nautilus. Suppose there's one flash used by Hung. It's not like they've used a load of summoners like that. Tether pull, gonna come back soon. Flash away from Paze. Was in danger. Of course, Paze with no ultimate. Was that threat of being traded down there, especially with the base damage of Xayah ult being quite high nowadays. That was buffed multiple times after a release. Well, I guess it couldn't have been buffed after a release. Yeah. Paze, good wave control. One of the best things about Jinx is having very accessible wave clear very early on into the game. It was one of the big things between her and Aphelios was that the matchup at level 1 was Jinx favored. After that, it would go to Aphelios, and then at level 6, Aphelios would kill her again with the ult. So things changed there. Good follow. Leona knocked him. Very good at following each other. Missing. Probably didn't expect to be the first target. I can't blame him. Dragon goes down. JDG have the first blood, have one objective on the feats of strength as well. So, slight gold advantage to OMG. Have some plates in the top side. Some any in mid? No, none in mid. Cranny mentioned that as a Fellows, you can make Jinx overpush, run out of mana, then run lane with good guns on her second lane. Absolutely you can do, but that was why Jinx would often go for quick resets after pushing early. You would try to reset at level 3 and get that cheat to recall in. It's the way that you used to. So if the Jinx is bad, then yes, you can do. But one of the big things about Jinx was pushing to get a good reset, get a Cull or a Longsword, and then playing around that. Level 1 of Fellows isn't a champion, so you tend to get good wave control. You can set up for a good first base. And then when you get back to lane after those first items, you're typically pretty happy. Then yeah, once you get to like level 6 with your first ult, Aphelios ult is so nasty against Jinx. Even just using it to chunk her out can then kind of really... Yeah. Anyway, that's Jinx Aphelios. Not in this game, but I really enjoyed that. That's one of the arguments I have against Fearless Draft. I know a lot of people didn't like the Aphelios Jinx meta. I loved seeing how practiced every team got at Aphelios Jinx, though. It was very, very cool to see the intricacies which every team worldwide started to learn. Like, the combined learning of every team on Jinx Aphelios was insane. Because I think Jinx had, what, 2,000 games or something like that played in that year alone? Insane. Bot lane matchups are so interesting. Yeah, they are, especially if you know how to play them very well. It's one of the reasons I love watching LPL bot lanes. They tend to be very well practiced in their bot lane laning phases. Well, I mean, LCK too, but LPL were the pioneer region at not all-inning to kill, but all-inning for summoners and HP advantages. They drop an Ignite at level 2 and just see if they can get position on the lane. Position over the grubs, though, might be more important here. OMG trying to hold some of these choke points with the Shockwave threat. Smurm trying to block for him, trying to body block. Missing, has himself ult, doesn't have flash. Scout is coming in from the backline, and that is the Cyclone of the backline. Wukong, though, is not there to protect the Jinx. They've completely left their AD carry, and it's 2 kills over the side of OMG. Shun decided to go towards a grub instead, and has left his team to the wolves. Paze was meant to be protected by his team, and just can't do that. Yes, there's going to be an ult out from the Galio. They'll escape, but JDG... They give up 2 kills. They're not even going to get themselves the grubs that they wanted. And that is not how you want a team fight to go around protecting your Jinx. Brave Galio run away? Yes. Perfect. Oh, feel bad for Paze there. Because if Shun was just going for the steal... Oh, hang on. That's, he doesn't have... Oh, the extra damage at the end. Starry takes a kill down onto Scout. Burns down as Starry flexes the muscles a little bit. OMG are getting off to a good start in this game. Man, every one of these games felt like it has been determined by one team choosing a poor fight around one of these early objectives like Grubs. But like, if you are going towards the steal, why are you leaving Paze alone in the backline? There is no world in which Paze should be alone on her own screen against a knocked-in Orianna. JDG, massive overestimation of their ability to win the fight without the Jinx, I think. Good fight from Starry. Really good fight from Starry. And one of the big things about Xayah is that once you use your W and you get an auto attack onto the champion, you get the 30% move speed, which is huge. Scout gets vision baited. Oh, he tries to stop the recall and oh, great spacing. Again, the W move speed, really, really nice. Oh, that's sick. The last little quill comes through and kills. Wait, what are her abilities again? You have... Oh, Deadly Plumage. That's the passive, right? You have Double Daggers. Feather Call. No, Feather Storm. And then I can't remember the W. What's the W name? Oh, Lethal Tempo. I think it was Lethal Tempo and it was the W. I think it's both. Maybe it probably was from both. It is going to be quite confusing, though, when you do get the secondary hit from Xayah W, but then also the Lethal Tempo. It's like, did any of you play Hades? You know, the Artemis buff, the supporting fire, where every time you have an attack, just a random arrow flies out? It's like that. Deadly Plumage is the W, right. Okay, yeah. I knew Deadly Plumage was one of the things. Yeah, Lethal Tempo does an extra on-hit damage whilst also giving you some extra attack speed as well. So, Dragon up in 4 seconds. JDG, better terrain for them, because this is way better to approach the pit and not leave Jinx out to dry. Jinx has both summoners now. However, Ludens and Boots on Lunfeng, yeah, that's dangerous. So they give this one up. Probably isn't the timestamp you want to play it at. Man, every time Pace is low, every time hang on, the rocket doesn't steal. Oh, Observer's baiting me. Every time Pace is alone on his screen, I'm like, is there a chance that knocked-in Orianna comes through? I don't want to be that guy, but how do the top laners have 0 KP at 12 minutes into the game? That's a great question. I mean, the fights have been around the bot laners and the duo lanes. It's been all about duo lanes. So you can't just drop waves to get towards Grubs all the time now. If you do that too often, then you just give an insurmountable lead to your lane opponent. Oh yeah, the rune which gives the extra wards an extra life, an extra hit. That really confuses me. You can see on the left-hand side, the ward with the 4 HP bars instead of the 3. Really confuses me. Arlo on the Ambassador. First time he enters a fight, if he gets onto Orianna or onto Xayah, that could be a winning play for JDG. But they need that to happen. Oh, Paze, he's on a ward. It's the OGN recall. Cyclone comes through. No flash, no cleanse. He goes down. Starry comes forwards. Roots up. It goes melee range of the Wukong. Does have to blow a summoner. Takes a couple to get towards it, but Paze is absolutely public enemy number 1 and is once again sent into incarceration by the combo of RMG. Deep wards counter Leona. Yeah. Yeah. The auto Q auto. Same with Shyvana, like the auto Q. Tower not going to go towards, not going to fall. Oh, it is going to fall down just on top side. Linfeng going to back out in time. TT Boots helping with that. Starry's been playing very well on Desire so far, but does need to be a little bit careful without the flash now. Not been a big fan about how JDG have coordinated their engage. I'm not entirely sure they understand the point of their composition. Jinx should not be dying first thing in the team fight. Now, they're stuck in the bad terrain now again. Once again, Pace caught out. I don't think he understands where he needs to be on the map. Galliot comes through. It's too late. Maybe he's delivered himself into the play. Actually, no! Goes right on towards Starry. And that'll be a Cyclone. Not even needed. Wasn't even available, actually. But kills the Xayah anyway. Both AD carries dying. And Arla now caught out. Bit of a mess across the map. JDG leave their AD carry alone the first thing. Again, not really respecting the damage coming through from OMG. The Nox and Orianna combo still available, by the way. Because it wasn't even used in that one. JDG get 1 kill back onto the AD carry, but seriously, this is worrying. They should not be leaving their AD carry out to dry like this. You know there's so much engage. You know that the Jinx is your main source of damage and the center of your composition. You cannot be allowing FaZe to just die like this. Now, there is another thing in here saying, FaZe, why the hell are you pushing here? You don't have cleanse, you don't have flash, and there is no one close to your lane. FaZe, buddy, this is not safe for you. You should not be there. Very, very dangerous from FaZe. Team's not necessarily helping him. Teleport comes in from Arla. That is just comedy of errors after that point. We said that the first time he enters the fight might be very powerful getting onto the backline. Doesn't want to be going to 3 people like that. Chaos from JDG, and not in their favor. Funny thing is that's not even the most egregious TP this series. I know, right? You will definitely be seeing that in a TikTok coming to an FYP near you. By the way, if you don't follow my TikTok and my YouTube and stuff, I do occasionally put out YouTube shorts and TikToks. I have a fun series about who I think the best teams to not win Worlds were every year. Taunted on the server. Not gonna be able to get any tower shots though. So I think I'm on season... my next video will be season 6. Done season 1 to 4 so far. Every year I choose a team and say, this is my... I think the best team to not win the World Championship that year was. It's been very fun to remember some of those teams that have been forgotten over time. I did some story times about Faker and some other players as well. Did a story time about Samsung Talon, which is one of my favorite stories in esports. Noct and Oriana, now open available. Shadowflame very near to completion for Linfeng. Once that comes through, that is going to be so much damage. Scout, of course, has a bunch of magic resist and the magic shield as well, but JDG don't really want to be tanking that one. Starry has his ultimate back again, no summoners, but happy to walk up a little bit more aggressively. He's been more protected by his team. Dash stopped on the way out of that by the Jinx traps. That is the way that works. So stop dash has been way through it, but whatever. Tower's gone down anyway. Significant goldie for OMG. So, Dragon started up. Worst terrain technically for OMG. Arla on the flank, has flash, has ult. Jinx not at the play, Scout not at the play. This is probably going to be gone anyway. Are you just going to use the... Oh, that's a big combo, but Starry gets out. Does he get knocked up? He does, but he escapes most of the damage and they go straight into the shockwave. The Xayah ult does seem to have been the game winner at this point. FaZe is alive, but he's not really contributing to the fight. Starry still... No, he's actually just dead. Okay, so... Thought the Xayah will be the game changer. Not to be so. The initial engage looked good for OMG. JDG turned things around and FaZe is the one that lives. All things said and done. Somehow they walk away with a 1 fight. We'll need to see a replay of that one. Didn't think that they would be able to clean up the Xayah after the initial engage, but it happens all the same. JDG walk away with a very important fight. Jinx, the last remaining DPS on this hung, doesn't have himself ult now. OMG. Somehow not being able to capitalize on that play. JDG, for all that, I've criticized them for not protecting Jinx before this. Jinx wasn't even really targeted in this one. OMG get away with it. Well, no, JDG get away with it, rather. Okay, so, big things here. Go on towards that hook. Nautilus ult goes on towards the Xayah, but the Xayah manages to get barrier and escape the initial engage. So what happens after this point? And Bessa gets straight onto the Xayah. That definitely doesn't help. Into the taunt. Yeah, okay, right. Honestly, fight won by Arla after that point. Manages to zero down, get some CC onto the Xayah. Even though the initial engage doesn't work out, Arla manages to lock Starry in place long enough to Scout and the rest of the crew to take him down. So Arla just about saving that fight. It's hard being a play-by-play. As a color caster, I can sit back. I can kind of look at what I think the game-determining factors are. To try and be entertaining and energetic and also judge the fight in the right way. Very, very hard. Anyway, that's kind of going to be started up. JDG, slow to this one. Pays. Fires an ult through. We'll see it happening. They can't stop it. Shun could be going forwards for an Olikin Cyclone in. Potentially. Nocturne comes through. Cyclone comes through. But he's just immediately furthered into death. Shun goes down. Atacon goes down with it, and the GAs, the withdrawals available. Scout has come in for a heroic entrance, but will it lead to much more than that? Actually, it might do, because it looks like all of those withdrawals are going to come through and be used immediately. Scout, incredible ultimate to at least deny the value of the Atacon. Shun goes down, but the GAs are no longer available. JDG once again win out on a team fight, and largely the last couple of fights have come through
from Scout following up at the end of a fight. Talk about the Ambassador and the one before that. Helps Scout get onto the right targets. This time, Cyclone comes through. Yeah, the Feather Ball comes through. Yeah, that's most of his HP now, but there's still a lot of ultimates. But look how much value Ambessa and Galio get in this fight. Look at this. 4-man taunt from South. Huge amount of damage. Manages to get Pays on the Jinx right into the fight. Pays and Jinx goes together into Jays. Another Arcane champion. Anyway, Scout. Great value end of that. That 4-man taunt saving things massively. The Atacon at least not going to be held over the heads of JDG. Oops. So, Dragon spawning now. Golden advantage for OMG again, but the gold hasn't really meant that much so far. I think after the big engage, as long as Arla or Scout are still alive and kind of in melee range, that's a huge bonus. Because I think what's happening now is you're not one-shotting everyone that you need to as OMG. And Starry is struggling to kind of like overextend to get into the damage and then ends up putting themselves in melee range of one of these big kind of solo laners. Markyle gets across the team. Not achieving that much. Taunt comes up, missing. Potentially looking for a hook. Wave dies. Not going to be much after that point. Ambassador pushing topside. House teleport. Something that the LPL tends to be much better at than say, LEC, which I've been watching recently, is avoiding engages at the right point and allowing their top laners to go split push somewhere else. Dragon's going to go down. OMG happy to get a second one of them. However, Arlo getting gold from the side lane. Getting closer towards what looks to be a Hex Drink of third. Not going to be displeased either. Don't understand how casters can even talk that fast. Not everyone needs to talk fast. Sometimes you just have to be... Talking slower can sometimes work too. I think sometimes people get caught up in thinking that they can just do Captain Flowers. Flowers is Flowers. He's fantastic at that. Doing the Rap God style. But not everyone needs to do that. Focus on being clear. Your words need to be heard. You don't want to lose your words in the midst of everything else. Like, sometimes I fall into that one. And you hear nothing of what I've said. The tone might get across, but the actual description is not as good as it should be, really. Shun, waiting out the red buff timing. Trying to make it last as long as possible. Oh, Pays went back for... Oh, so they're trying to delay the red buff for a long time, so they can have it for the most important fights. In fact, they choose not to kill it. Interestingly. Doing it now. Presumably so they can have it for the duration of the next phase of play when Baron is up and available. Of course, it lasts for a while. Who gets it? Arla gets it. Shun gets it. Wait, did they not give it to Jinx? Guys? Why did Jinx not get that? Were they afraid that OMG were going to go steal it at that point? Oh, it's when Baron spawns that it gives it for the whole team. Yeah. Ah, yeah, that's the thing. I thought it was beyond 20 minutes that happened, though. Did that change to 25 minutes now? I thought it was just after 20 minutes. I guess it does better when Baron spawns. Well, okay. Well, I guess that works. So, whole team red buff. Dude, that's one of those changes that just completely plastered me by there. Yeah, they're a team blue buff and red buff now. Especially when you're playing as, you know, Galio and Ambessa, when you're playing melee range, trying to keep people in range of you. Very, very helpful. Jinx and all AD carries obviously use it very, very well. 25 says when Baron spawns. Oh, so it's when Baron spawns that it changes. Okay. I just hadn't made that connection in my head that it's when Baron spawns, and with Baron spawn changing, it changes when the buffs start to be global as well.
Cool.
I believe blue doesn't share now. I thought it did. Oh. So many random changes, man. Stop changing the game, I love. So, pushing up in mid lane. Baron spawn. No Atacon this time, of course. Linfeng has gone for the Seekers third, going towards the Zhonya's. Maybe afraid of kind of the counter dive. I think OMG's carries and Linfeng and Starry have, in looking for the engage, put themselves out of position. And I think that Shun, Scout, Arla caught them out very well so far. Having a little bit of extra safety will very much help them. Do you think that Starry has still played very well on the whole? Big fan of this AD carry. Has a potential to be sure. Definitely LPL caliber. pays at 2.5 items. Not too far behind in terms of overall gold Starry, despite having a worse KDA. Scout. Alone on this bot side, but teammates coming with him. Soon, anyway. That's the ult coming through. And it's gone a little bit long. Actually, Scout dashing backward means that the ping back from the shockwave comes through. Scout sees it coming. Linfong messing up the combo a little bit. Because of the Galio dash backwards, it goes outside of the tether range of Orianna. It's extended due to the Nocturne. But it still goes too far that time when the shockwave misses. Scout buys 2 ultimates with 1 E. And gets out of the play. Clutch stuff from the mid laner of JDG. So now Baron's available, no ultimates available for the mid jungle of OMG. Does that open up a play elsewhere? Let's teleport back out onto the map from Scout. He goes back to base and they go onto the top side of the map. Does this open up a setup around Baron? The ultimates are not that long cooldown, but if you go for it now, you've still got full HP. Not the best terrain for JDG. They would be stuck in the pit, but they do get to do JDG bait OMG in. Good damage from the Baron coming through onto them, though. You don't want to tank that for forever. Good damage from Linfong, too. Doesn't have the shockwave, has his regular combo. JDG, I don't think it's wrong for them to look for a gap in those cooldowns, but they don't get anything for it now. And now, actually, JDG, I think, has made the mistake. They go a little bit late towards the Baron. They leave themselves open on the map. They use a teleport for this. They don't get the Baron. Lose the tower. And now OMG can say, well, guys, our ults are back. Get to go back towards this. JDG just bought the mid jungle ultimates with Scout's savvy play, but now those ultimates are back up. 5 seconds on the Nocturne ult. JDG will have to see the stock going down. I mean, Shun's not going to be here. He has Flash. He has W. Will he get there in time? Maybe. It's going to be close. No, it is not. Baron secured. Scout goes in, but can't get anything. The hook misses. Shun has Flash, but I don't think he'll get there in time. OMG. Hold their nerve, get their cooldowns back, and get the Baron. JDG, a macro blunder after an opening from Scout's good play. JDG will get themselves a mid lane turret on the other side of it, but they will have to reset and defend the map. Giving over a Baron at this stage in the game can be absolutely disastrous. The Dragon has spawned, and you might want to set up for that one, but already OMG starting to push out onto the map. You see that Nocturne hanging about in that top side. Might be able to split push through that one. We're happy to give up a Dragon if they can get themselves pushed elsewhere. Arla heading towards top lane on that mini-map. Might be looking for an all-in. Have to say, Nocturne's pretty good in the 1v1 and he's same level as Arla. Doesn't really want to tangle with that one. Dragon goes down, but OMG will have to be afraid of the map. I don't think JDG expected Hung alone to go Baron up the top lane and allow his team to come towards this. It'll be an inner turret for free. Scout pushing that bot side. Okay, so not for free, but it's a little bit slow too. I don't think JDG expected this wave to come in here. Some good wave control from OG. Some good map movement from Hung on the Nocturne of all things. Gonna lead to an inner turret. And then, of course, the inhibitor as well. Turret on top of that. The mid wave is also being pushed in. Shun trying to kill the wave behind mid lane to stop there being an extra wave being pushed in. But JDG very far behind on where they want to be playing right now. Engage onto the Maokai. Yeah, that's not going to do you many favors there. Now suddenly the ults come back. A flash away does not clear the shockwave radius. And it's going to be the top jungle, well, sorry, jungle support falling for JDG. And OMG have just clutched out a macro masterpiece in the late game against Jingdong Gaming in their home arena. JDG, by far the favorites coming into this series, but with 2 dead and some big ultimates down. OMG, with the Baron buff they claimed after some macro magic, might just be able to close out a victory in a 2-1. A victory in this game. Arla gets onto the backline. Starry doesn't have ultimate. He doesn't have himself much HP, and he will go down. Harry not able to defend himself against Pays that much either, so JDG, in a very difficult scenario, will be able to clutch out with Pays on the Jinx. OMG should have been seeing victory laps around the Nexus, but JDG will hold on for just 1 or 2 more minutes and give themselves a lease on life after 2 inhibitors fell. The Baron buff is survived, and JDG find themselves crippled, but alive in the game. What a macro play from the start of this. And this was a good turnaround. No, you don't want to be going onto the full tank Maokai. The Nocturne Aria comes through. The flash does not clear the shockwave radius. 2 easy kills. Starry, I think, makes a mistake there. You shouldn't use the ultimate there. That was a mistake. That was a huge mistake. Because now suddenly you don't have that for the rest of this play. Huge mistake by Starry. Doesn't get the root there either. Takes another tower shot. flashes out of this Galio, but Ala gets himself onto the back line. Doesn't hit Starry directly with the ultimate. It doesn't matter. The double solo that is going melee is enough to allow FaZe the chance to start ripping through them. But Starry using that ultimate to close down a kill. That was a mistake. You need to hold on to that Xayah ultimate. Maybe they'll get another shot at it, but that should have been your victory fight. JDG clutching out after OMG just ran them around the map. OMG, grouping up again. Xayah coming to the party. Has 4 items now, Infinity Edge on top of everything else. That's a hell of a lot of gold. Hell of a lot of damage. FaZe though on the other side. Absolutely ready to pop when he has that passive running too. OMG, do you go for a big combo? GA on Hung. Will help him with that. FaZe having both summoners will definitely help the JDG team try to survive these fights. I will say though, OMG have actually been trying to take fights where FaZe is out of range and instead comboing the front line instead. That's been working better for them. Xayah's damage is very, very high. Not going to be able to reach the Jinx, but can reach the front line. Maokai again walks back a little bit to increase the duration of things. Lunfeng completely safe on that one. As Missing goes in and hooks himself to death. Tower goes down. OMG get themselves a freebie. Nocturnal was pulled. Maokai was pulled. And that's a huge cyclone onto the backline. Starry uses the ultimate, but will it keep him alive? I think it will. Shockwave clears out. Jace pays. Not Jace pays. Is still running on the backline. Oh, once again, the Jinx is the difference. Somehow OMG survived the start of the fight, but they cannot stop FaZe getting a reset and making things even. JDG once again survive. It is a 4-for-2. As OMG cannot close things out. JDG, with the Jinx in the late game, managed to keep themselves alive again. We are well and truly into late game team fight scenario. Missing tries to find a hook through the Maokai ultimate. There's no follow-up available. Goes down for free. And in the 4v5, somehow JDG get another fight going good for them. Fantastic Cyclone. Absolutely godlike Cyclone. Starry forced to ult barrier very, very early into the fight. I think there's a huge mistake here by Moam going on towards FaZe, who immediately cleanses, takes down his countryman. And FaZe then has the resets, avoids the feathers. Just need to avoid giving the resets to FaZe, but they can't manage to do that. Moam goes a little too far, FaZe gets the reset. JDG run back through that. GA now available for Jinx. That is a game changer. Now you don't not only have to go take down the Jinx, have to make sure that as soon as they come back up, you haven't lost enough HP for them to somehow flash out and get resets anyway. Baron spawning again, Dragon spawning again, 2 big objectives, even in gold in the late game-ish. FaZe has been absolutely crucial to these late games. In the early game, FaZe wasn't exactly supported by his team. Seems like he's doing most of his own stunts now. Anyway, Scout has a death cap. That'll help him with his own damage coming through. Shun has Flash, has Cyclone. That's Wukong has been utterly fantastic in the team fights as well. Baron down already. Teleport in from Scout. The Nocturnal comes through. Teleport definitely helps again towards the backline. Harry trying to get something down onto FaZe. He has the GA though, and he's going to get the reset. Anyway, what's happening on the other side of the fight? Starry trying to get damage down, and he will get a kill, but I don't know if he has the staying power to get enough done on the other side. He's almost 7,000 damage into the team fight, but FaZe is just about to threaten a reset, and we know what happens with them. JDG, I think they will have lost the Baron, but they might just have walked away with the team fight afterwards. I suppose with 1-for-2. OMG do walk away with that again, but without Starry having any HP, no real ability to continue on the strategic advance. Close again in the late game. These AD carries trying to play out the fight so differently. Shun dies on that attempt that time, but so dangerous in the late game. Wukong, hope you're enjoying these late game LPL Fiesta team fights, because I absolutely am. I can barely keep track of what's happening on both sides of the fight. Feats of strength coming into their own too now. Worth noting that, folks. If we get towards that real hyper late game, those boots will have an extra amount of gold value and the passive value, which the enemy team just can't buy. It's an extra 750 gold plus. That's a combo going through, and it's going to be a huge shockwave onto the Jinx, who dies. No GA this time, and FaZe will not be there for the resets. OMG, they pull the trigger enough times, and JDG just cannot defend their AD carry. FaZe walks up too far. So clutch, so often the hero in this late game, but OMG are here to break some hearts with a choir of angels. Some OMGs coming up from the crowd, I would imagine too. Those turrets not really looking too healthy. OMG, can they close out the game this time? They couldn't do it the last time they were here on the scene. Starry has ult, has Barret. It's going to be much harder for JDG to play things out. Another Maokai ultimate. Xayah ult comes through. Dodges out the Galio. Trying to get onto the backline, but just can't reach him. Starry spacing them out and spacing them out the airlock. Jingdong Gaming will fall in this game 3. And OMG will once again take the lead in the best of 5. Going 2-1 up. JDG in the home arena. The overdogs in this series getting slapped again. Blue side 100% win rate as OMG have a huge game against JDG in the late game to close this out to a 2-1 and put themselves up for match point. Oh, it is not helping my ropey voice, folks. The fact that these team fights have been so goddamn entertaining. I really hope you're enjoying this, folks. This has been an insane series. I hope you're enjoying it too. Thank you so much for the follows. Maxim, Sirik, Cesar. Hello, Sam. How's it going?
Holy moly!
How you feeling, Sam? You feel like subbing in for the end of the series?
Yeah, go on.
Go on then. Cool. All right.
Let's go on in.
It looks like, folks, we'll have at least one more game. We'll see how far it goes beyond that, and we'll have ourselves a brother cast.
Hello.
At the end of it, you can drag it. We've got a while. Game's ended anyway.
Yeah.
I was going to take myself a break.
That's
so we can...
fine. I'm going to run and get coffee and a croissant. Do you want one?
Yeah, go for it.
I'll
sure.
go do
We'll
that.
have about 10-15 minutes.
That's fantastic. Hello, guys. I am back. My ear is mildly blocked.
Oh, right.
So
Well,
I don't hear out of my left ear currently. So that'll be a...
And you may have seen this wonderful individual on the NLC last night casting Los Ratones, it's Cagel's team, and of course Ready Esports as well. He's just flown all the way back from Thailand, from Phuket to Bangkok to London to Berlin, which I think clocks in at about 11,000 kilometers, by the way.
Going.
To go straight into that cast there. He slept a bit after casting the games, and now he's
yeah, mildly functional.
Mildly functional. All right, you go do that thing.
Yes.
Let's just make sure that we're not late to starting this game. You turn up whenever. I'll slot you whenever. Yeah, latte and a croissant will go fantastically well for me. I'm gonna run some ads soon, folks. I'll leave it as long as I can, and then we'll get to it. You can tell I'm a little bit sniffly and a little bit ropey on the voice, but it's okay for now. It's mainly just me being under the weather. And yeah, fantastic game, folks. Love seeing teams like OMG punch above their weight. JDG choosing some bad fights, and PES, a mixture of the team not working for PES very well and PES not understanding his safe positioning as well. Oh, Starry using that ult on that first Nexus offense, dying afterwards. God damn. This game is why I love Fearless. I don't think that would ever appear without it. Potentially not. But in LPL, I will say that LPL tries different compositions anyway. If you are going to see these compositions, you are more likely to see that here. I think sometimes there are some false positives. By the way, Mr. Panda Kane as well. I appreciate the follow. If you do enjoy what we're doing here, please drop a follow. Please drop a prime if you got one. And let your friends know that we're doing this as well. There are multiple different projects covering the LPL. We've been doing ours the longest. I've been casting the LPL for nearly, well, I've done 2 full years of it. This will be my 3rd year of casting the LPL. Sam's been helping me alongside that too on my own stream. And we hope that you're enjoying our knowledge, our entertainment, and our love of the region as well. So I hope you're enjoying it. I'm going to go get myself, I'm going to give myself a bit of a break, rest my voice. Going to put some adverts on. And we'll be back with you for Game 4 after this point. Potentially even a Game 5. It would be our first of the LPL. It'll be fantastic to see between these teams of the key team finalists. So I'm going to put some ads on, put things on a break. And I hope you're enjoying yourselves.
Howdy folks, how's it going? Hung MVP? Yeah, that guy was sick this game. Not that it wasn't a sick game for anyone else too, but yeah. Well, Phaeton, thank you so much for the follow as well. 5 out of 8, who's their ass for mid lane? What was Lingfong doing on the other side of things? I will get Hydrate Energy. Hello Angie, how's it going? Sam's just popped out to get us a drink and a quest on actually, so I'll be doing that. But yeah, Sam will be joining us hopefully for game 4, so I'll get to rest my play-by-play voice a little bit. Croissant. It has been really quite cool though that I've been able to like practice my play. I've never really practiced play-by-play. I've just thought, oh, I could probably do that to some degree. I'll be okay at it. I don't know if I'll be special. I'll be okay at it. But yeah, it's been fun doing that. So I hope you guys have been enjoying it too. It's been mainly just me yapping a lot. But yeah, it's been cool to practice that. Right, maybe I'll pull in a Zale and do both. Isn't that, hang on, wait, isn't that Westlife? What, wait, who did that?
发在西作业，无花果。
Hey, Jared, good to see you again. I need to fix that. That's the base one. I'm gonna merge into the ultimate caster play analysis and cult. I know, right? I need to host things as well. I'd say like someday I'm gonna gift Faker or something to you. Thanks, thanks, Joe. Much appreciated. That's me. I'm definitely the one guy show. That's definitely what I am. Hi, Jim. Hi, Fish. I thought that Jarvan skin was the old Jarvan skin, the Luna Beast one, whatever it was. Or Warring Kingdoms. Those Warring Kingdoms. Oh, this is dumplings. Yeah. The Dumpling Syndra thing is actually adorable. I love that. I like that a lot. Wait, I trolled my friend once by gifting celebrity subs to him. That's hilarious. So sometimes what I do, by the way, folks, is I watch a lot of speedrunners. It's something that Angie and I kind of do to chill out. So I watch a lot of Halo speedrunners, and I watch a lot of Halo speedrunners, actually. And then also, I started watching this Hollow Knight speedrunner the other day. And every time I walk into chat, I kind of drop into chat, there's like 1 or 2 people like, oh, League player, League caster, hello. I'm like, hi, you're very cute, you're adorable. Which player would you be most excited to interview if you ever got the chance? Well, obviously Faker. Like, getting to speak with a GOAT would be very, very special. Arya, for me. I've always been a huge fan of Arya. Ebby as well. I mean, I hang out with Ebby. I like Ebby. But actually interviewing him would be quite special. Because Ebby and I go way back in terms of LGL stuff. Who else? Who would I like to talk to? I was on PGL with Closer, that was fun. I like talking with players. Players are cool. Well, the ones I've met are anyway. Who else do I like to speak to? Froggen. I want to speak to Froggen. I love Froggen. Or Alex Each. Alex Each. I'd love to speak to Pureshik, my god. Pureshik seems like a really fun person to talk to, for sure. Hi. Oh yeah, by the way, I have some new graphics I can throw in as well at some point, which I should probably investigate. Love to meet Yankos. I've maybe briefly talked to Yankos once. Tell you who's really fun to talk to is Roman. Roman is he's such a class act. Get ready for 2 more games. I want this to go 5 games. I want us to have our first 5-game series. Purishik, the best player of all time if Faker didn't exist. I'm willing to let you believe that, but I will put a disclaimer for anyone else who ever hears you say that again. You know, just be prepared for people to throw hands. Who else would I want to talk to? Knight. I'm a huge fan of Knight. I think he's the best Ahri of all time. Well, no, him and Faker. I mean, of all time, probably still Faker actually. But Knight is like up there top 2. I think he's yeah. So it's interviewing the best players of my champion of all time. That'd be really cool. JDG loses game 5? Maybe. Maybe. Roman's really cool. All good. The thing is, I think most people assume that people in esports chats in the West are guys. So if you're like, oh, it's he's like, no. There are some girls around too. But hey, whatever. No harm, no foul. How's everyone doing on YouTube? Anyone on YouTube chat? Way better series than I expected. OMG actually in this. Just joined the stream. How did OMG win game 2? OMG won game 1. Wait, was it game 1? Yeah, OMG won game 1. And we're largely both game 1 and 2 were teams taking early fights that they shouldn't have, and the game snowballing away from that. And blue side's been winning, but I don't think that's necessarily the reason for it. Yeah, for sure, Joe. Makes a lot of sense. Like, politely correct people if it's just out of unfamiliarity or something. Okay, alright, let's get ourselves into game soon. I hope Sam comes back with a drink, because I need it. Missed again, Genji game, how did it go? Well, you might want to go look up the results. Genji fans not feeling the best right now. Alrighty, that sounds like the music for draft. So, game 4, Fearless Draft. Of course, a lot of things are removed at this point. Callista still available. What else is still available? Victor hasn't been played yet. I can't imagine that's let through onto a blue side first pick. You do have stuff like Ahri, Talia in terms of mid laners. Yone and Yasuo for Linfeng as well. Rumble hasn't been played either. And a lot of these are still going to be going into the ban list. Ziggs as well. Ziggs was banned away from Pays, something that he's pretty powerful at. Now, if you do end up going for something, I mean, I think if Victor is banned and Yone is up, you could potentially look for Yone with either an AP jungler or Ziggs if it's left available. Poppy ban. So Victor or Yone will be left up. Now, OMG have a choice. Do they ban one of those 2 mid laners and to choose a trade, or do they ban neither of them and go for something else? They ban the Rumble, Victor available, Yone available, Sejuani locked in first, which means that you're now angling maybe for the Yone side of that equation. You could also go for Sylas with the Sejuani as well. Do you take the Yone away here from Linfeng? Do you go for the Victor, which tends to be better at tank killing, better at long-range backline? It's not necessarily what I'd say is Linfeng's kind of specialty. Harry is a Gnar player, hasn't played that for a while, and there's less bruiser picks for Arla to play. He could play Jax. Jax would be pretty powerful for him. So, OMG deliberating. A lot of choices. Lilia locked in. So now both teams kind of want Yone, I think. I think both teams want Yone. Lilia good versus Sejuani. Does need an AD mid a lot of the time, though. Don't really want to play double AP as much. Scout, one of the better Yone players within the LPL. Played a lot of Worlds. Was 1v9 on that a lot. Of course, JDG, if they were to win this, would take us to our first Game 5 in the group stage of LPL. Not something we've seen before yet. So far, anyway. Ooh, that would be different. Cannon. So they wanted to find themselves some magic damage somewhere. Could have gone for a Ziggs. I suppose with the lack of engaged support, it's harder to find combos for the Ziggs now. And they go towards the Cannon. So Cannon, very good into the Gnar. Can get lane swapped against, and that could be a worry. I think OMG could look for a lane swap game now, potentially. Kai's locked in. And no mid laner for Linfeng yet. What do you do? Do you angle towards a... What do you do here? Do you angle towards something like the Yasuo that Linfeng plays a lot of? Sylas could be okay. It means you've got a lot of AP that way, though. And you've got then it's another ranged champion into Cannon, or melee champion into Cannon at that point. Supports. Also, not in the best spot right now. See, the thing is, if you go to... You could go towards Nico support, maybe. There could be a world where you go like Kai'Sa Nico. And you try and lane swap or something like that. I guess it would be really awful at tower diving on the other side of the map. Elise support could actually be okay too. We're getting into that kind of point in the drafts. Especially if you want to tower dive. Yasuo is banned away from Linfeng. It is one of his OTPs. For those of you that don't know, Linfeng is an LDL player that was very successful on stuff like Yone Yasuo, who's a fantastic Yasuo Diana player. That kind of combo. Right, my folks are going to go answer the door real quickly. Folks, I had to let someone back in. Rarely a band away from Linfeng is what Sam. We're getting to the point where Linfeng's champion pool is going to be quite important here in the back end of the draft. Well, we're back into the second half of the draft, so it's like, okay, what else have we got here? So we've got Yone locked in for Scout.
Yep.
Linfeng has, like, no mid laners left to choose from, so he's like, yo, what the hell do I do here? Well, no, Sam, they're both banned too. And it's instead, might even be set mid, could be support. But set, I mean, technically could be set support for lane, kill lane. I think you might be lane swapping, looking for kill lane at this point, maybe. Yeah.
Cog possible.
Are we gonna go Cog Lulu? Are we Juggamoring?
Oh my days.
Are we look, I have my issues with Fearless Draft. If we get ourselves a Cogmore, let's go. Do you mind closing the door?
Of course I can, yeah. Interestingly enough, I know I've been back towards the microphone rather than yelling from the other side of the room. I know I've been chatting with a few AD carries, and Cogmore's been really strong for a few patches now, at least in solo queue. It's been really putting up the numbers, so at least from that side of things, people have certainly been liking the champion.
Lulu.
But
I like it.
There's the Lulu you were talking about. It's locked in. Missing was a big Lulu player.
You have enough engage from Yone, Sejuani, Cannon. You don't need an engaged support. Problem is, Cogmore's going to have to find a way to, you know, do stuff in another way. I think what's going to happen now is OMG want a lane swap. There aren't any good engaged supports left, but there is a good tower diving support. Elise is great in lane swaps because she is still Elise in a tower dive.
Yeah.
So, I think what's going to happen, we're going to get a lane swap. We want Starry and Mom to not face in 1v1. They want to try and lane swap and deny the Cannon laning phase against the Gnar, dive the absolute ever-living hell out of him, and try and snowball around that. I will say, I think that JDG have come away with a more coherent composition than OMG have.
Yes.
So, that is the problem late into Fearless. Getting coherent drafts after 50 bans have come through or whatever.
Tricky.
Very difficult. Cog Lulu, probably still not on the same page as JDG, is the rest of JDG's comp, but it's still, I prefer that to what OMG have in. But I think the logic is, the last pick Elise support is there to
provide tower dives.
And it's a way of threatening the Lulu too, in my mind, because Elise is another range support, but she's got all in, because you can just fully commit into the repel, into the spider form as well. And we have seen a lot of Elises just use those raw base damages and, say, early boot to really put the damage home. She doesn't need that much to be valuable as a champion. Hell, Azazak's Realm Spike is more than enough AP for a lot of the time as the Elise support. It's just sometimes if you end up a little bit behind in the levels, it can suck a little bit.
And to people saying, surprised that Victor hasn't shown up yet, Victor's been banned a lot and really playing into stuff like hyper-engaged comps. Less valuable. The reason it's so good in Europe is because the teams are not as good at playing those dive, aggressive combos in the same way. They've been playing the long-range backlines because both teams have been doing that. This game, man, if JDG win it, we get our first Game 5 in LPL group stage. Hope you're enjoying this, folks. Sam joining me from our first duo cast of the year. So
pleasure to be back.
Only place you'll find brothers casting League of Legends as we head on to the Rift for Game 4 and hopefully get ourselves a few gyros before level 1 erupts like it's done the rest of the series.
It's been such a wild old series. I came at the end of the last game absolutely losing my mind. Can't wait to get involved in this one.
There are some gyros going on in the background. The audio mixing, not been the best for them. Missing. Little ends level 1. We've seen a lot of level 1 wards. A lot of level 1 kind of play towards that. Let us know what the volume is like, by the way, folks. We are doing some different stuff with the mic. We have one mic just kind of between the two of us, and we're hoping it will work okay.
It'll be fine, surely. Also, shout out LNG Scout is Best with the rename to JDG Scout is Best. I see you there.
Yeah, a long time chatter, newly changed. As we do have another level 1 Scout.
Oh my days. Up. Did he catch that kill? I think he quite did. And Hung has to back away with half HP, but is still alive, and no one burns any summoners as yet.
Sam,
just HP jumps.
We have an important choice here, folks. We have one set of headphones to listen to game sound. Sam, would you like them?
You keep them purely because I've still got this one ear that's a little bit blocked, so I don't think I'm actually going to get that much value out of the headphones.
Man, so you hear the analysis not just on the Rift, but of casting techniques too. Okay, so Sat was... this is the new set skin.
It is.
This is the first use of the new set skin for the Year of the Snake. So this one is like the however many hundreds of dollars worth of set skinnage. Last time it was played in mid lane was 22. Damn, we didn't see it at all for the last 2 years in set mid.
It's been a little while. I remember when the likes of Jovi were playing it all the time. I mean, speaking of times gone by, we've seen Showmaker pull out Zoe of all things. A few of those old classics are beginning to make a bit of a resurgence. It was a good game too. Showmaker's been on real fire, and Scout eats a face breaker.
Important thing to note here, we did say, OG probably want to look for lane swap. Haven't managed to do that. JDG were quite good in game one of the games anyway. One or two. A game of all time, where because both teams have been very aggressive at their level 1 warding and invades, we've seen good vision, and because of that good vision, Pays and Missing have been very good at matching the swap if they don't want to go into a lane swap scenario. They've done that again. They will get the push in. The Elise will be fine, but you don't get the tower diving Elise, and you still get the cannon versus the Nara as well, which is not really what they want. Another good face back. It gets the stun.
Alphon's been finding a few good early combos there, but again, we've seen sets have that moment in lane. It's when it starts to get towards mid games, can sometimes get a little bit trickier to play out.
So when the players walked out, I was dismayed to learn that the announcer said Linfong. So I have to say Lonfong.
Is it Linfong?
It is Linfong.
Linfong. So, okay, that's good. We go.
So I've got to change like my brain wiring for that.
Linfong. Okay, we'll do our best to remember that. That's good to know. But the announcer is probably right, and we were wrong. So he needs to deal with that.
Yeah. Well, I'm never wrong, of course. But,
just could have been more right.
Do have Megamind, love it. Okay, Missing. Hanging down towards the river, trying to get some advanced vision.
Here we go.
Misses the Q. Flash, Cocoon, available.
Repel's also there, depending on how aggressive they want to go. Just the Haymaker combo there. Scout, though, needs to trade back there. Lethal Tempo being back is a blessing for all those Yone players, because my days did they love that room. Decent Spirit Cleave afterwards. Linfong takes a bit of a chunk there, and again, I'm having to rewire my brain. Many moons of going Lonfong.
We believe it was Lonfong. Because sometimes the I in Pinion is pronounced a little bit differently to that. Shun, just off of vision. Of course, one of the big stories of JDG was Shun and Scout moving to JDG, the highest profile pickups because of their notoriety and level of play. But they have, on the whole, their first series very well coordinated. Second one, as we've seen so far, we've seen some ups and downs from, particularly Shun has had some off games in this series. I'm not saying it's completely right as rain, but still, we expect a lot from these players.
Oh yeah, and I think Shun in particular has had a really interesting career in terms of the expectations and belief about that player. There's been some analysts that have been less sold on Shun over time. Some have really, really believed in him. More famous for his Nidalee and his Kindred, but what about the rest of his champions?
And he won a game with his Nidalee earlier in the series, despite the fact that I wasn't very happy with his Nidalee in recent years. Well, I say recent years, like last year. But that one was pretty good earlier in the series.
I think potentially here, this change of locale, a change of vibes, so to speak, alongside Scout here could be a really good opportunity for Shun to once again prove that he is one of the very best in the region, which has sometimes been in doubt despite the level of maybe the success he's found. I think it's fair to say.
Stop the recall.
A very annoying thing.
Yes, that's why we're picking Elise support. That's the one right there. Easy, actually very good at recall counter.
Very annoying,
because the volatile spiderling. It's really annoying actually. But yeah, so we're getting towards minute until Grub spawns through. Your Grub setup get a bit different when you've got both bot lanes on the top side. Getting a reset from Kog'Maw already to get tier 2 boots for that first fight of the game.
Phase breaker, but Shun is here. A reminder, Scout on this Yone with the passive from the Sejuani just means Set has nowhere to go. Permafrost leads to first blood.
Mom needs to be a little bit careful here. Was running well, there's nothing to repel to. Quite dangerous. Harry getting bullied down by Arla on the cannon, who has been using the matchup in the way that they wanted to. OMG not getting the lane swap has been not great for them. Both sides of the map not doing the best with that start. Walking towards Scout, walking now into Scout's E.
That's a bit dangerous. Has to flash away as Shun came looking. The cocoon landed from Arm, but with the flail available, I think Starry was a bit wary even with the cleanser.
So, OMG, probably going to be losing Grubs now, which is a shame because Lilia takes them very quickly. I have to say, this series, red side teams and Grubs, it's not worked out very well.
How bad has it been, Al?
It's been pretty bad, Sam.
Oh no.
I've seen a lot of teams just kind of walk up and die.
That feels like me and solo queue.
Yeah.
Don't agree?
Yeah. Oh, well, you're the one saying it. Haven't been religiously watching your solo queues.
Probably wise.
Yeah, but still, it's now going to be the 3 Grubs taken by Shun on top side. You have a Yone and a cannon with Grubs. That's good.
I mean, honestly, even with the Kog'Maw there as well, you can get to the point where if you're ever given free time and a Bio-Arcane Barrage, you can start taking out those turrets pretty fast. It's
yeah, sure.
Scary.
So we do have JDG pushing it away towards the top side. Anything else interesting? I'm just going to highlight a few things in the map. One thing which I'm going to be doing a little bit more is drawing on the screen. Ward deep in the enemy jungle, they'll be able to spot out where Shun's moving, but on the other side, we have actually 2 wards on the blue team across that there too. Just watch out for those and see if they come to fruition. That pink ward, if it lasts a little longer, might be able to give OMG some advanced information to make some big plays. But I think already, normally with that kind of vision, you'd be kind of, oh, we can get in with like a Shinzo or a Vi to do whatever. You have the Lilia who's waiting a little bit. You haven't managed to, waiting a little bit to be relevant. You've got the Elise, which doesn't really want to walk up to do the dangerous boarding missions because you're not tanky enough. You're not able to escape in the way that a Rakan could or something like that. OMG have good vision there, but I don't really think they have the comp to leverage it.
I will say as well that I feel like, considering the role that Elise plays in the support role, she's safer than, say, a Lux at Warden, which is perhaps something of an analog in terms of the pick, the burst, the lane sort of like prowess, I guess, even if you do add in things like the diving. The Elise having the W, having the Spider Form and the Repel and the Spiderlings to block things out does give you a little more safety warding, but you're not a Leona, you know? You're not one of those tank supports who can just
well, I have to
walk
say,
in and survive the initial
neither
game.
is Lulu too, so both teams are very close. But one team has winning lanes and the other one doesn't, so bit different equation for that. So JDG been very happy to sit in their lanes so far. And one of the... Okay, so a lot of what's happened in the series, again, just to catch you up, teams have fought before they should. Pretty much every game. First 2 games was effectively...
Just the LPL.
Yeah, it was the LPL, but it's like, hey, we have an Ornn, let's fight at, like, first Grubs and die.
Oh no. Without ults?
It wasn't great, Sam.
Oh no.
I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It wasn't the best set of plays I've ever seen. JDG, do you have them start... Ooh.
I thought that was coming in quite well.
So they have the 3 Grubs and they have the first Dragon, so they are now 1 objective away from feats of strength, because they have the first blood as well. That's even more important for Kog'Maw. Extra stats, especially now you've already got those tier 2 boots. Very, very nice for them. And typically, obviously something like Swifty's very, very good for those AD carries, but no Berserker is for the auto attack based carries, so you're not gonna turn them down, are you?
Well, it's also because you're Kog'Maw. You like to glide. It's quite entertaining.
Yeah. That's why you go for the Monarch. The Monarch butterflies.
It's so true. But cool. The wings fluttering around is great.
Yeah, although I'm trying to think what I like the Lion Dance one because the rocket sound effects are really cool. Also, it is kind of the time of year for it as well, with a lot of the festivals with Chinese New Year coming up.
What's the one with the kind of like the spell one?
Arcane.
Is it Arcane? I didn't want it. It's like, is Arcane mentioned?
No, I can't remember.
I think it might be Arcane now.
Might actually be. That would be kind of funny.
Which is quite funny. If someone in chat has the actual name, that would be great.
That would
be
very helpful, but
yeah,
I can't say.
You know the one I'm talking about, guys.
Yeah. There's the Hextech one, which is a bit different, but there is the Munchkin one.
It's the one with Prestige Zoe is
oh, true. Arcanist.
Arcanist.
Yes.
It's almost Arcane.
Almost, yeah. Definitely not Arcane. Definitely not. Yeah. Okay, right. More walking around the map. Slower pace affair in terms of skirmishes. I think a lot of the reason for that is, again, the nature of the supports that you have. Once we get into Fearless, you're not going to have Nautilus Leona. Braum's gone, Khan's gone, Alistair is gone, Rel is gone.
Yeah, and I think you talked about it in draft, and I completely agree. JDG ended up with, in the result of the Fearless drafting system, with a more coherent comp. But that said, OMG have got a fair amount of tick to work with. The problem is, on the individual level, it's still a bit weird. You have to pull off some unusual escapes like that, but it is a set, and you can just decide to RKO someone out of the gang.
Have you ever done a game set match before?
I feel like I have. If I haven't, I've been missing out.
I've done that for years. Oh my God, flashes forward!
Gets the cocoon. There's the W afterwards from the Kaiser, but that's just too deep. The Elise is squashed. The Canna Raid comes on out. And Pays proves he's the superior bug this time around. As Lonfong has gone in really deep. I'll get the name correct one of these days. Haymaker! And Scout goes flying on in with the Fate Seals and seals the end of the fight. OMG, wiped from the board. It's 5-0 on the scoreboard.
And JDG might just be smelling silver with early skirmishes like that. A little bit more tarnished for OMG as they'll have to go back to base and touch Grace. Go down for the, and then suddenly feats of strength are going to go to JDG2. That'll be the 6 grubs. Fantastic fight. Solo laners find the opportunity. And once again, it's an early fight going wrong on one of these sets of grubs in this series. OMG, they don't have the coherent comp right now. They need a lot more gold than someone like the Lilia or the Kaiser to really be a threat in these team fights. So OMG were not prepared for that fight.
Oh, Tarnish, leave these grub setups aside. That was not the way, OMG. You go flashing on in on Moham, and I appreciate it. You do get a pretty key cocoon. But then you're immediately blown up. You are a level 5 Elise with no items, really. You're not very tanky, and you've already just seen Linfong burn the ult top side. It was never going to be an easy fight, especially when the turnaround AoE ultimates whack some heads.
I mean, it's a good flash cocoon in terms of hitting the skill shot. Strategically, though, you flash into melee range of a Cogmore that's got W. You're not getting away from that at that point. The teleports, this is one of the problems with the new teleport. Takes a little while to come through, and Yone's made it through to this part of the series. Scout at Worlds single-handedly carried 1 or 2 fights on this champion and was one of the better players of it at the World Championship. Gets away with a crucial engage and sets up for Arla. This is one of the reasons why I thought that Yone would be so important. I was surprised it wasn't locked in by OMG and picked 1 and 2 actually on the other side, but Scout has it now and is very happy with it. Dive coming onto Lin.
Oh boy, well, they were already kicking them while they're down. Probably appropriate. They've got very strong feet here with all those upgraded boots, and Linfong doing his very best to survive where he can. Actually, solid escape! What is that? Cue up the theme!
Set makes it out, but really at what cost? You're still losing your flash, you're still using your ult, and you are still 1.5k down. Turret's going to fall on the top side of the 6 grubs. Arla has ult, might use that to wave clear, but might just be dead.
Well, see, down, but there goes the lilting lullaby. Arla's got nowhere to go. He is drunk under the table. And on the top side, though, JDG still claim the turret. They get the plates on Pays, so still in the end, a relatively even trade, and JDG are happy enough with that, with the map control they're gaining.
And they get to keep pushing because they have Cog Lulu pushing a turret with 6 grubs. Cannon Ultimate still cleared the wave on bot side. Linfong was going to walk up here and at least be able to clear out the wave on the other side, but it feels like a lot of the damage is done on the side of JDG.
They don't claim the tier 2 at the very least, and Harry will stick around the bot lane, but they've not even got a single plate yet. There's the first one going down now, but OMG are falling further and further behind. Look at the gold score, if nothing else. 4,000 odd gold, 3 plates going down is a hefty lead to JDG.
Yeah, and let's have a look at where the gold is, mainly in the carries, and that is awful news for OMG. You've got a 1.6k gold lead for Yone, 1.3k gold lead for Cogmore, who's gone Wit's End as well. So even if you get onto them with the Kaiser, with the Lilia, it's much harder to take them down. JDG giving over a dragon, but I don't think JDG felt like they needed to rush towards this. They set up on the top side of the map so far. Linfeng is going to walk into the cannon and not be too happy with that. It's the Leandries too, so it's tank killing.
Oh dear, and they're going to teleport behind now. They might have gone a little deeper. Remember, he doesn't have the flash, and that does mean this cannon has stayed a little bit long. We'll try and lightning rush away. He's doing a relatively decent job, but Harry has got a hop, and he will make sure it's 2 this time. And Cha-Cha's all over Arlet, real smooth.
Really gave them the good old 90s disco classic. Wow.
Everybody clap your hands for Harry getting
Yeah.
kill.
It's yodel on yodel violence. So what do we have? We have Harold up in a minute 30. Pace getting solo gold from a bot lane turret. That's a problem. Because, yeah, getting up towards early magic for this is already a problem. Hasn't got flash. Potentially looking for another cocoon. Harold's going to die first, though, and OMG a little bit slow to the plate.
All 3 out turrets go down, while OMG have got none. And reminder, 6 grubs. Reminder, the early dragon's already gone the way of JDG. It's not an easy space to be in, especially when your comp is a little jury-rigged. Yes, you've got a dive comp of sorts, but you're still diving into a Lulu backing up 4 people who are quite happy to press their ultimate buttons and make some serious zone control happen.
So how does OMG get away with this game, then? That's the question. How could they sneak away something? It's very hard to deal with JDG right now because they have a bunch of pushing lanes. They have a lot of very good ability to quickly respond to something, either with a Lulu bailing someone out, or Yone kind of like flying across the team fight. Sejuani also a very long range engage as well. You need to find someone outside of the Phalanx and find an engage with Lilia Kai'Sa to try and blow someone up before that happens. Problem is, you're so far behind on the Kai'Sa, and the other problem is wards. And wards here as well. There is very little place on the map where you can walk without really being spotted out. So OMG are going to have to really mind game JDG's vision control, find a pick, and hope that it leads into an Atakan fight, I suppose. We've seen that
happen a few times, yeah.
Maybe you are just looking for an Atakan steal at this point.
You've got a few tools to maybe make that happen, but I do think it's going to be a little tricky. And I think you're right, the vision control is very JDG favored right now. You're playing for hits in many ways for OMG, but you're doing it with a limited amount of damage, so your windows to do it, even if you do land the CC, is not as large as you would like. JDG just returned to the scene of the crime. The tier 2 is under threat. Harry can do nothing about it. 6 scrubs, and a lot of members mean that one falls in short order. OMG will finally trade back a turret of their own, but it is small mercies compared to the encouraging continuing top side rank.
Yeah, there are a couple of wards that OMG could teleport onto, but Lilia's not there. So Lilia obviously doesn't have that. Teleporting into the set now, but the recall's coming through.
The bite will do something. Repel is used, but she'll still.
Oh, the teleport was cancelled. Teleport was cancelled. Picture in picture. Scout managed to stop that with the ultimate. So Linfeng can't even go for that. So one-man Lilia ult.
It's not a fantastic. Something missing. Just wild growths themselves. OMG feel desperate and are punished for overstepping. What on earth is the thought process? Because I don't think there's many good ones in their brains right now.
I think the thought process has just been stopped as the frontal lobe has just been detached from the rest of the brain by a sharp knife. Scout going forwards and killing those set on the bot side.
Nothing more to be done there. Linfeng will get a decent haymaker, but I just don't think he has enough for the tank. And Scout finishes off what his fate seal started.
JDG, fantastic laning phase, great early game. I think as soon as OMG couldn't get that lane swap, there were issues. The level 1 from JDG to ensure the fact that Pays and Missing were matched up in the 2v2, that the cannon could play for dominant laning phase, has made it so hard for OMG to fight back. You're now at a point where you're defending on your inhibitors and looking for a single Lilia ult onto a Lulu where the Cogmore stood menacingly behind them. Beware of the dog. Pays just barks right at them and they can't really do much about it.
I mean, you saw the Lilia go in and immediately get turned into a snowman courtesy of the polymorph, and it ain't frozen. You don't get to survive that particular onslaught. This isn't Olaf. And Linfeng ends up in a 1v1. He's just not winning anymore.
He wasn't, well, he hasn't basically been winning the entire game at this point. He died for that first blood of the game, and this is one of the reasons why Set has been picked less and less. When Set falls behind a game, beyond useless. Yeah, this champion is snowballing his hack. I don't even think you get the reward for snowballing the same way that other champions do. But if you fall behind, you get all the negatives. Because you only go melee range, and you only really bring like a brief bit of CC and a ton of damage. Harry getting engaged onto.
I mean, for context, by the way, this is a set that has got 1 item and no completed tier 2 boots. The only person in the game to have not done that. It has been a rough old place. And you don't build resistance a set, you just build HP. And when the people with Blades of the Ruin Kings and Cogmore with percent HP damage, you don't survive all that long. And yeah, I just saw the picture in picture. And remember, there's 2 solo lanes and 6 scrubs. That's another tier 2 gone.
I don't really know what OMG could do about this.
Die?
As Jamada would say, turn to religion. I don't really think there's much else more realistic. You still got a Herald, by the way. All of the turrets have already been broken out before that. You've got one man Lily roll onto Shun, potentially, and he's going to do that defensively. It's not even going to save him, and goes down.
Lilting Lullaby is just an extended nightmare right now for OMG, who won Game 3 in pretty spectacular fashion. JDG, though, seemingly just made them angry. They summoned the Herald, and they just charge on forward to break the inhibitors in a matter of moments. The Herald doesn't even get to help with the TES.
I summon Pot of Greed and destroy 2 additional towers. As he rushes towards the Nexus. Tanky Sejuani doesn't need to be really worried about that one. As he summons another one. And that's going to be a flash forward, but it's only onto the tank.
Linfong doesn't even complete the ultimate. Oh, the showstopper will really just be the end of the game. Make it stop. The game is all but over. Dies mid-flight. Need to get a black box to find out exactly what happened in that air flight disaster. OMG hanging onto a single turret, and I don't think they can do much more than that. It is absolute outclassing from minute one. We had some concerns with the draft, and JDG match the lane swap and break the ankles of OMG. Pray to your namesakes, because there is nothing but merciless death in Game 4. We're going to Game 5. JDG taking us to our first Game 5 of the LPL in 2025.
Scraping silver in Beijing. JDG came in as favourites, but they have lost 2 games, both blue side games worth noting, and OMG will have blue side for that Game 5, but I mean, OMG got smashed in that one, and there is a big question. JDG still had a coherent composition 4 games deep into the Fearless. OMG did not. What happens now when it gets that step worse in a best of 5?
I completely agree. I think on the side of OMG, there's some newer players there. There are players who have not got the same level of experience as Shun, as Scout, as even Pays, right? He's put a lot of time in at this point. People like Lonfong, or Linfong, there we go, I'll get that name correct. It's going to take a little bit, guys, I apologize. Haven't got the same depth to their champion pools there. Linfong in LDL was able to play those really aggressive melee assassin type characters even in Fearless because you can get away with it somewhat at that level. It is not as easy at this level to justify those really hyper risky picks, I guess, and the set just doesn't work out here.
No, and the problem now is he's I think that JDG have found if you ban the Akali and the Yasuo, there's nothing left in the tank now. Because those are the picks where he's actually very, very good at them. And there's a chance he can first pick something there. There are a lot of things to ban, though. I suppose now if you're going into red side for JDG for this last draft, do you drop a Kalista or a Skarner ban? Very powerful champions. And if you, or do you choose to, well, I mean, I think as JDG on red side, do you choose to keep Kalista and Skarner on the ban list, or do you drop one of them to deny the Akali or the Yasuo? Because actually at this point, do you first pick a mid laner for Linfong?
And then the problem is you're doing that into Scout, who is not exactly a slouch in terms of his own mechanics and own champion pool. Can you give Scout counterpick?
And Scout still has stuff like Ahri, still has stuff like Talia, can still play either of those things. And while there might
Azir up?
Azir is up too.
Yeah.
There are plenty of champions you can play towards there. And yeah, well, I guess there'll be a bit of a highlight reel, and we'll get to see the MVP at some point too as well. But yeah, thanks for joining us, folks. And if you're enjoying it, please drop a follow. My name's Nymaera. This is Initialize. We cast LPL over on this channel. This will be our 2nd year of doing this, and we've cast
quite a lot.
Hundreds of games over here. You may see other projects for the LPL, and it's very cool that they're doing that, but we did it first. So we can be proud of that one.
I saw those damage numbers there, and they were all like a solid 100% plus more than their opposite numbers, with the exception of support where the Elise is matching a Lulu. That is not, that's not a good sign, guys.
Yeah. Well, OMG on blue side, I mean, even Harry's champion pool is going to start getting weird now. Does he have to go towards something like a Poppy? Anonymous Gifter gifting 50 community subs to that as well.
Holy moly, guys!
Thank you so much, Anonymous Gifter, for helping us continue doing what we're doing as well. It means an awful lot to us, especially in the ever-changing climate of casting.
It really
quite
does.
difficult to do that. And I hope you're really enjoying this. We're going to take a quick break soon after this. But we really do appreciate the support. You can watch us on Twitch and YouTube. There'll be live VODs there, streamed on 1440 and both.
I love that as that bomb was dropped, we saw Scout drop the absolute nuclear one on the enemy team around that drop fight, which to me sealed the game as well with the Q flash to land it on 3 into the ult was amazing. And to the new members of the community, welcome. I hope you stick around. It's really cool to have you on in here, and especially for the LPL, which is in a really weird spot in terms of the community being all over the place this year. Hoping you're finding some at home here, hoping you get to enjoy the games here. We know we're going to be around and having a great time. I am really happy back and doing this.
Okay, Sam, if you need to go do you want to get a chair or anything like that?
Yeah, I'll go grab a chair.
So we're gonna leave it cameras off for a little bit. We'll put some adverts on as well. Just gotta go do that. And yeah, I can do that. I'm gonna put some adverts on now, folks. So thanks for sticking with us, and join us for Game 5 after these ads. Well, not after the ads. It'll be after the ads and then some bit as well. But after that, you know, it tends to work like that. You're enjoying this fine day of League of Legends. It is worth noting, due to game difference, Weibo have locked playoffs now, because even if OMG were to win this, they cannot get themselves enough game score to beat Weibo's, even if Weibo to lose every other game. So Weibo have locked playoffs in this group.
Nymaera again with
We're gonna get, so we have an Atlas sound effect for subs in this channel, so that's gonna be like 50 of them now, so get used to hearing Atlas for a bit. Nymaera with so much gold content right now, and that's not just his rank. My gold? I was unranked gold. By the way, so Dadalot and Rezes, thank you so much for the follows. Hope you're enjoying yourselves. And welcome to the community. Kirsha could initialize you any day. Nymaera again with just some gold content. Draft gap, yeah, that was definitely a bit of a draft gap, but this is Fearless. If you're gonna play best of 5 Fearless, you gotta be ready for 5 games. You gotta have 5 coherent compositions.
Nymaera again with just some
I just heard it for the first time as I thought you were part of the Chinese broadcast for some reason. Yeah, we are. Yeah, that's me. Actually, I have got a couple of contacts in the Chinese broadcast, a little bit, like around that, but yeah. Yes, buy the book. Oh, by the way, folks, for those of you who's part of community, we've been trying to think of ways that we can kind of like include, well, make you guys feel better about subscribing to the channel and feeling better about stuff. If there's anything you as subscribers would like as rewards for being part of this channel, let us know in either comments here, or more useful would be joining the Discord and leaving some comments in the server suggestions there. If there's anything that you guys would like to have as, you know, members of the community, let us know. I did have a brief idea of making a graphic with like all of the names of subscribers kind of like rolling through it, so you can have like a wall of fame for that. I'd like to cast a Magic the Gathering game with you. I did play Arc-Light Phoenixes in MTGA, and I played both Rakdos and Izzet in original Ravnica in paper, but I never really had a local game store because we were very rural, so I never played enough MTG. You want a single bacon bit? But you already ate 88 pies, but I will posture check. That's a good idea. See, what happens is I see myself on the camera and I'm like, I have to lean into frame. I don't actually have to. I'm above such things. I'm literally above such things. By the way, so I went up to Thailand as well as Sam recently, and on the flight over, because I'm 6'5", plane chairs are not good for me. I had 12 hours in a really bad airplane seat, and my back was absolutely messed up by the end of it, so I actually did go for a Thai massage. They're not joking, folks. It's like losing a fight with a boxer. That stuff is not relaxing. I'm just sat there just like gritting my teeth, trying not to like scream. However, I'm okay. Actually, yes, please, Sam. Just a cup of anything with honey in it would be nice, thank you. But yeah, I have to say though, it did work. My back feels a lot better now because it was awful at that point. Well, folks, Silver Scrapes. First one of LPL.
Nymaera again with just some gold content. Nymaera again with just some gold content. Nymaera again with just some gold.
Say hello to chat. You. Hello, Alex.
How's it going, Sam?
It's been really good.
Try and get. I'm not changing the camera lens.
That's fine. I'll just be. You stay in focus, and I can just be the mysterious stranger.
No, we have so much gold content here, even though it's Silver Scrapes. Oh yeah, Chris did some graphics and stuff.
Oh, amazing!
So I'm gonna get like both of them.
Oh, love Chris. Thank you. If you do,
I can show you bits of it actually. Okay. I'll show you.
You go.
This is the. Ooh, is it gonna focus on it? Yeah, LPL with Nymaera and friends.
I'm friends,
You're
guys.
friends, Sam.
I'm friends.
Yeah. A friend of ours who worked with us on LGL has done a really good job.
He's really cool. Like, he did a lot of my stream graphics too, actually.
Yeah. I kind of like this kind of.
That's also really cool, by the way. There's a bit of the KDA shimmer of that.
Yeah, it's a little bit Pearl-like. It's really cool. Yes, I did upgrade the. I updated the live screen or like the thumbnail on YouTube as well because it helps kind of people know with that one. We're stuck with Silver Scrapes because Nymaera is holding all the gold content.
Oh, Mecca!
I know.
He is my king of puns.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, everyone.
So for those who don't know, Mecca's my head mod, and basically all he does in my chat is vibe and make puns. Like I don't really know how else to define Mecca. He's a cool dude. How did that game end so quick? Basically because the building blocks of OMG's destruction happened a little more quietly than you might have expected because they got 6 grubs and the dragon and all 3 outer turrets kind of slightly off screen. There was that one fight around the second set of grubs that went really wrong for OMG and they kind of backed away. But at that point, you kind of started looking back at the turret health and go, wait, why has every turret only got 1 plate left, whereas OMG have only got a single plate in bot lane? And those things, once the grubs come in particular, once the herald comes in particular, really start compounding because the gold lead just explodes. And we already said their comp was a little bit jury-rigged. I don't want to say it didn't have ways to work, but it was a lot less coherent.
I think as soon as they didn't get the lane swap and couldn't use the Elise to tower dive, the Elise has 0 value. They have losing lanes. It was awful. So like as soon as that happened, it was pretty rough. And yeah, hey Dark, well, good to see you.
And I think also it's worth saying, like, this
I know you were here before, but
this
like,
is not an
also
Elise with a Caitlyn or something like that
I
kind of kill lane.
before.
It was a tower dive lane, if you know what I mean.
Yes.
You can play Elise with things like the Caitlyn and kind of do it as a Lux replacement kind of thing, and it works too, in the sense that you perhaps have a little less upfront burst. But
thoughts on Game 5 Fearless drafting? I don't think it's going to help OMG that much. Now they're on blue side. Now the hope for OMG is that on red side, JDG will hopefully have to ban Skarner and Kalista, which means they'll have to let one of Akali or Yasuo through, which are Linfang's kind of like one tricks. If JDG don't drop one of the Kalista and the Skarner as like the meta bans, Skarner is 100% ban rate in LPL.
So nuts.
It is the highest ban rate I've seen since Season 4 Caster. It's ridiculous.
Season 3
However,
or Season 4?
Season 3 and 4 both. It was still ridiculous in both seasons. However, if on blue side you just first pick a Yasuo and then just threaten the Diana comp after, I still think that OMG can come away with a good composition. Being blue side means it is playable. If I am the coach of OMG, that's what I'm angling for. I'm hoping that they drop one of the priority bans or one of the one-trick mid laners, and I first pick that mid laner.
There are 2 ways I tend to see Game 5 drafts go in Fearless, and this is coming from someone who did a lot of Fearless coverage, particularly in 23 with the LDL. I did a little less of it last year because there wasn't really any live broadcast, sadly, so I was kind of doing bits and pieces here and there, which was a bit frustrating to keep up with. But Linfang's a guy I watched quite a lot down there. He was really exciting. He still has a little bit of growing to do, but you can see the skills in there, even if the archetype, this is kind of the term I've been using for a lot of players who kind of have a particular way of playing, a particular kind of champion they like to go towards. He's really good at that one thing. He needs to broaden it out. But what we saw in a lot of those Game 5s is you often get the opportunity for players who do have those very specific skill sets to potentially shine because the generic answers are less widely available. And you can start to go for kill lanes and stuff. You can't just answer as freely. So things like Samira Rel, I don't know how good it is right now, but back a year or so ago, that's what
LDL would do, because
that's
it's
what
like
you just slam in because you don't have the easy answers to it.
And it's like, oh, we're not against the Nautilus, we should just point and click the Samira through the wind wall.
Or Alistair.
Because that's how you'd normally answer it. It's like, oh, we've got point and click stuff. If you don't, well, right now there's no Nautilus, no Alistair.
Yeah.
You can Samira. Now you can't Rel because Rel's gone, but you might be able to Samira something. You could. I actually wonder whether we get something like a. I think we might get something like Thresh Phalios in this last game potentially. There's some weird shit still out there, folks.
So, you know, this is where you would see people like one go towards the Vladimir, where you would see those Samira Rel locks in because you
Vladimir's been played already, by the way.
Oh, good to know.
So and this is actually another thing in terms of there's been some important discoveries of when can you play a niche champion well enough to save a better champion for later into the draft.
Yeah.
When Aurora is blind picked, you pick Vladimir into it because Vladimir can survive the Aurora lane in the way that he can't against Victor or Orianna or Corki or something like that. And you can at least get to the late game against Aurora in a way that you can't do against other mid laners.
Because the incremental damage just doesn't work against a Vladimir in a way that Aurora likes to build and play out those lanes. She doesn't get to those kind of incremental advantages against the Vladimir because transfusion means he's just stuck in the blood bank. He's doing just fine. He's going to the ambulances, stealing their blood supplies.
Yeah, it turns out the blood banks still do all their paperwork, like in actual paper. So he sat there. It's like a DMV queue.
Have you ever used carbon copy paper, like actual carbon copy paper?
Maybe once or twice, but like not that I remember.
One of the most bizarre things about living in Japan, if anyone ever gets a chance to go out there, I don't recommend the administrative side of Japan. It is all about 50 years out of date. Nothing can be done online. Not banking, not anything to do with like taxes or changing houses. You all have to go to a random building on the other side of the city and use carbon copy paper everywhere.
Okay,
but enough of random musings. We've got draft to get through. Bans coming in.
JDG banned the Skarner, Victor banned by OMG, which shows that they're not playing the Victor. That's already important enough. We saw that Angel doesn't play Yone the other day. That was a huge problem for them. Now, are we banning Kalista? Are we banning Akali? Or are we banning Yasuo? JDG, this is the most crucial part of your draft, in my eyes. So I think OMG should be looking for Linfang to have a priority mid laner for him and his champion pool first pick. That's what you do in this game 5, because his champion pool seems to be the one which is thinnest on the ground. And I think JDG, with the amount of time they're spending on this ban, I think about the two. They ban the Kalista, one of Linfang's mid laners will be up. Will they first pick it? Yet to see.
I think the other side of that then is if you're going to commit to something like the Yasuo in particular, make sure you go on theme. You can pick a lot of knockups. We saw it the other day between Setab and 1xN doing Ziggs Yasuo combos. You can make it happen. You can find ways to make it work, but particularly in these game 5s, getting a coherent theme is almost more important than finding just champions you know how to play sometimes.
Last ban for JDG. So Callista's gone, Rumble gone as well. So they've just left all of the big picks up. So you have Akali. I think Akali's the better first pick. I think it's better in a lot of different ways. Linfeng is actually a Lucian player too. Lucian first pick, technically a triple flex, although I don't really know what's happening with the current meta. This is the thing about Fearless. Enough champions are gone. I don't know what matchups that Lucian has to be afraid of in either of the lanes are gone now.
Well, I made the kind of example of the Samira ult, but Lucian Nami's the same idea, especially if you don't have kind of easy ways to shut that down. You can certainly do it. Pantheon's up and available.
True.
And that's been all over the place
because
right now.
If you're suddenly in a position where all of your supports are gone, Nami has only really played with Lucian, and that opens up a different support for you if you think actually it's about support champion pool. Jhin can be on the other side. You can technically play Jhin Nami as well. I think that one's a bit more fair weather, allows a different kind of support to come through. Maybe Jhin Blitzcrank even.
Can be a big punish. Karthus would be something wild, but we'll wait on these hovers. They're fun.
Look, there's a lot of different stuff. There's a lot of different stuff you can do. So Jhin helps. I mean, the Pantheon being hovered, that's relevant to you. Pantheon's very, very good early. It's the one. I mean, you've got that and Volibear as the two last early game skirmishes. You have to think about those picks, even though we don't see as much of Volibear.
There it is.
Both of them hovering over the Nunu. Pantheon, Jhin, very, very good at kind of point and click. We saw in the LCK, we saw a zillion Pantheon played by Showmaker and Lucid, which was disgusting as hell. Is that something that's being thought about? Harry, he's a poppy player, probably for him, and the Lucian Nami does come through.
Okay.
Still worried about Linfeng's champion pool, though. He hasn't got a mid laner locked in just yet.
And at this point, in your second phase of bans, you can just get rid of the Akali and the Yasuo and go, Scout's got a big enough champion pool to be just fine. Hell, you could even rotate that Pantheon there if Scout's feeling like it. We've seen exactly how flexible that Pantheon can be.
Yeah, it can be played in pretty much every lane, actually.
Yeah.
It's
not an AD carry, sort of.
Now, if you go for the Karma, you have lane dominance. Jhin Karma probably does outvalue the Lucian Nami in terms of level 1, especially with the mantra.
What should be tank Karma topside and someone
Well,
out there? Shakira is waking up to a new dawn.
It can be. The Shy played it, and against Poppy, there's no dashes for you to stop. You dash into the Karma, she puts the Alt W on you, and you feel pretty bad.
And she runs away.
Well, she runs towards you, actually, and she roots you and keeps casting Qs. Yeah, that's one of the problems with it.
You know, I take that.
You've got different options now. You can go Pantheon support, Karma support.
The Udyr is an interesting ban. Again, it's one of those champions that's starting to come back a little bit.
So, I mean, that does signal the fact that they are worried about the flexibility of the Poppy between jungle and top, which is fair, because Hung is also a Poppy jungle player. I'd considered it going towards Harry because his champion pool is getting a bit thin on the ground, but he was, last year, a bit of an Udyr savant. He would just play that until until the cows came home, really. Top lane
it's a bear stance, actually. There's no cow stance.
Shush. Well, it's not even a bear stance anymore. It's now the Iron Mantle, I'll have you know.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. It's the Iron Bull. He's actually, you know, it's one of the... It's like the Orm.
The Iron Bull isn't that like a... Wasn't that a...
It was a Dragon Age character, yes.
I thought it was a torture device, the Iron Bull. No, it's the Brazen Bull.
That's the Brass Bull.
Different.
Anyway, that's fine.
Anyway, right, okay. Ari back away from Scout. Akali, really good at reaching the backline, but not great versus Nami Tidal Wave and stuff. We're really deep into champion pools now. What is Linfeng going to do?
I want to say this as well. Showmaker pulled up the Zoe, and if you're looking at iconic Zoe players of all time, Scout is one of them. It was a hover. I was excited. I think the Akali makes a bit more sense. You've already got the Pantheon and the Jhin locked in. You've got the setup to mean that if with the Akali diving in, you will have the barrage behind it to give it a bit of power, and it's a takeaway from Linfeng.
Exactly.
He is a Sylas player as another option.
Oh, we get it. Sylas Akali in Game 5. That's great.
Oh,
and
it's in.
And that helps, because Linfeng is a Sylas player, and now you have to ask yourself, what is the last pick between jungle top lane? I would imagine at this point it's actually going to be Poppy jungle. It's a decent matchup into the Pantheon, so you can stop the W dash. What's the last pick here? You assume the Karma can be flexed into top or support. It is technically blind picking top lane.
I think Gragas is really annoying for Akali and Pantheon because they go diving on in, and the moment they've used their dives, you can just knock them away, and it makes it a lot harder to get through.
I like this. There's no tank killing potential on JDG. Sion is the last S-tier S-tier tank. That's good. Ornn can't be played because it was played in early games of the series. If you want to play a tank, you got to go start delving into some different stuff here.
Mundo would be an interesting, but that's giving the ultimate over to Sylas. Hell, I'm looking at all of these ultimates and they're quite good fun. Ale is throwing some interesting hovers out. We know he's got a fairly respectable champion pool himself. So we'll see what he decides to go towards in the end. A few of these options, I can see the theory behind it at the very least. See what the original decision is.
Good.
Mordekaiser the call.
Mordekaiser for me, I mean, it's tanky enough, but the big thing is, it's a lane dominant champion for Ala. Ala for me is the kind of person where if you give him a lane lead, he will pay it back to you tenfold. This guy on the Renekton earlier in the series had incredible like 1v3 backline dive, which completely won game 2, I think it was, in this series. I actually think OMG have walked away with a pretty decent composition. You have the tidal, you have double tank frontline between Poppy and Sion. You have them tidal wave buying space for Lucian and Silas to do some damage. However, JDG have the answers for it. If Akali or Mordekaiser get into the right space, OMG's carries will evaporate. You need to be very careful of the Poppy W and the Poppy ultimate to make sure they don't get the right angle. This should be an interactive game. JDG needs to be very aware of the Poppy W and the Nami tidal wave which comes out and the chain CC which can come beyond it. Hopefully, fingers crossed, this should be two competitive, scrappy teamfight skirmish comps.
Wait for some of those early objective fights. When first items, first ultimates start coming on through, this game could end up very bloody, very fast. I think there's a lot of cool interactions to go through. We'll see how it all continues to go on. And we will make sure that we enjoy it as we head towards it.
We'll also make sure that the door is closed as well, because one time we got a noise complaint as, oh yeah, Sam's going off to get some drinks as well. Yeah. We did get a noise complaint once, and in a game 5 like this, I'm not taking my chances. JDG, on the home ground, they were absolutely favorites heading into this. Reminder that Weibo in the same group here have qualified through to playoffs due to game score difference. I think basically OMG, they needed to win by a certain amount here. I believe that means that JDG... Well, okay, it gets a little bit weird. Anyway, Weibo are guaranteed through. Going into game 5, first save of silver scrapes of the group stage. And we guess we'll wait to see if there are any GIOs. Sion and a lane swap, very powerful. Could have potentially come through there. JDG gripping up on the top side. They have the Karma level 1. Mantra and the Comet, very strong. Don't be walking into a Sion level 1 Q though. JDG spot Hung and they spot Linfeng. Harry could potentially take a position behind this wall here and look for a Q of the wall. We've got the Fog of War right now. Shun, of course, starts with a full stack of passive. I don't think JDG have good enough information on this. They spot the boss in here. Ala's walking up and he's forced to flash away. Did not pay enough respect to that one. JDG still have their dual lane on the top side of the map. They can answer a lane swap if they so wish. Ward has gone down. Do JDG... JDG sticking around on the top side, really wanting, I think, to have standard lanes, to have the Mordekaiser into the Sion. Sion much better on a lane swap than the Mordekaiser, and Mordekaiser has such a good lane matchup. You would want to have gotten that. JDG, once again, good level 1 prep. However, they will not be able to secure themselves the lane swap, despite what was an aggressive intro into the jungle.
And Sion is probably the premier top lane champion. He is the champion that you think of when you go towards lane swaps in particular. Even when lane swaps have been hard to pull off, even in metas where it's not happened, if you have the Sion, it was still an option. That's how good that champion is at lane
I have
swaps.
to say, like, Sion's build is so much more cost efficient. It's always good to see him like just go towards Fimbulwinter, 2,400 gold item compared to most other items being 2,800 or 900. If you're behind in gold, you don't care. Very, very effective on you. You build up towards that. Mordekaiser, he does need a few more other things ready. Use the W for extra healing. Of course, increases the healing the lower HP you are, so he's okay in that.
And where top laners go in lane swaps is a really interesting kind of adaptation over the last 6 months or so. I want to say we've seen a few of them actually head towards mid lane to really ensure that some of those trickier early levels for some matchups in mid lane can be kind of neutralized a little bit. Akali versus Silas can be an interesting one for both parties if one takes a bit too much HP damage before the level 3s come on through. And Linfeng here, caught at the level 2, dodges away from the Shuriken flip.
I have to say, I was wondering whether he could bait that in, because he could have used his E to cancel it and then W heal, but especially with towers nowadays doing as much damage as they do, a bit painful. No one collecting a wave under this turret. Harry collecting a wave up here and getting good farm out of it. Ala did get XP from mid lane. Not getting that much gold, and this does favor OMG. Sion is getting more out of this than anyone else. Suppose Scout gets some support in that early laning phase, but loses a little bit of XP. Not going to be that noticeable, though, especially since Linfeng's not been it. Well, he has to teleport back in lane.
I'll also say this was this a first pick Lucian even this game? You have really put a lot of pressure onto Starry here, and I'm looking at the enemy comps from JDG, and there's a lot of tools to punish an over-eager Lucian. That said, Starry made a bit of a name for himself in the LDL for having this in his back pocket. He's going to have to deliver here in game 5 with JDG able to scout. Very low. Oh, but here comes Shun of the counter gang. Oh, Pantheon is there, and it was looking so good for a second or two and just can't make it work.
Scout survives. Lunfeng, we've had some criticism of from that set game, once again goes down for the first blood. JDG, they were losing out on the lane swap. That is exactly what they needed to give them a bit of hope from this early game. It's definitely going to set them up for success. Shun does blow the flash. You only get one of them, of course, in the early game, really. And Pantheon is so important with it. But still, I think it's good value achieved from it.
They get the kill. They get that additional first blood onto the Pantheon. The feat of strength, part 1 acquired there for JDG. And the Pantheon as well, getting a hold of that can be really valuable. We know what this champion could be like. If he does get behind the curve, stops having the best times in team fights, considering how single target he is as a champion.
So, reset's coming through again. Grub's coming up in a minute 20. It's a little bit early to be moving for Grubs, but really, I mean, once you've already seen the Mordekaiser on top side, you're basically saying, look, don't want the Mordekaiser into the Sion. Sion's got the tier already, going to start building up some HP. Once Sion gets to the point where he's got Fimbulwinter starting to stack up in a bit of HP, he's completely fine. Honestly, he's completely fine. You just got to get him through the early stages of the game versus the Mordekaiser, and as we said before, he's more equipped to do that than most of the top laners. I'm really happy with this draft from OMG in Game 5, considering how dangerous I thought that Fearless is going to be with the sparse champion pool of mid lane kind of coming through. This has been pretty good, actually, for a Game 5.
And in fairness, when you've got a couple players who are used to Fearless perhaps a little bit more than some of those other teams, maybe you have got the opportunity to say, actually, I know how this works. I'm going to lock the Lucian first. Give me that opportunity from Starry, who I think has had a challenging debut up into the LPL as an AD carry. It's not always been that easy to step up
in his
and deliver.
opening series, he got a quadra kill versus BLG.
Very true.
So,
very true.
I'll throw that one out there.
That's super fair.
But yeah, I actually have to say, of all the players that have debuted on OMG, I think Starry is the guy that stood out the most. So yes, the results haven't been there, but at least the eye checks worked out there.
And I think that's super fair.
I think that's the diplomatic answer. OMG, not a good team. Starry, good player.
Very, very reasonable. And, you know, here in Game 5, he said, look, give me the opportunity. I don't think it's always going to be that easy, and I think there's quite a lot of moving parts to both drafts. I think it'll be really interesting track, because the bit that I think is going to get very interesting for JDG's perspective is once you start getting Grand Starfall, once you start getting the Curtain Call, your ability to catch people out in rotation from a very long way away can be really scary.
And I think particularly with OMG, they need to be very careful not to give up good vision control to JDG. Because if that happens, there are a lot of ways to make your way into the back lane. You have Jin starting to come through. That's a teleport, and that's right onto JDG's bot lane. Maybe they're getting caught first.
A little bit of speed up there with the Defiance, but Heng goes flashing over the wall and
so
doesn't quite get the wall slam.
So ridiculously close. It's still probably going to open up Grubs for them. There's a dragon being spotted on the other side, so JDG not looking to contest this. That is a pixel off, if that. Pixel off. That is also consequence of teleports being a lot longer in the early game now. Now, of course, way back in early seasons, you could teleport and do the 4-man party dive. Bot lane with mid and top lane will both teleport down there. You can technically still do that, but given that it takes, 8-10 seconds to actually channel it, doesn't happen nearly as often. Harry, level 6. Use that to get towards bot lane and potentially clear out a wave. I think he's just using this to clear out the waves to make sure the freeze doesn't come through.
Dun, dun, dun. He doesn't even get to the wave. He just sort of gets there and then presses E.
Yeah.
Yells at a minion.
It would have been quite funny if he went into melee range of the Mordekaiser. He he immediately ulted him, and then it's like, okay, train is gone. This train is departing the station. We went on some very cool train rides in Thailand.
We did.
Enjoyed that.
What was your favourite train ride, Alex?
Wow, that's riveting stuff. Sam, I actually really enjoy just like the modern public transport when no one was talking on it. One of my maybe this is my introvert self talking. But,
that's ironic.
Well, yeah, especially given the context of this. But just everyone just being very quiet, keeping to themselves on the train. I've spent enough time in London and elsewhere to be like, yep, this is, that's
from back a day, and he's already sort of, alluding obliquely to me being quiet.
Yeah, Sam, you are many things. Quiet is not one of them.
Very true. I'll eat a decimating smash there as I move away from that one before my feelings are hurt.
Do you want me to replace Sion's voice lines with yours? It's just like Sion just goes with the cue. Oh, the turnaround is huge! I just hear that every so often from NLC. That's a Samism.
I feel like there is a world where you could definitely get champion voiceovers just using caster lines.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, could you imagine Fake getting an Orianna skin with the shockwave finds them all on the R?
Do you think, what was that? Now, this is a long shout out. Probably people who've been following our careers a little bit longer. There was a while ago when Middlecop put out a fake... Hang on, we'll have to stop that. Scout's ulting the top side.
Oh! Just about heal, stays alive, flashing away, now Scout is in danger! Flash, heal from missing, keeps Scout alive, but the HP bars are desperately low. Starry about to get rooted with the fight, but no! Cleanse is not enough! Missing, don't miss! But now Mohammed is here trying to get some orders out of his hang. Going up the lane, gonna try and return the favor. Remember, missing has no flash, no mana. Will surely go down here. Surely the hammer strike, not quite enough. Linfong is going to try and dive Scout, but he's alive somehow. It ends up in a 1-for-1 in a very close knife fight.
Moham tries to body block for Lucian, but can't quite stop the Mantra Q coming through. Shun on top side has flash again. Linfong took a lot of tower shots. This could technically even be a turnaround if it's 1v3. Shun uses that, using the move speed from the Q. E rather, that's the one. You see them off.
Back towards the blue buff. How far does Shun want to go? Linfong is sticking around, but he has the stolen Akali out, and Silas in this game, again, we've not talked about it too much, has got a number of very good ultimates to steal here.
Yeah, I mean, the Akali one is the top tier one. The Pantheon one is okay in terms of global power. Not necessarily one which is easy to use, but can be impactful. Less all over the place. Scout manages to get into ult range. The big thing about Akali is that you don't want to use your E to close into your ult range. Gets a huge amount of damage. Very, very close. Now what happens here? A couple of shots go off. Scout comes through after. Scout flash comes through after. Watch it. Mo really trying to body block. Flash is in. He's trying to flash and then stop the Mantra Q, or stop the Q coming through. He can't quite do it. That was the plan. Can't quite get enough distance between him and Lucian to stop the splash damage killing.
Was a very close run thing, and Linfong was nearly here actually. Steals the Akali up, trying to find an angle. Yeah, that just doesn't quite have an opportunity there.
I actually think he should have stayed the other side of the turret. Yeah. He didn't kill Scout. I think he goes a little bit too panic mode. Goes a little bit too far beyond his safe bounds.
I wonder whether there was some fear about Shun Grand Star falling in. I suppose if he stayed behind, that could have been a problem, and we did see him join up afterwards. So I can see why there might be some urgency to get to the other side of the turret still.
Yeah. Taking 2 tower shots with the new tower damage, though. Not the best alternative.
You know, I hear you, and you may have a point.
Good damage from Pei onto Starry. Of course, Pei is big roster pickup for JDG in the off-season. If you're losing Ruler, getting Pei's definitely not the worst situation to find yourself in. Shun on top side. Everyone actually on top side besides top laners. Harry could potentially teleport, as could Ala. I think a silent teleport would be more impactful. Scout pushing forwards. Moham needs to be careful. Shun could potentially jump over the wall too. Hung needs to be on a hair trigger with that W.
Hang, probably only one here who can face check. I feel like every other member outside of Harry, they're not going to have the easiest time walking into all of the pick from JDG, but they are the ones who are starting up the second set of gloves. OMG don't really have the opportunity to break their way through the blue side of their own jungle as yet. Linfong is going to head on over now and will likely spot out Pantheon on the
Linfong's getting his stolen. He's getting his hijack back up in a few seconds. Hung potentially was looking for a wall stun. Can't quite get that. And now Scout arrives at the party. Root landing.
Flash away. There's the tidal wave. Pei's knocked up, missing down a half HP. Linfong goes on in, but that's a little bit deep, son. No. He's dead to rights. Scout now in the backline. He's got the Twilight Strike, and the curtain calls come up, and I think this play is a tragedy for an OMG fan. It's a solid knock-up from Harry, though. At least gets one back onto Scout, but not clean.
Disastrous play for Linfong. Goes way too deep. Needed Sion there. You can see the value which Sion is bringing to the fights already, but it's just a Silas alone in way too deep. And JDG pick up that kill. 1 for 2. Grub secured by JDG. They're getting themselves incremental increases to this gold lead, which is going to start scaring OMG. They cannot afford to fall behind in quite like-for-like comps, very skirmishy. Lots of ability to kind of like deal damage out of different roles. And right here, ult misses from Hung, maybe trying to stop Shun's snap engage coming through. And that's an E you just didn't want to land. You just didn't want to land that. You're CC'd up. Scout goes right into the backline, and yeah, he goes a little too far as Harry gets the Q afterwards, but I suppose he'll be pretty happy getting himself the setup for the kill from Pei's. This Q saves the fight at least.
It does. Imagine if your Silas was alive at that point with an Akali ult stolen, then you had the opportunity, but Shun was very fast on that flash shield bolt. There was no way out for the Silas after that.
Feels pretty tragic because OMG have got themselves to Game 5, and it's the first Game 5 we've had. They're underdogs coming into this. JDG look very strong. Starry jumps forward in the mid lane in the way that Lucian always wants to. But the fact that they got here and Linfong Hang on a
Heal.
second, this could be a
He's got
bit
room
troubling here.
available. Cleanse now falls, but missing's a little deep for it. Grand Star falls here. Starry flashing away. The stunning for wall afterwards, and Shun has gone too deep. The Aegis Assault comes and try to keep him alive. The Deadly Flourish doesn't keep anyone rooted, and somehow everyone is still in one piece-ish.
Hang on, need to be a little careful here. Pace still has ult. There is a chance that this could go forwards a little bit more. Wait for the next Jin W. Could be enough damage, but close again. Shun makes it out. Everyone makes it out. There's a cost of a couple of summoners at the other side of it. 4 summoners for the bot lane of OMG spent. And it feels like every time we go into one of these fights, OMG is just losing a little bit more. Whether it's in summoners, God, Slimfoot's so far down in XP. He does get himself up to that level 9, but definitely not a position he wants to be in.
Ole is somehow behind about 20 CS. Will burn the ultimate here. Trying to buy some time for Shun to come on up. He's about half HP, but I think this Scion is going to get to walk away from this one. Ole not enjoying it. We'll have the Indestructible to give a bit of a heal. Interrupts the Decimating Smash.
Harry does have ult. Remember, when you cancel the Decimating Smash, it goes on a 1-second cooldown. Minion dies again there, not quite before he could... Let's see, Starry trying to get some control of this mid lane. Jin, 2 kills, has the Shiv, new Shiv, of course. First 3 auto attacks, I think it is, so you get on champions or targets. It gives you that burst of electricity. So it's changed a little bit again. They don't really know what to do with that item. What are you going to do at this mid lane matchup, though? This Akali is so much further ahead than the Sylas.
50 CS.
And if the Sylas is not relevant, it is only Starry that does damage. One thing we've seen a lot in this meta is single carry comps, where you have just a Varus, just a Jinx or an Ezreal or a Corki or something like that, and then it's a bunch, and we've got a Galio in the mid lane or something like that. It makes the game very simple for the other team. You kill that one carry, your team fights one. Now JDG have that situation here. If they kill Starry, your team fight is one. He's currently here in the mid lane.
Okay, spotted out on that ward, gets the speed up with the Aegis Assault, will not go any further forwards. Turret in mid lane, down about half HP on both sides here, and you know OMG would love to get a hold of this. You're playing Lucian Army, mid lane control is step 1.
You know, I've seen a lot of people in chat talking about... Also, hi chat, we are still playing.
Oh, I'm paying
It's a very intense game.
It is.
But the most funny Fearless tournament I've ever seen was actually in Vietnam, where they did a Fearless tournament, where you can only pick one champion once for the entire tournament, and this one's going damn good.
Gets knocked out the title wave afterwards, and Sean Pays is paid out.
Turned into paste in the mid lane, shut down onto the Jin with 2-0. Very important. If OMG can win the arm wrestle in mid lane, it opens up a lot more options for them. That has always been the Lucian Nami specialty. You arm wrestle in mid, and then you start flowing out that pressure into wards across the map and objectives from that. It's been a little while since we've seen it be in prominence because, oh my god, we saw so much of this for so many years, but that's an important moment, and JDG were not respecting the dive forward with a little bit of support coming through.
We'll get them the Herald as well, and that probably means mid lane turret will fall fairly shortly afterwards. There's a little while until the next dragon, so I don't think they'll want to save it until then.
End of the anecdote I was saying. Vietnam did an entire Fearless tournament, so you only pick one champion once in the entire tournament.
It was mad.
You ended up having like Quinn ADC come out and stuff like that because you'd play through. And it was basically, even though there were teams which weren't as good, they had bigger champion pools. So it got to the finals, like, well, yeah, we can actually play, you know, like some random ass mage in a support role which no one else has played before. Velcro support, let's go.
What a champion. Hank throws up the Steadfast Presence and holds on to that turret on behalf of his team. Finally gets the reset off, but no, doesn't quite have that one happen. Story went dashing on forward, and oh my days, missing with the rapid fire cannon essence reaver. That's quite a lot of damage to Story.
And also, yeah, it's everything, right? For those of you that missed out on Lucian Nami meta, well, here's your quick, brief intro. This is the items you want. Is it energized autos with an Imperial Mandate on top of it? It hurts like a motherfucker. Starry going forwards and a stun onto the Nami.
Shun will not quite get comboed up with from Page with a deadly flourish. Backing away, there was a trap under the turret. The Comet Spear not enough to bring Moab down.
So, because Lucian Nami jump forward so often in mid lane, everyone wants to come to this lane. This time it's Shun that comes in. Last time it's Hung, he got a kill out of it. This time it's a summoner. A couple of ults, that's it. You see how powerful Starry is, though. Rapid fire cannon coming up, and the recall's already finished. There's no one here this time.
It's a Grand Starfall potentially if you can get out of base fast enough. And Lonfong now coming around the flank. Gonna look for an angle. Will interrupt the curtain call as a result. Can't stand there and fire.
Look, everything. If this is just 2022, 2023 meta. It is just about arm wrestle mid, try and interrupt it in the most efficient way possible. Linfeng comes up this time, very importantly so. Mid lane turret opens up, and OMG back to even in gold. JDG, they should have had a leg over on this game, especially with the lead they have in this mid lane. But if the game becomes about the Lucian, maybe that's not so true.
And you've got two very squishy bot lanes. Double Enchanter, double AD carries with targets on their head with a composition on both sides. I've got all the tools to ensure that whoever gets locked down first dies hard. And the Lucian's not going to have the easiest time picking the moments to go forward. The Jin not going to have the easiest time. Just stand still and deliver.
What the hell is Scout building?
He's going for the anti-tank option to Scion.
Sam, he has a Morello Omicron completed first item.
Hey, this has got to be an option into the side because they've got no anti-tank.
Morello Omicron, Sam, is the anti-healing item into the Silas. Look, okay, look.
Into Silas makes
Look,
sense.
Jin died. I'm just saying, like, okay, I know he's going for Leandries for the burn anti-heal. Still.
HP, man. That's what it is. Lucian can't pop you so easy. You got more HP to work with. He's 2,500
Also, not gonna lie, the healing is not really that impactful onto Sam, because Sam doesn't heal.
That's fine. You just need more HP, man.
Yeah,
it's a bit of magic pen.
He just said, wow, I really want to make sure that Silas doesn't get to play the game, but...
I need the HP to not be threatened by Lucian.
Yeah, Scout's
And
cooking,
Nami.
but this one might give you food poisoning. Lunfeng steals the Mordekaiser roll, actually. They're actually going forwards, and what this means is because it's at this point in the lane, it's going to be able to CC him up along this side. Teleport coming back, so they will be looking for something to just retreat. That is quite an ill-advised teleport, but here comes the Pantheon.
It's a fight of different theologies. Two different underworlds are summoned by two different players. Ale and Lingfeng finally emerge from down under, and in fact, Sion's the one who picks up the kill.
Choo-choo!
Terry with a bit of a choo-choo option. Has to back away. I'm trying to remember Sion ult name. I'm stopping one of the names. Scout goes very deep. Oh my day, sorry! Just about alive. Now being body blocked, perfectly executed nonetheless. And the curtain call with a comet spear ensures the death of OMG.
Scout threads the needle. It is such a good Akaliel. It will bring JDG into a huge one-team fight just before the Atakan. I thought OMG had won the first part of that fight, but they overdo it, and Scout cleans up.
Oh my days. Scout on an auto's worth of HP. Just about gets the work done. Morello Nomicon be damned. They get Atakan afterwards and JDG win the knife fight. It slips into OMG's ribs.
Oh, they bring a kunai to a knife fight. Scout's the one which really sinks it deep into the heart of OMG. Gotta say though, Harry, look back at this replay. Think he really oversold the back end of this team fight. Some questions to come through from that Sion play. I know he's tanky, but he was not nearly tanky enough. I don't mind this ultimate started off. Pins Ala is kind of a, artificial CC. You can't go beyond this boundary. Sets the end game zone there. Flashes back out, which actually increases the distance of his own distance to go back into the second death realm, which comes out with Realm of Death. Things go really wild after this point though. Everyone turns up here. It's an absolute cluster up in this top side. This is fine. This is not. He goes under the turret, goes too far. And look how much damage he immediately takes. Root comes through as well. Baits his whole team going forwards, and your tank's HP is already gone. Scout flashes in. A lot of the cooldowns are already down. Goes into the Shroud, waits out the rest of this, and yes, there's a flash from the Sion. Might have been able to kill, but not quite quickly enough. No damage left. Sets up with the slows from the 5-point strike as well to get some extra shots from the Jin'Ul. Scout, you absolute beauty.
Target access acquired. Beautiful stuff. And in the end, it's a Rift Maker for Scout as well, who is going for a tank Akali build. Continual damage. And speaking of cluster, there's a truck coming on in from Harry. Tries to handle it. The teleport's coming flying on through. Knock away with the Keeper's verdict. And he's only out to dry a little bit. Keeling up best he can. Hang caught in the death realm. In comes the Grand Starfall. Scout with the flank angle with the perfect execution. They take down the Poppy. Scout still out of HP because he's got a Rift Maker. He just won't die.
Scout does it again. JDG do it again. Punts it out with the Poppy ult. No problem. There's a Grand Starfall to bring him back into the play. JDG clutch out the fight in top lane and now really start to stomp home. It has been 4 blue side victories, but I don't think it'll be a 5th. JDG, I think, will have just about pulled out ahead. Get themselves towards potentially even an inhibitor in the mid lane.
And they've still got those withdrawals available to them as well. They can go suicide into a turret and return to base in a matter of moments.
Question in chat. How did JDG lose 2 games? Well, there were more champions available then. And I think OMG might have been slightly better with them. 4.2 thousand gold advantage for Scout Sakali. Yeah, he has gone for a bit of HP.
Oh, man.
And we've said a lot in this meta, not so many anti-HP items available. It's another engage coming through, but so much movement speed from Karma and Jin with the crits coming through mean that they escaped the tidal wave. If that fight happened a little bit closer to the center of the lane, could have been a 1 fight. Just doesn't happen, and Poppy ult comes through, but I mean, Pantheon's got a global, goes straight back into it. Ult for ult trade.
Return to sender.
And when you have the Atakan, you can do this. Yeah, use the ult to come back in. Who cares if you end up getting well, not withdrawal symptoms. Don't get withdrawal symptoms. Either way, they don't even get that. End up flying right back into the play. This would have been a 1 fight with or without Atakan, and they absolutely slam OMG for their failed engage.
It's nearly a Flame Horizon in the mid lane.
Oh.
Never mind additional gold. Starry tries, but I think it's a Starfall this time around, and I'm not making a pun on the Pantheon ult. Moam is brought down. It is sashimi for breakfast, boys. Pays picks up another on the Jhin.
JDG have just taken control of this game. It really came about from that top side fight, but JDG, they will most likely be winning this series now. OMG, it's a bit heartbreaking for them. Weibo will have made playoffs already. JDG going 2-0. I believe they'll also have made it through. OMG will be leaving our group stage early after that point, but they do it with a grand hurrah in a Game 5 finish.
Tanks just aren't tanky anymore, not at this point in the game. You're seeing it on the side of your screen. Scout and Pays, two of the most prolific and iconic players in League of Legends, one a new addition to the LPL in Pays. Following in Ruler's footsteps even here, trying to make a name for himself. 6, 1, and 7 on the Jhin. This is no vegan Jhin build. That is raw damage now with the Infinity Edge in as well. He is hitting like a truck.
Yeah, and Harry doesn't have enough armor to even justify the Lord Dominate's regards or more reminder from Pay. Well, he's got enough anti-heal from the bloody Morello Nomicon Akali. Sorry, jump forwards. And this is what he was doing successfully earlier in the game. He doesn't have enough damage now. Barrier comes through, tries to jump forward, but he just doesn't have the extra staying power. He doesn't have the rapid fire cannon after that point, and the Imperial Mandate had run out. Just runs out of damage. They've run out of gold
anymore. The Empire has fallen.
It's true. Yeah, Rome has fallen. Blame the Goths and Visigoths, I suppose. You know, I did a tangent on the Varian disaster, Varus and Teutoburg Forest in early seasons of the day.
Give me back the minutes of my life.
Give me back my...
Never mind the legions.
It's like, yeah, I could have talked about Movistar Koi versus KC. No, I'd rather talk about the
How often
9-8.
do you think about the Roman Empire, Alex?
Actually, quite a lot.
I know.
It was, well, okay, mainly, I was more on Greek history than Roman history.
So
however...
Rome Total War?
Yeah, that was a lot of that.
You were a Julii player, weren't you?
So if I was playing the Roman factions, I liked the Brutii.
True.
And if I was playing any other faction, it would be Macedon or the Seleucids, because they had everything and they had elephants. Anyway, teleport coming through. This one's going to be a bit more of a hammer and anvil. JDG pulling the trigger.
OMG don't have the elephants, that's why they're losing here. Hannibal wishes, right? Now we're into the enemy jungle. The Star is running away. I don't know how far. Flash for a 5-point strike. Doesn't quite get Starry. Scout goes back. Doesn't really matter. He decides he's seen enough. He leaves. Lidford gets over the wall, but a flash over the wall from Shun into a curtain call means that is a dead Silas. Bullet number 1 finds the kill.
Only needs one bullet. Harry goes down. It is what, a 4 for none? Harry survives, but all he is a lone messenger going back to the ancient capital to tell them their empire has fallen. Oh my god. The enemies are at the walls. JDG marching towards the Nexus.
Oh, I'm not sure whether Rome was built in a day, but OMG's Nexus will fall for the final time in Game 5. They are holding on desperately. 3 seconds until Starry, but it will be a last gasp of sense. It is a good double bubble into a hammer, though. They're going to get Scout, and they hold on. Phenomenal combo from the jungle support allows them to keep the game alive.
The flame keeps burning. JDG got a little bit over aggressive, and they get punted out by a good Poppy ultimate. The extra CC sees them alive, and OMG one last
They're
gap.
pinging the Baron. They've got the death of Scout. He's a lot of their damage. They can maybe look to do it. It's a desperate play, but they've got teleports.
What else have you got to do? What else have you got left, Jay? Pays. Gonna get chunked on.
Get chunked pretty low. Flashes away. Barrier down as well. The Jhin stays alive. Linfong goes towards the mid lane. Has got the ability to hijack something. Goes towards the Mordekaiser ult, something to break apart the combo.
I don't think OMG can stay now. There's a wave in the mid lane. They would lose the game. Here comes the ult from the Scion.
Trucking on in. Ale will go golden courtesy for Zhonya's. Heng is rooted up. They continue to jump on forwards. That'll be a death on the Mordekaiser. They can turn back towards the Baron.
Okay, another wave has died. The next ones will be super minions. OMG don't have that much time. Scout is coming alive. JDG will look to push mid lane and threaten the Nexus turrets. They do have the GL coming up now, and that's going to be important. It's a hell of a lot of damage right now. I don't think OMG have the time, but they might not have any other choice.
Infernal Dragon spawning within a minute as well, and that would be solved for JDG. There's a lot here that could end up being pretty critical. Baron started. JDG around. Scout on vision.
Scout's on vision, very importantly, as you were saying. Look at this, though. Jhin going towards the base. Pays has ult, but he's staying on the Nexus. All JDG need to do is stop the backs. Shun could cast the ult into the base. Look at the Nexus Observer. They're going for the end.
No, it doesn't even matter how bad Jhin is at taking turrets. He's going to do it anyway. They're going to get the Baron, but it's in trade for the Nexus. OMG will not be able to reset in time. JDG will still win the game. Scout delays the backs, and it is a Game 5 chaos ending.
Banger, classic, instant classic in the LPL. OMG took us the distance, but after that top lane fight, it was just JDG putting them to the sword. One brief look at Baron was not enough for them. They didn't have the time. JDG took the game into their own hands. It is a valiant loss, a Pyrrhic victory, I suppose, for JDG. We keep on Hellenic memes, but OMG, that will mean, I believe, they are now out of playoffs. 0-2, Weibo, I believe, have qualified, at least on game score. And I believe this also means that JDG will find themselves through into the next round as well.
I don't blame them for looking for the Baron. They found the pick on the mid laner. It was a desperate scenario. It was never going to be easy. But even then, credit to JDG for playing out the scenario so well. They get scout back, they buy time, they look for the end. It is a good bit of macro decision making, but OMG on screen, you can see the frustration, you can see the sadness. That is part and parcel of competition. Don't be ashamed by those tears. It mattered.
I think that's Linfeng.
That's okay.
I believe that's Linfeng, who last 2 games were a struggle. I think that he succumbed to the pressure a bit. His champion pool wasn't quite up to snuff. His problem with Fail's draft. By the way, folks, best of 3, OMG would have won this.
Yeah.
Best of 3, OMG would have won this. They went 2-1 up. They won game 3 and game 1. JDG, probably not the best sign for them either, though. And they had some very weird decision making around some of the early game fights earlier in the series. They will walk away with a win, but it's not a confident win.
Nothing to see here goes the meme, and the reality is there was quite a lot. Yes, OMG are disappointed, they're frustrated, they'll want more for next split, and that's where a lot of those tears will be coming.
Well, folks, that'll do us for today. We'll wait around for the MVP and stuff, and then we'll go on to do other things with our lives, which
I'll see this evening.
Enjoy that. More Los Ratones. Are you on desk for cast?
I am on desk.
Oh, cool. So you'll see this guy again on NLC if you're watching Los Ratones and Ruddy Sack later tonight, and some of our big hype teams in that region. It's been a while since I've been at NLC.
I'm trying to convince Jake to start doing branded tea bags.
The Ruddy tea sack.
Yeah, basically.
Nice.
It's just tea bag. Then you can literally teabag your enemies.
Lovely.
With the Ruddy sack.
Incredible. Well, thanks everyone for stopping by. So if you've if you can drop a follow, if you can drop a like on YouTube, or shout us out to your friends and give a prime if you have it. It means an awful lot to us. Helps us keep what we're doing. We've been doing this now for 2 years. We've done this before anyone else did their own community broadcasts, and we've been enjoying it a lot. It's really special to bring the LPL to you all and enjoy games like this. I'm going to wait around to the MVP. You've got anything else you've got to do? Are you going to stream at all? Or are you...
I think not today because I'm still a bit fried.
I'm also a little bit fried too. I got to do some stuff for LEC on the weekend. I got to prep some stuff. So I'm going to end the stream after we've done our admin here. I'll find someone else to radio over to. But thank you everyone for joining. And for you on YouTube, I'm going to end the YouTube stream now. I hope you enjoyed it. And stop by tomorrow for... I believe it's Top Esports AL, which is
man, I'll be there.
That one is a banger. Absolutely, stop by tomorrow. And I'll see YouTube guys tomorrow, and then we'll